altered the agenda for these few days, and we would have spent a little bit of time updating that. So that's kind of where we're at. So you'll see the comments in there that are, well, I'm not sure that this is completely reflective, but it's also not accurate. That, I hate to use a double negative, but that makes any sense. The current performance, I think, is your responses, although positive. There is some concern that perhaps are we really utilizing it to the best of our ability. And I think if you look at the conversation we had yesterday about the projects and where things are headed and some of that, I think that was a growth moment, which shows that what you've done the last 2 years, I don't think is going to be indicative of what you're going to do the next 2. So quite honestly, I think the next time you survey that, how's our performance of our strategic plan? I think that one will be very telling, because you'll have gotten your first cycle bumps out of the way. Okay, now you're ready to really start cranking along, and then you'll know. But this is, at the end of the day, this is your plan. So you have to feel comfortable with that. You good? Okay. Yes.
Are we going to move on from this?
I'm just going to keep rolling. We're going to go. I'm going to just kind of highlight each one, and we're going to go through. So if you've got something.
Yeah, on the mission statement, just real quick, there was a question that asked us if we agreed or disagreed. My response to it was that I neither agreed or disagreed, and then explained it. And I'm just going to read what I wrote that could be an example added into the mission statement. And what I feel like it captures is the importance of professional customer service. So the example that I wrote in here is: the mission of the city of Beaufort is to deliver responsive and efficient governance while providing courteous and professional services. We are committed to upholding integrity, fostering community trust, and enhancing the quality of life for all residents. So while I feel like the current mission statement captures our needs well and the things that we should be focused on, I think adding that element of how important customer service and professionalism is would be of value. So I wanted to put that in there and then just briefly throw it out there. If you want to discuss it, we can.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, your comments about this and how you're thinking about proceeding and whether it's worth the time to take another deep dive into this is helpful for me, because my comments initially was not to change it, but after looking at the comments that were placed in the responses, I tried to kind of meld those two together. And what I found, I've shared my version of it with my fellow council members. What I found is that I was basically saying the same thing in a different way. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure, from a substance perspective, whether, we're significantly changing anything, because I wrote it over and over again, worked on it even this morning. And, in my mind, I'm saying, well, maybe it could be said better, but basically I'm not changing the substance.
Okay. So I guess there's 2 ways you can approach this. Number one is you can go into a full-on, let's reevaluate the mission statement process, and then you go through a deep dive into it. Theoretically, you can do that in-house. You could do it with a facility. That could be a facilitated discussion, or it can be a matter of, I'd like to put an emphasis on customer service, or I'd like to maybe reorder this and reword this. And that's something that I'm going to say would be relatively simple, that you could put in as a strategic project, but get it done this fiscal year and add it in there and do it in I don't know if you call them work sessions or study sessions.
Work session.
Okay.
And I just want to say, my apology. I have a mission statement, but really it's tended to be vision statement. So,
Mayor, Council, this is your retreat. So, you decide for us. My recommendation though is if we want to get into the mission statement, this is the place to do it.
Oh, you want to do it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my recommendation. It's up to you guys.
Generally, I think we would be better prepared
Mhm.
to do that. If you had time to look at alternatives, we could kind of talk about each one of those, which is why I don't want to do it on the fly. Because if your mission statement is truly that important to you, you don't want to wing it. Now, if the reorder and what was passed out and the emphasis on customer service, if that is if you are looking at us saying that is as simple as it is and we're prepared to do that right now, then let's do it. I just don't want to be responsible for well, we did it on the fly and now a year later, you're not happy with it. That's all.
Yeah, and for me, it was pretty simple because I did add the example in there. So if we had wanted to insert that as a focus point in the mission statement, you could probably just cut and figure out where it fits best in what already exists
Reorder
and
it.
not necessarily have to do it from the fly.
Okay. Now, I did not have the benefit of seeing what was passed out. How does that reflect?
It's really a,
Just
It's really more
rewriting of what's there.
I'm looking at the
Reordered?
vision. I'm looking at the
It's the
vision. Although
vision
it says
statement,
mission.
not
Oh, the vision,
Vision
okay.
statement is the one that I'm interested. in.
Ironically, as I read it like this, the vision statement. Okay. So how do we feel about adding the suggested change about the emphasis on customer service? And I'm assuming, can you tell everybody what page you're reading?
Yeah, 3 of 18. Bottom,
And in red, what number is that?
127.
Page 127 in your book. And do you
Courteous
guys have this?
service, when that kind of in, we've almost covered customer service.
This is where I need to scribe.
I'm looking right here.
Just
It
the notes
says,
here.
It's-
efficient and courteous service. That would be customer service.
Yes, I think what this does is it adds in the element of what you're trying to do, which is build community trust and enhance the quality of life. So it kind of just builds on what's there.
Yeah, but when it says efficient, courteous service, that's, to me, just says good
with
customer service.
Professionalism and integrity. Yeah.
As I remember from last year, that the mission statement, should be kind of succinct to the point.
Yes.
And the comment in the original statement that talks about efficient and courteous, the word efficient kind of implies some of the things that I think Josh is trying to emphasize.
Yeah,
So, my take.
So do
would
we feel like
be-
it already captures it
I
well?
think so.
I kind of think so, because it's kind of, one sentence that we really worked hard to try to get into these words.
We did this.
And I
So
see,
no
I think the
change.
context of what you're trying to do is to soften it more into a personal level.
Right.
As compared to being a little bit more institutional.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I can see both sides.
Correct.
So,
Correct. But I think what I'm hearing wholesale wise, though, we don't need to make any change. Okay, so that is what they call consensus. All right, so now we have a suggestion on the vision statement.
I can read that. but it was better.
One of 18,
Yeah, if you
125.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, so vision statement, yeah, I took a look at what the other two council members wrote and tried to kind of meld them together while at the same time, maybe making it flow a little more smoothly, but not in essence changing the significance of what we already have. So here's what I said. Our vision is to provide our citizens economic opportunities, affordable housing, and a transparent and responsive government. We shall prepare our city for weather and climate-related impacts. We envision a thriving, diverse city that honors its history while enhancing the quality of life for its citizens, sustaining responsible growth, and maintaining the harmony between the built and the natural environment.
I'm not sure what that-
And I'll go back to my original comment is that I'm very comfortable with what we already have. But I realize also that at least two persons, felt there could be some changes. So in anticipating a conversation about it, I thought I'd just try to put the two together.
How do you feel about travel? You want to join us on the road?
I know I've been traveling all my life.
No, yeah, I'm all done too, but
I'm good with the.
I mean, I think it has the
yeah,
same
I did not
elements.
hear what you said.
It has the same elements. I just think it sounds a little bit better. We envision instead of region. We have it here.
So you're suggesting the
offering it,
the
yeah.
change, switching to the change?
I'm comfortable with the change. Yeah.
Okay.
It's saying the same thing. It's just a little different.
Pretty much highlights that we're honoring our history.
Yeah, but it's also saying we're trying to survive.
So if you look at, we're doing that, if you look at what we have, what I wrote in my comment is the first one. And then you look at the second sentence in the vision statement that Mitch just provided. Do we want to say, we aim to build confidence in our community's preparedness for weather and climate-related impacts, or we shall prepare our city for weather and climate-related impacts? I personally feel like we aim to build confidence in our community's preparedness for weather and climate related impacts. More of a goal, right? Not a goal, but like, this is what now it's stuck in my head, right? So this is what we aim to accomplish, and not necessarily
A
what we shall
lofty
do.
ideal.
Well, the word shall
It's
means
safer
you're
than
gonna
goal.
do it.
Right, right.
So that commits you to something.
Yeah.
And it might be tough to do. You strive where you aim to do it.
And that's the purpose of a vision.
And that's our goal.
That's right.
There you go. Yeah, I did this to myself, so you keep going because I deserve
I did that purposely.
every beating that comes my way, I deserve on that.
Yeah, I could see that change.
That's not being, this.
Take
this
out
is
shall
stronger.
because that kind of locks you.
We aim
Sorry,
to
you
go back
tracking
to
that?
What it was originally.
probably dooms you
My
to
understanding
do.
of a vision statement is that it is a to be statement. And it is written in present form. Ordinarily. And the current one is, it says a city offering its citizens, because you're saying what your vision of your city is. That's my understanding of what a vision is, but I will yield to your expertise on that.
That we've seen them both ways, where it's we strive to, which is that push out,
Yeah,
as opposed to the current, what we want.
Yeah.
So and again, it depends on how it resonates within each community.
right.
So it has never been more apparent that words matter when it comes to these kinds of things. We talk about the word shall. That means we absolutely will and must, as opposed to striving for, et cetera. And then what tense do we put it in? Whether it be this current, we're going to do this, or we're looking at it pushed out farther.
I tend to think of shall statements in terms of your focus areas. It says what you shall do. what you
Correct.
Will do.
Yeah, the word shall should not be in your vision statement. I would absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, I agree now too.
So JJ, I'm going to look to you to, if we strike the word shall.
Yep. So
What does that,
another one I'm looking at and I'm kind of on the fence on is in what was provided to us and then versus what we have and then the alternative that I described in my response is the word provide. So in the one that we have here from Councilman Mitchell, our vision is to provide our citizens economic opportunities, affordable housing, and transparent responsive government. So I guess we could discuss, is it affordability in general, like life or affordable housing specifically? And then the word provide, are we providing that? Or is our vision to offer that through our efforts? I don't know if there's a difference in providing it and offering it. But
well,
that's another word I was on the fence on.
the other way to frame that is create an environment
Right.
as opposed to provide. So we will, I'm not sure how
It's
it's worded.
currently written offer. So we
Yeah.
are,
So instead of
vision is to
offering,
offer.
we're
Creating it.
Create an environment.
create an environment in which,
right.
we will strive to create an environment in which, we will, in which affordability, because I think you're right. I'm sure you weren't, and maybe you were singularly focused on affordable housing as opposed to affordability.
Well, and I think we were in the, in our vision statement before, because we talk about housing they can afford. So I think even before,
Okay.
we were focused on affordable housing, and I'm just not sure that that's, it could be better captured as affordability in general.
I would absolutely agree and suggest, and the reason that I agree with that is affordability is not just housing. Because you can have affordable housing and people still cannot afford to live in your community because your property taxes are too high or your sales tax rates are too high or whatever. You've created an environment in which people just can't afford to live. So I can't answer this question when we talk about affordability, but the sense that I get from you over, our time, obviously prior and even all day yesterday, is your greater concern is about the larger affordability and not just housing, even though that's an important component of it. See, I can't think and facilitate at the same time.
You want to put it in a parking lot, and then if we come back to it,
We
like,
can park it.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Park it.
park it.
Yeah, we'll park the
Okay,
vision statement.
perfect.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, don't let me forget. Yeah, thanks. Okay. So the next several sets of questions were related to the focus areas, safe and vibrant, economic development, fiscal sustainability, organizational excellence. This is what, when I say we are going to not quite park this one, but we are going to come back to this when we talk about the projects and the initiatives. I'm sorry, the projects that we're going to that we're going to look at. This is how we pulled that information out. So this is the stuff that is very near and dear to you, the things that you wanted to get done. And I know, Councilmember, you were concerned about your survey results not being in there. We think we may have had some technical snafus with SurveyMonkey early on.
On the 23rd.
Yeah, we had multiple surveys that were happening, and we're not sure what we were. So, Councilmember, did you want to wait until we talk about individual projects? Because I know you're anxious to.
Well, I can wait till we get to the projects, yes. I mean, as far as yes, no, I mean, mine was right there in the center with those, agree and disagree. Where I
Okay.
was right in there, that's not an issue there for me.
Okay. So that's how we're going to handle these. I hate to keep saying, well, just wait a little bit, we're going to get there. But literally wait just a little bit, we're going to get there as we go forward. But But those, your responses were synthesized into a list of projects. So the first sets of questions are, what are your challenges and issues? The second set of questions are, what do you want to achieve from that, or what are the projects that you want? And then we got into the last few questions about current resources and revenues being sufficient, which is question 9. And this is that, this question really is designed around, if you remember from yesterday, that teeter-totter. We have, we don't have that endless supply of money. We don't have an endless supply of time. This question kind of gets to a check-in of you. How do you all feel about that? Answers were not surprising from our experience perspective on what we see from that. So anybody have any observations?
Talking about number question 9.
Yeah, let's just stick with question 9.
I basically put, for many of the infrastructure projects, waterfront park and all the stuff that we've got, no, we do not have adequate resources.
And I feel like because of where we're at with our infrastructure, we're behind 8 ball, if you will. So I don't know that we would ever have enough resources to be ahead of that. I think that putting some focus on trying to move in the right direction and getting those accomplished as we can. But I think we just have to, and we do a pretty good job at this now, but I just think we have to work within our means regardless. So I would say that on one hand, I could say it's not adequate if we're going to try to tackle all of these very expensive projects that we're behind on and have been for a long time, or we just focus on operating within our means and then we have enough.
So kind of from a public policy, philosophical, grand scheme of things, you can spend all of your effort and all of your time and money on infrastructure catch-up. And that would be a lot of the work that goes on underground or on the roadway. You know, it's pavement, it's water, it's sewer, it's sidewalks, it's all of that stuff. All the things that are absolutely essential for our community. You just stand to continue to function. But then we leave out all of the things that the people who live here today want and need. Better parks, better trail systems, better whatever it is that we want to do. So it's trying to strike that balance between how do we move this infrastructure need along? Because if you look at it from a capital perspective, and I don't mean to put Alan on the spot, do you have an idea roughly what your asset value is? How many billions of dollars?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess infrastructure, probably more in the millions, I would imagine. I think we're quite there in the billions, but a lot of,
But at least $500 million
yeah.
worth of value in that. You're not going to be able to prepare yourself for a slow roll. We have to replace this because you'll never do anything else. You'll never buy another fire truck. You'll never, I mean, that's just the reality of it. So it's really, how do we maintain that balance? And that's what you have a professional staff to try to work on, to listen to. These are the things that are important right now. And for them to say, these are the things we can do and these are the things that we can't do. And, you know, the comments that were made yesterday afternoon about my personal experience at with our recreation campus. The entire time I'd been even a city employee and early years of my time on council, we had spent, I'm going to say tens of millions, but it was probably hundreds of millions of dollars on infrastructure, roadways and water and sewer lines and adding sidewalks that hadn't been where they were before and widening roads and all of this stuff, the stuff that we absolutely needed to do while the city was growing. But it wasn't until we built this recreation campus that people were just in love with, that it was something that every citizen, no matter who they were, had access to this place. For the first time, I finally felt as though we had actually done something for the people in our community, even though we had been spending hundreds of millions of dollars on all of this other stuff that was really important. So,
It's the first tangible thing they could see.
and that didn't come from them. That came from me. That was my reaction. And it was very real. And I thought, geez, if I feel this way, how does the rest of the community feel? So, it's a difficult journey. And I say that perhaps some of it for the public that's listening, and some of it may just be the, preaching to the choir, but we have a very difficult job as electeds. The staff has a difficult job trying to respond to that, but for us, it's real. So I guess I just caution on infrastructure being behind, because it will always be behind. You're always pushing that rock uphill. Don't forget about some of these other things. Just try to maintain that balance. Now, the converse side of that, growing community has lots of desires, lots of needs, and then lots of revenue that goes with that, which is great. An elected body of 7, we need a performing arts center. We need another rec camp. We need rec campus phase 2. We need another fire station. We need a police substation. We need blah, blah, blah. And that list starts growing and growing and growing. And finally, I had asked, I said, hey, do we have a list going of what this looks like? Well, no, but we can put that together. So the staff went and put that list together. And then I asked them to assign dollar amounts to it, because we just kept throwing stuff out. And staff kept saying, okay, no problem, we'll add that to the list. We finally got the list. We got the dollar figures that were attached to it in rough estimates. And it was $1.1 billion. Holy smokes. We didn't even realize what we were asking for. So will resources and, how do we word that? Revenues and resources ever be enough? No. It's now up to us to strategically plan for how does that look. The fact that you recognize that they're not, like if you sat here and said, oh my God, we've got more resources than we know what to do with, I think that would be very telling to Scott. And probably your peers who would say, wow, we haven't done a good enough job communicating the needs of the community. And you do have some big hills to climb with some of these infrastructure projects and repairs that are coming forward. So this is it's a good question, because it really tells you where you're at. And theoretically, you should never be satisfied with the answer to that question, because either we're taxing too much, or in some cases, we're not taxing enough, and we've got to find other sources of revenue. Yes, sir.
When you, I think sports complex, did you kind of survey the community to see whether that's something that they wanted and was willing to pay for, or did the council kind of make that decision and it turned out great that is something that we're willing to do?
We knew that a rec campus was a desire in the community. Just, I don't want to say casual conversations, but you have enough parks. We have a pretty active park and recreation citizen committee, subcommittee of, it's not a subcommittee of the council, but advisory board. And very active, they very informed, kind of told us where we were at. What we didn't do was survey the community when we made the decision to, and these are totally my words, but to do it right. We had set aside, I think, $25 million for this rec campus. It's a interior, aquatics, there's baseball, there's room for soccer, I mean, it is not a small facility. So we set about 25 million at the site. And they went out and did vignettes throughout the community to find out what did the community really want. They added some of those features in, went out for initial design and estimation, and the cost came in at like 36 million. Because of all of these ads, but it was the ads that the community wanted. And the staff was very reluctant to bring that back. They said, well, we can do this in phases. We can not do the second floor running track and, you know, because that's 10 million, we can save $10 million here and we can save. And the council at that time then said, no, we're going to do this once and we're going to do it right. So let's spend the extra money, let's delay this project from happening, and let's go ahead and make this happen. And I think that was singularly probably one of the greater decisions that we ever made as a council. We didn't have to go survey everybody. We didn't have to. And I think what you find over time is as the community grows, you're just gonna have to make the decision. And that's difficult. And Mike and I see that everywhere we go, because we work in communities that are small and intimate like this, where you want that community involvement. And then we work in other communities. It's like, look, they elected us to do this. We just need to make a decision to move on. And for us at that time, kind of middle of the road, we were probably 70,000 people. It's kind of hard to survey and find out what they want, but the vignettes that we did were very telling. And I'm glad we did it, because that is how we got the community input. And that's what told us, go big or go home. And now we're talking about phase 2, which is another 40 acres of park and active space and whatnot. So
It seems that communities that have those kind of things, however they got there, they seem to be very happy with it once they have it.
they are, and it was, I can just, only from my perspective, it is that it was, as you pointed out, the truly only thing that we could provide that they could touch and they could play, that everybody has access.
Amen to that. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not, but truly that's what it is. And not everybody, I mean, we all need a fire station. I mean, no offense, chief, but we all need fire stations at the moment that we need it. But if I'm not sick and I'm not injured and my house isn't on fire, I don't need that fire station. But I need it when that all happens, I need it. But that recreation campus, anytime, I can go for a walk. So those, I mean, that's how we, I don't know. Now I get all weepy about it. I'm in that post-mortem phase. Yes, sir.
Going back to question 9, somewhat disagree is actually should be taking precedent over, because that's where I'm at on somewhat disagree. Our ARPA money is going, will be gone. The federal government, they're cutting back. State, they've already indicated that they're not going to be giving out as many grants as they have in the past. They're trying to cut taxes and everything. So the money's not going to be there. So I would definitely say somewhat disagree, and I'm almost at strongly disagree, somewhat disagree on the resources.
So I think when we start talking then about projects going forward, we have to be cognizant of that teeter-totter, because the weight of the dollar sign that's going to be a little higher up in the air. So we've got to figure out a way to do that. Because going forward, we can't do anything in the community without the money. And there is no new way. So master and comprehensive plans, we talked a great deal about that yesterday, and about the moving that forward. The new revision that's coming is going to start in this strategic plan, but I think next calendar year. So when you'll start.
When it needs to be done.
Yeah, when it needs to be finished. So So this is kind of currently in there. Again, great discussions yesterday on this to kind of get through, I think, some of those survey results. And then the top priorities for the next few years. Those are great questions, kind of, I would say philosophically, because you may have felt one way in December, you're going to feel a different way in February, and you're going to feel a different way in May. Once the budget is done, and then you're going to feel a different way after the legislature gets done with whatever they're going to do. This is an ever evolving kind of thing. Strong attributes, areas of improvement, and immediate threats. If you look at those, at the answers, there is not a lot of divergence there, which is really good. From a council, you're very cohesive in that regard. We see some communities where it's burn it to the ground and start over again. And then we've got others that are, everything is great, rainbows and unicorns, and there's nothing wrong with where we live. And when we have that going on at council, then there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done, but you don't have that problem. So those, attributes and challenges and threats to the community really inform what projects you're going to work on. Oh, and then how did these end up in there? So that is the, yeah, I'm probably going to need help over here on this.
Janine.
First of all, I need my glasses. No, that's not going to be, but can we get this? Because you're in the PDF, so I think we're going to probably be like whatever's next on the slide deck. Yeah, there should be like 4,000 pages. No, because we're going to, oh yes, no, I do want that, I'm sorry. I gave JJ such a hard time about being over, I gotta make sure that I'm not.
It still worked out.
Yeah, it did. Okay, so these are the current visions, wow. Focus areas and guiding principles that as they're currently stated. This should be our opportunity to tweak them if necessary. So that when we talk about projects, we leave this kind of behind. Where I'm going to need your help. Normally, this is where Mike facilitates and I turn into the lovely Vanna White and get to click live while we're doing this. But because that it isn't happening, JJ is going to be making any changes for us, and then we'll get that updated. So any concern here? Scott, did you add?
That
from
Word
yesterday?
document is loaded and is ready to be brought up anytime. we're ready for it.
Oh.
Pull it up and do
Yeah,
it
let's
from
do
there.
that. Yeah. Where did you end up adding that?
Where I add it.
Yeah.
It's on the desktop.
No, the
It's-
language.
It's right behind.
What focus area?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Pardon me for just 1 second. So yesterday, I'm
So
live.
does one is to put suggestions. as
So
well, changes
yesterday,
for this.
That's what I was wondering.
guiding principle on, legislative. you wanted to add?
Yeah, I wanted to discuss if they wanted that to be.
Okay. Did you identify where you wanted it added?
No, I
That's
have
my
not
question.
identified where
Okay,
yet.
that's- then we're good.
It can go on any number of it, depending on what the priorities were.
So what, sorry for the sidebar, we were talking yesterday during your conversation about an emphasis on your legislative priorities and where does that belong? And perhaps we identify that every year we're going to look at that. So we've been trying to determine the best place for guiding principle for that to be. So we're going to do that live right now. But fiscal sustainability, any change here to the focus area?
I don't think so,
I
no.
don't think so
I mean,
either.
reading through that, it talks about some of the stuff that we've been working to accomplish that we feel like we really do need to, which is the business process and operational efficiencies, implementing financial initiatives to recruit good people, and then innovative technology to prepare us for a sustainable future. So all of those things there, I mean, are exactly what we're still trying to work towards. I don't see any need to change that.
I mean,
Okay.
it covers everything that number 5 is going to be the most important for us moving forward, 3 and 5, because we've got to find other resources,
It's good.
partnerships, federal, state.
Right. And they're written in that where they should be evergreen to kind of get you through.
And I don't know, with the guiding principle number 5, implement, leverage, and seek diverse revenue sources that withstand and adapt to changing economic conditions. Part of what we just discussed with our legislative priorities and reviewing that, I think will get us more in tune with what our state representatives are trying to accomplish on their end, which may provide naturally the opportunity for us to position ourselves for any state funding that they may be looking to provide in that given year. And so I think just being more in tune with what the state's doing would or could provide revenue sources.
Absolutely. But just from there's more to your legislative affairs. I'm just going to kind of quantify it that way, to your legislative affairs activities than just the financial aspect. So we are not going to include it under fiscal sustainability.
Right.
So, okay. All right. Vanna, next.
That right?
Manage infrastructure growth and protect natural resources. Maintain your authenticity and attractiveness while accommodating future growth and preparing for climate-related challenges. City will evaluate environmental, municipal, and private constraints on growth. Will identify commercial and residential areas requiring immediate attention, and will promote balanced growth through infill and maintenance of city-owned infrastructure. Then we talk about best practices, programs, technologies for sustainability of existing. Then we talk about long-term planning and prioritization for future. So we talk about current condition, we talk about future condition. Manage annexation, which we talked a little bit about yesterday. Plan for climate change, sea level rise, and maintain a development code that balances the quality of life. I think we've captured all of that as well. I was listening to that conversation yesterday. Actually, all of them kind of related to this, making sure that we had a guiding principle that attached to all of those concerns, which you did during Kurt's presentation yesterday. Anybody feel like anything's missing?
There's something in here I'm missing, and I'm sure properties that are being kind of just run down properties on, economically trying to get it done back up. Neighborhoods such as areas of the Northwest Quadrant.
I think that may belong in safe and vibrant city
Yeah.
Okay,
in that way.
It may be covered under number 3.
Yes, it would be.
Okay, I just want to make
Prioritization,
sure we had that
investment
covered.
strategies.
Yeah,
I wonder if, in the opening paragraph of that, before guiding principles, there's nothing that we talk about infill, we talk about a lot of things that we have guiding principles to back up, but we do not mention annexation.
In
the
your-
description.
We
Focus
don't,
area?
but it
In
is
focus area
in,
description.
It's
yeah,
number
this
five.
is number 5.
yeah, number 5.
Well, but the last clause of that is, will promote balanced growth through infill and maintenance of city-owned infrastructure. Well, annexation is probably also a component of that, right?
Through infill, annexation, and maintenance of city-owned property.
Yeah.
That would fit in.
I'm sorry, you guys have.
Yeah, I
this.
would think that balanced growth is, around the annexation, but then are you suggesting that we add it into that paragraph
Yeah, right where it says infill. put
Yeah,
as
but I
well
think
as in the
that's part
guiding
of-
principle?
Yeah, that's part of your growth, right? I mean,
Right.
Annexation is a growth component. And I wonder what we mean by balanced growth. What does that mean? Do we mean healthy
Yeah.
growth? Do we mean balanced growth?
To
I think
me,
we
it
mean
means
healthy growth,
balance
right?
based on what our infrastructure can support, and then B, the services that we can provide. So it kind of goes back to what we had talked about yesterday is doing adding that financial element to what the burden would be, anticipating any growth. So
Okay.
balanced growth to me would be are we able to provide the services? And then could the infrastructure support it?
So would it be calculated growth then?
Calculated growth be another way to
Would
say
that
that.
be is that a bad term, Bill?
No, no, there's no,
Just checking.
I won't lose my mind over it. I think the challenge that you may have with the word calculated, and here's when you start to, I'm going to say wordsmith these kinds of things, is calculated means, we've,
Is there a price tag on it?
yeah.
How about responsible
Because
growth?
calculated.
I was gonna say that next,
responsible might be
responsible
better.
growth.
So the challenge with responsible, which is why
Yeah.
the word balance seems to come in there, because balance covers everything. It's making sure that it's financially feasible. It makes sure that it fits in. If you talk about responsible, what's responsible to you is not responsible to me, is not
Right.
responsible.
Well, balance is also a subjective term unless you describe it, unless you say what you're balancing.
But that may not be such a bad thing, in that, in this case, it may be good that it leaves a little bit of, to be interpreted. You
That's
don't
kind
get
of
locked
the-
in.
And again,
to
completely
Josh's-
subjective.
To Josh's comment, my interpretation of that initially was that
Every word
It-
can be subjective. So
it had to do with, what can we support from a resource perspective? And when Kurt was talking, we were talking last evening about all the growth and the concern about that. And, are we getting out ahead of our skis on that because, the infrastructure is not supporting it? That balance seemed like the right word there for me.
Mike, do you have any thoughts from the planning commission perspective?
Well, yeah, I think a couple. I think one of the concerns I've always had is trying to balance and have the city out ahead of infrastructure to some degree so that we can guide and direct the direction that the city really wants to go. But when we get locked into annexation, one of the things, and I don't know if it's really included in here or not, but a lot of the annexation depends on our communication and coordination with the county and how that's done. And I think that we have some obstacles in my mind, which may not be in your minds, but in my mind, we have some obstacles that we need to overcome. And I think that having that communication with the county and getting on the same page and having a set of rules that we can both follow and that are both legal and advantageous to both of us would be good. I don't think there's a clear understanding from the county as to what annexation means when we're looking at annexation, just simply, as well as what we should be annexing versus what they should be maintaining. So I think those are issues that need to be taken care of here before you can really get into much more annexation.
Was that not captured in the growth boundaries that were established before?
No, because we have conflicts within the growth boundaries. And so we have a complication there, but then we also have the growth boundaries and agreements that we've had verbal that I don't think are really codified in terms of where the county is looking at growing versus where we're looking at growing. And we haven't really visited that, to my knowledge, since I left, which was 3 years ago. I just think that there needs to be some clarification and some ground rules set at a higher level than just planning.
So the rules that were set in place back in 2006 for growth, they're not being followed? That's what I'm hearing.
I think that to some degree they're not, no.
And that's-
But there's also the establishment, there was a conflict of understanding of where those growth boundaries actually were. As an example, we had set the growth boundaries saying there was not going to be any growth past the Walmart and the airport. And but that was 3 years ago. I don't know if that's a clear understanding still or not. And then
Well,
going.
That's technically not true, because the growth boundaries originally went to Eustis, to Chow Creek.
Yeah,
And
so
then that, we made a conversation with reference to infill, with reference to fill dirt and sea level rise, and that we would pull our boundaries back, which the county has never done. So the conversation of moving those boundaries, we've also had the conversation on Northern Ladies Island with reference to the urbanization that the county's already allowed in the area that we said would be less growth. And so that's where the conflicts are, because the original, they've never been changed from the standpoint of what we originally agreed to in the annexation wars.
And I agree. And that's why I'm saying that we don't have a codification. And so I don't know that we have proper
Consistency.
communication between
I
us
agree with that.
as to what is or is not on the table. And I
Okay,
simply said, I just think there needs to be an initiative here for that communication with the county.
Then I think that needs to play into our concentrated effort of collaboration. That needs to be one of the discussions at the table as we start working on coming together and having those conversations with the county.
And our
So
time
is it-
now is probably the best time we've ever had to reach back out to the county for better collaboration.
Yeah, and I would say also, don't forget, now I chair the North Regional Plan Implementation Committee. So we have a list of discussion items that are there where we can kind of do soft sell on some things there and get those on that list of issues that we would like to cover. And our next, this coming meeting has been canceled because everybody has conflicts. So we're looking at April as being really the first in 3 months that we're going to get together. And I would like to bring all of those agenda items back to the tables and review those and add what we think we ought to add to those.
The growth boundaries are on.
well, does anybody even understand what the original implementation committee set in place when the committee was originally made up of elected officials from all jurisdictions who set that where you sat later, but it seemed like they'd forgotten all the information they did that gave the city the guidance to establish the growth boundaries to begin with. The only reason the city of Beaufort gave up the right to annex was because the county agreed on specific rules of engagement. If those aren't being spoke about, then you've completely missed the boat.
And that's exactly the point.
okay, so I want to, not that this is not an important conversation, because it sounds like we've got a couple of initiatives that need to, or projects that need to fall out of that. But back to your guiding principles and your focus area, just the definition. We're talking about balance versus calculated versus responsible.
Looks good.
It looks good, but so
The word
listening to
sustainable
this,
comes up often as well, but
Yeah, that's
Smart.
That's smart, right?
So what's smart?
Smart, yeah.
Everything's, every word is subjective.
correct.
Doesn't matter what
So
you-
what's the least?
Less objective.
is there a way
subjective.
for us to capture in here, or should we try to capture the importance of working with those partners as we try to accomplish these things? Because the reality is we could put whatever the guiding principles are for managing infrastructure growth and protecting the natural resources. But if we don't prioritize those important conversations that kind of just came to the surface in this conversation, then we're really gonna probably continue to run into a dead end. So should we try to capture the importance of collaboration in here?
I think that could be an additional guiding principle. I don't see anything that addresses it currently in there.
Yeah.
I
You don't
would
think it belongs here?
probably add it
You don't think it
into
belongs here?
5.
No, I do think it belongs.
We do 7. Separate.
Well, because any of those, I'm going to say this, the way that I'm hearing it is these relationships and this process is all related to annexation.
Not necessarily. I think it's related to infrastructure as well, and resiliency and protecting natural.
Okay.
So I think annexation is a part of that, but I don't think that it's solely, I don't think it's just the focus. I think there's more than that.
Okay, so
There's different partners that are involved.
Right.
let's,
Could include the state too.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Yeah.
in the environmental, municipal and private constraints, why don't we add regional partnerships? Or
yeah, city will evaluate environmental, municipal, and private.
regional partnerships and private constraints, or private constraints and regional partnerships?
No, I think you're right. So after the word municipal in the focus area, yep, right there. So before and. What did you say again?
Regional
Regional
partnerships and
partnerships.
private constraints.
Does that get to where, I mean, I'm gonna say we, but I'm just a passenger in this boat at the
It
moment,
specifies a very specific, a very important element.
aspect of it, yeah.
You can add a coordination element into guiding principle 5 to
Yeah, and then I
make it
think
consistent.
that puts a nice little bow on it.
Yeah.
Manage annexation through strategic partnerships and acquisitions.
And
But
So this is how it's worded up on the, sorry, you guys can't see that. Make a better door than a window, my dad used to say. If I stand behind you guys, then I'm not on camera.
Can you highlight the questions that we changed?
JJ is like, what do you want with me? Come on. You can't. that's okay.
So you're highlighting,
The things we
The
added,
things we changed, so I added.
oh,
just, we like color.
okay. Okay, now I'll channel my inner Mike and say, don't forget to save. All right, how are we feeling about that?
Better.
Okay,
So I do have to say half the infrastructure we do work on isn't city owned.
Yeah.
Just want to share that.
all right, let's roll on.
Smart move.
Oh, we do have a guiding principle 7. Maintain a development code that balances quality of life for residents authenticity of the city, and that fosters smart growth. Oh, smart came from over here earlier, but it's in there now. Okay, safe and vibrant city. City of Beaufort will maintain our authenticity while building a safe and equitable city. Beaufort will pursue affordable housing opportunities for all segments of the population, provide responsive public safety, and will improve public spaces. I think this is a throwback from work that was done a while ago.
What do you mean by that?
This was, this has been in place for some time. Just say it that way. Because I think to the conversation we had previously
About the affordable housing.
about affordable housing opportunities.
See anything in here that's no longer relevant.
Yeah.
You know, I think this is one of those things that you continue to improve on, regularly reassess to make sure that you're on track. But I don't see anything in here that needs to change, with maybe the exception of if we, for continuity, instead of affordable housing opportunities, affordability in general.
Housing we can afford. The verbiage that we changed before, but it qualifies it with the all segments of the population, but
Well, I think we could just say we'll pursue affordability for all segments of the population,
not housing or just.
just
make it
affordability in
affordable.
general. Because you can build very expensive things that will make the community not affordable.
So here's an example of some of these competing priorities. If you look at the previous, I don't want you to flip back to it, but under manage infrastructure growth and protect natural resources, guiding principle 4 says manage and encourage infill development. You look at safe and vibrant city, guiding principle 6, foster citywide open space initiatives. So if you have a lot that is capable of being developed by a developer, are you going to encourage that developer to build and infill that lot? Or are you going to encourage that developer to leave it as open space and buy it from the developer and make that happen? Which priority takes precedence?
Are we saying there's no way to balance those two? Because I do think that we could still promote infill while focusing on the importance of open space. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with it, just categorically, but I think we do need to recognize we have to put together something that promotes and encourages and speaks to that balance, because right now we don't, we just have competing priorities.
Which of the two is more important?
All things being equal, are you going to promote that lot to be built, or are you going to promote that lot to remain as open space?
Well, I guess I wonder, is anyone complaining about the lack of open space in the city? Or are we really noticing the infill could be potentially affordable housing or housing of some sort that makes our city more walkable, which is something that we talked about a lot our first 4 years. So I guess from a priority perspective, I would lean towards trying to put something on that open space. And where there are dilapidated homes, the decision has to be made whether that home can be rehabilitated or whether that home comes down and something else goes there. Otherwise, we'll just have a city that has a lot of open space and a lot of dilapidated homes.
I'm not advocating one over the other. I'm just simply saying we probably should define those a little better to be sure that there's an understanding of what takes priority when.
Well, the interesting paradox is that if you ask people at Salem Bay, or if you ask people at Mossy Oaks, there would be a completely different answer.
Yes.
You know, right now, the Salem Bay would want more open space and not having the infill growth around them.
Right.
And yet Mossy Oaks has a wonderful new park and probably feels very engaged from the standpoint of the south side expansion to where they're very happy with the way the park has turned out and so forth.
So I think the solution is this: strike open space initiatives from the list and just say initiatives. That way, depending on the circumstance, and you can decide whether that open space belongs or
Location
not.
makes a big difference. I mean, if you get
Of
something on the
course.
highway.
Yeah,
or
but
the
that
water,
allows
you want it
you
open.
to.
Yeah, that doesn't
So this,
encapsulate it into a specific thing with reference to what you view as being open space.
Because the open space, depending on your perspective, supports a clean, well-maintained, sustainable community. Or the dilapidated building tear down, or let's take care of the infill, all of that gets toward your clean, well-maintained, sustainable community. This open space, in which, you know, again, this is a throwback from the past, doesn't add any value to this.
but Kurt, we have open space, either open space or green space defined in the development code, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think it's too vague here because there is something to point back to better understand what that open space is and then what we're looking to factor into each development. So it is going to vary based on location and what the development is. If it's single family homes like Salem Bay, or if it's an apartment complex where you have maybe the same amount of units, but you're going up and have a smaller footprint. But I don't know that I see the value in striking open space when we do clearly define what that is to provide, you know, a better understanding in our code.
So you're not striking open space from your codes or anything else. You're just saying, look, our initiatives, policies, and codes, open space is covered in those policies and in those codes. We just don't put a conflicting set of words or language here that conflicts with another one later or previous. That's all.
So the suggestion is to drop the specificity in the guiding principle
Right.
that maintain the initiatives, which are already earmarked in the codes.
Correct. Yeah, we're going to say the initiatives are there, the codes are there, all of that stuff is all there. We're just not going to get to the level of we're going to call out open space. Because to everyone's point, it matters where. It depends where, it depends, every one of them is circumstantial. By that, I mean, based on its circumstance. That's the only reason I would advocate for changing that.
I bring this up because we just had a recent example of conflict, right? The application for a green space program that was placed for the property that's adjacent to Publix on Ladies Island. In our plan, it shows that being developed. There is infrastructure in place to support it. There's another apartment complex right beside it. There's a Publix grocery store just across the street. It would be, according to our plan, a perfect place to have housing development. And guiding principle 4 says on the manage infrastructure growth and protect natural resources, manage and encourage infill development to provide for use of current built infrastructure and promote housing and economic development diversity. We specifically did not follow that guiding principle when we signed that letter supporting that application for green space. And so that's why I bring this up. I'm not pointing fingers saying we were right or wrong, but we've got to be cognizant of the fact that we are sometimes making decisions that are absolutely 180 degrees out from our guiding principles.
But in fairness to that, and I'm not defending either side of the conversation, when we did this, the master plan and did the comprehensive plan to include that development, we didn't have all that stuff around it. So at that point, the density of that section became much greater
Right.
in the context that we're looking at it to say, we need to give some relief to this area because with a yet another apartment complex, you now have a density that is not necessarily above what we visioned it as
Right.
being, but realistically, it's now tapped out from the standpoint of the number of people that are going to be in that region. Adjacent to a
Right.
residential neighborhood or whatever, you know, that whatever context. But like I say, I'm not supporting it
Yeah.
one way or the other. I did support it. I was in agreement with, you know, going for the green
Right.
building on it, but
There's a good chance the green space there may not happen, from what I understand. But
that's not the conversation. Let's
Okay.
make sense.
That's- So I'm gonna go back to, if we strike it, we take out potential conflicts, but we don't lessen any activity around it because we still have the initiatives, policies and codes.
I'm okay with
Yeah. I am too.
But you take out the conflicting, I mean, you solve a potential problem, not that one exists. That's the only reason that I would suggest to do it. And I'm not the Parks and Trails guy by any stretch of the imagination. And I don't want to lessen the impact of that open space has in the community. But I think if it's not a singular objective, then this probably doesn't belong like that. Okay. Innovative transportation policy. We're missing a comma in there. Transportation policies, comma, projects and plans to better accommodate patterns of movement for a growing population. Talked about that yesterday as well. So that holds up.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Next. Organizational excellence. This is the internal, should be the internal look at the city of Beaufort as an employer. Theoretically. Responsive, transparent, and efficient organization that engages its citizens, visitors, and stakeholders. Integrate technologies which enhance the execution of city functions, staff organization with highly qualified, diverse personnel, and provide municipal education opportunities for boards, commissions, and citizens.
Do we want to take the same position on the word shall in this statement? We shall integrate technologies which enhances the execution of city functions.
I think in a focus area, shall is appropriate.
Okay.
Because it says, it's stating what our intention is. It's our way of holding ourselves accountable. That's how I look at it anyway.
Okay.
I do think this would be the focus area to include establishing legislative priorities.
I would agree. So clear management expectations. Develop initiatives to improve communication and transparency. Create and maintain a culture of ownership by empowering employees to make decisions. Implement programs and develop projects to create a professional, safe, value-oriented, accountable, and responsive work environment. Implement and evaluate opportunities to foster employee engagement in meaningful ways. And here, if you can just, we'll do guiding principle 6. And just put,
I don't know that we need to spend time.
No, I don't,
wordsmithing
but
this here.
I just want to put a placeholder,
You could put a
legislative,
placeholder, you could just say develop legislative priorities. And
just put legislative
we can put
priorities
some
in
meat
there.
to that later and either do it in a parking lot revisit, or we could do it in a work session.
Yeah, Yeah, you'll see this, you'll see what great minds come up with, as they say. Okay, perfect. Economic development and innovation. Strengthen and diversify its economy, build employment opportunities through partnerships and innovation, support existing businesses and recruit new businesses. As we promote balanced land use, so we got the word balanced in there. Support diverse tourism and remain an authentic hometown. So we make sure that our development services are functioning the best that they can, continually update and refine long-range planning, which is your comprehensive plan. Focus on strategic and targeted economic development pursuits. Support and nurture existing businesses. Educational partners and entrepreneurial efforts, and then employ economic development strategies that invest in public amenities and infrastructure.
I don't know if this has already been done at all, but I'm gonna throw it out there just in case. But guiding principle number 4, nurture and support existing businesses. I'd like to put effort into communicating with the local businesses to see what they feel like the barriers are or where we could do better in supporting them. I'm not sure if we've done that, Scott, but it is in line with what that guiding principle captures, because it would be supporting existing businesses. I just want to make sure that we understand what their barriers are and are working to resolve those.
Well, we certainly have tried to get to the heart of that through our downtown initiative, the Tiger team that we've been addressing. However, that's only one small segment of our business population.
Right.
I would agree, probably we should make an effort to be a little larger with our efforts than just focusing specifically on downtown. So yes, I would agree with that.
Okay.
We do collaborate with the chamber.
What's that?
We collaborate with the chamber on a lot of things as well.
We do.
Do you want to talk about in guiding principle 4 that collaborative effort?
Yeah,
Promote collaboration with I'm standing in the Black Chamber of Commerce, so I'm thinking it's got to be
in collaboration with
chambers,
local chambers of commerce.
chamber. Yeah, there you go.
That could just be a clause before nurture and support, unless you
Yep.
feel like it
No,
should
I-
be stronger than that.
No, I feel like that captures it well.
Local chambers of commerce.
I would say and other applicable nonprofits, because we have others like the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Beaufort Area Hospitality Association, and we also work in concert with to help those businesses as well. But
think
I
you-
wouldn't list every single one of them. I would maybe-
Yeah, I think you're defining that too narrow in the term. When you put in chambers of commerce
Yeah.
and then you start talking about all the other partners, you can't define it in one sentence like that. So you need a word like civic organizations or
Nonprofits.
just local supportive entities.
Yeah.
Come up with a word that relates generically, not specific, because chambers could go out of business 2 years from now, and what are you doing? I mean, if they did.
Business supporting nonprofits.
Did you say civic institutions or?
Civic, I'm trying to come up with a term. There's got to be a word out there. that-
That's more broad.
Yeah, I would.
Civic partners,
Civic partners.
Partners.
Yeah.
drop the local chamber of
Yeah,
commerce,
just.
and just say in collaboration with civic partners.
Yeah, in collaboration with civic partners.
Does that work for you, Mike?
How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Better.
Do we know who those partners are?
That's good because you can be in and out. It's flexible.
Okay, that's a good
It's
add.
far
All
reaching enough so that.
right, any other concerns or questions? Oh, okay, hit save. Because this is how accidents happen. All right, we'll go on to the next one, which I think is the last, 6. Promote balanced housing development that targets a wide variety of options with strategic partnerships and enhanced ordinances and policies.
Careful what you ask for.
Yeah. But the key word with that is balanced.
It's gonna become the goal. You're gonna have to start using it.
I know, yeah.
Just like the word goal.
What did you take away from the last 3 days? Don't use the word goal. I listened to the conversation yesterday and, multifamily, the explosion of it is really related to affordability. And every article that we read seems to be talking about, it used to be cheaper to own than it did to rent. Now it's cheaper to rent than it is to own. And so this idea of balanced and he's not my son, it's our son. My wife had a little something to do with it. He lives in Los Angeles and they have rent control where he's at and predominantly mostly in the city of Los Angeles. And they have been buffered by the fact that it exists. So their rents have not gotten out of control. The irony is the same 1-bedroom apartment that he pays $2,000 a month for in Los Angeles is about the going rent for the 1-bedroom apartments in my community. And it's $2,000 a month in LA because of rent control. But the economists will tell you that the rent control stymies development of brand new housing product. So it's been a very interesting dichotomy between what the economists are saying and what I'm actually seeing in real life. But he is one of those individuals, because he's 5 years younger than his sister, he will not be able to buy a home. Just never going to be able to afford it. And not because of where he lives, because even if he lived where we are, still median home price is $425,000. It's just not going to happen. So this balanced housing issue is going to go on and on and on. And I don't know that any of us, short of a federal investment, is going to help.
Well, and to say nothing of the fact that there's a huge demographic shift with reference to ownership and that in the last 5 years is.
So let me,
absolutely
can I
changed.
ask a question on this one? How do you promote balanced housing as a government when the market and your form-based code drives what can actually be built on properties? So if your plan is to say that you're going to try to make that happen, you may be in conflict with your planning ordinance that says on this particular parcel, this is what you can build. And the market drives that. So
But that's technically what planning does from the standpoint of allowing
so wouldn't you encourage it
variant-
rather than promote it?
variant choices
Yeah.
across zoning options. I mean, because you
Yeah,
want to keep.
I'm just trying to think as a leadership role, and you're saying to a developer coming in, we want you to do, these types of prices, ranges, sizes, ownership, blah, blah, blah. It's really not in your mandate. I don't know how you could get there, but what you could do is you could promote it. I mean, you could encourage it. But if your code doesn't allow it to happen, like, the transect zoning pretty much dictates what a developer can or can't do without special exception on the properties, which affects pricing. I don't know how you get there from here.
So, and I could be wrong on this, but I think our challenge now in regards to affordable housing, because we have the range in options right now with over 3,000 residential units potentially coming online. I think we have that. We have single family homes, mixed family developments. I mean, we have all of that. I think the challenge for us is going to be maintaining that affordability, because as we just become flushed with new development for a while, I think that's going to be affordable until we experience the growth to fill those residential units. And then once they're full, we have an inventory problem again, and we have an affordability issue. And whether that's 10 years from now or 15 years from now, I think the problem now becomes, how do we maintain a level of affordable housing even as we grow in those fill? And that's going to be the challenge. So I think what we've in the development code promoting the balanced housing development, the sheer amount of options that are now being brought out of the ground obviously speak to that was accomplished. I don't know how well when you compare it to the issues that we now will have with the infrastructure, but even if those units can't be filled in the moment and you have rental rates come down and incentives offered to fill those, at some point, we're going to experience the growth, and you're going to have that demand on inventory that'll then just drive the price back up, and you'll be in the same boat having to have new development. So again, I could be wrong on that, but I do think that our objective would probably be better as trying to maintain affordability when it comes to housing long-term.
Remember, in the tax credit properties, they do maintain a degree of affordability because they're required by law
For a period of time.
for 15 years or whatever the terminology,
Right.
whatever the term is.
And
And
when,
the premise would be that you would build more tax credit properties in that time frame, so that when those expire, there are other ones to replace that need. But I don't know how you verbalize that.
What about, I think based on this, I don't like the word promote either. Now that we have this conversation, I don't think it belongs in this situation.
So your goal is not to
Encourage is
promote.
less costly. Promote sounds like you're putting money behind it.
Yeah, or
Or effort. You know.
you're waving flags and you're rah-rahing for this. But do you manage balanced housing development? Can you manage it? I'm
Do you mean
gonna
with like,
generically answer
you mean
that.
with like inclusionary zoning, something
Just-
like that, that's not
If we
allowed
use the
in
word
South Carolina?
managed balanced housing development.
It sounds more.
Yeah.
It's not
No.
the city.
I don't think
Sounds
you
more
can do that.
mandated.
Correct. So,
I think you can encourage diverse housing development concepts. You know, that's about the best you can do.
encourage diverse housing.
Encourage diverse housing development concepts that target a wide variety of options. So basically, you're setting the city up to be supportive of the idea that we should have a diverse type of housing. And then you're not, you're not going to solve that problem. Affordable housing is a legislative body. Okay, it's a private sector issue. You can get out of the way and see what happens, and that's generally the best approach.
I think that's what we-
Or you can keep bureaucratically planning it to the point where nothing happens. So you got to make a choice.
Did you say encourage?
Encourage
Yeah, we-
diverse housing development concepts.
Let's try that. Let's just see how that looks. So don't throw it away yet. Well, promote, we can throw away because I don't think
Yeah, I don't
anybody
like
likes that. Encourage diverse
Housing development concepts.
housing development concepts that targets a wide, there we go. So
And
Just
then
wipe out
just do
balanced
a-
housing development.
do a strike through there.
strike through on the balanced housing development. Close enough.
So let's see how that feels. And
I mean, it's lofty but not attainable.
Right, it's broad enough.
I mean, we don't really have control over that.
can you synonym the word encourage? Yeah, that doesn't work.
Inspire, hearten,
Cheer.
You could foster.
reassure.
Let's move this.
That's what boost.
Encourage
What about,
better.
what about foster?
No,
No,
we said no, pull that one back.
I was on a foster kick for a long time. I mean, seriously, if you looked at some of the work we did a few years ago, like everything said foster. So I got someone else's. Can we change the word, please?
Like encourage.
I like encourage, but foster sounds like a.
Encourage.
you're owning it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
foster
you're-
gives
If
you
you
access.
foster, you
Yeah.
own it.
You're sitting on that egg if you do that.
Exactly.
And the word encourage is okay here,
Yes.
no, so in every
Yes.
community, it's different, but no one's gonna say, oh, you're gonna be encouraging it now? I just,
Well, I think we have been.
In the context of this, I think encourage is.
Well, that's what the form-based code was supposed to do for us, really.
Yeah.
It's the real concept of planning changes. It's supposed to make it predictable, encourage the diverse type of development practices that would produce things like more affordable or economically feasible projects.
I just learned, I didn't know this before, but evidently the county has got a large affordable housing project going on out there by the new Kroger. And I don't know if,
That's in Bluffton.
I don't know if we coordinate with the county on affordable housing initiatives
They've got
or not.
they've got a conversation on Ladies Island as well. About the school.
Yeah.
They haven't
It
bought
doesn't-
anything yet, but they're talking about it.
doesn't make the hair in the back of your neck stand up.
And we kind of are
Purpose of
through
the
the,
housing trust.
the housing trust, the
That's what the
affordable housing
purpose of
trust.
that was.
Yeah.
All right, we'll land here and quote unquote sleep on it. I think this was a good change as well. Okay, so just to give you a little glimpse, this is how we're gonna look at these projects when we do that here in a little bit. We're gonna look at them. Your comments in the surveys, et cetera, showed up like this. In a brief statement, we're going to identify who, from a department perspective, is going to be responsible to lead that effort and when are they going to do it. So we get a little bit of accountability, and then we'll let the staff unleash itself on smart objectives or smart goals. But this is kind of how we'll go through that. Is what the rest of those pages are, but we're going to do that in a little bit. So thank you to my lovely assistant. We are due for a break. And then Kurt's going to come up and talk about the development code. And then after lunch, we'll talk about capital projects. We'll get a little update on that.
Now,
And then we'll get into, we'll get back into this list. So let's go ahead and let's break until 10:25.
not talking about current development, but first I'd just like to say that we have a lot of people in the audience that have been working on all the development code updates. And I think also we're kind of maybe the inspiration for them in the first place. But I think we have Kim McFan, who's our secretary of the Planning Commission, Bill Bardenwerper, who's our vice chairman, actually Dennis, who used to be on the MPC, right? Libby, who was the former planning director, and of course, Mike and the two Mikes. Definitely been working on some of these things in the past. So I think, again, anytime during this, discussion, if they'd like to, add anything at all, feel comfortable to do so. So what we're talking about today is the development code update. But I think it's a good segue for the whole comprehensive plan and civic master plan discussion that you're having, what to prioritize in the future. Because it's basically the code that enforces the vision that you would wish for the city. And so we're making some changes to that code. And so those changes are some pretty substantial changes, I would say. So when you're looking to update that vision of the comprehensive plan and think about maybe even the civic master plan, I think this is a good segue to show maybe some of these updates could be made in those revisions as well. So with that, I'll start. Hopefully I'm doing this right. So it's been a long process, I'll admit, and I think we're finally starting to get some really into the meat of it. But in February 2024, so last year at this time, exactly a year ago, the new planning commission was set. And I think I talked about that last year. And that combined the DRB with the Metropolitan Planning Commission. So the Metropolitan Planning Commission used to have Port Royal, the county, and the city on it. It used to have representatives from each. And the DRB used to be just city representatives that were looking at basically architecture for commercial and multifamily projects. So those two functions were combined into one board that now does the planning and the, oh, go ahead. Sure. I didn't want to screw it all up. And the DRB was basically looking at, it was a city-only board. So those two functions were combined, and a lot of the members of the DRB were retained for that new planning commission, and then new members of the planning commission were set. And I think, as you can see, some of them are in the audience. So that was a big undertaking, and really the start of the code edit session started the year before, but the planning commission didn't get to it until March. And that's when we had the first meeting to kind of discuss, hey, look, we're doing these major code edit sessions. And, you're going to have a lot of work to do in the future. But they've, so far last year, they had 12 code edit sessions. And I think we've already had 3 this year, just to kind of get through chapters 7 and 9. Last year as well, in June, we finished the code edit sessions with City Council. So that was an additional work session. I think you all remember, for about 9-10 months. So a lot of these changes had already been workshopped with the City Council. Then they've been sent to the Planning Commission, who's been kind of working on it right now. So in June, the first code edit amendment related to historic preservation was recommended by the Planning Commission. And I think it was probably the most controversial part of the whole code. And so it took a lot of extra time, even though the amount of volume that it was kind of not as kind of more minor than the rest of the edits, but it involved some, very politically sensitive questions. And so, like demolitions and COAs and that kind of thing. Then finally in January, we've gotten through chapter 7, 9, which is about 120 pages of material, with a lot of it being additional material. And so the Planning Commission right now, I think I've kind of identified some of them, but we have 3 attorneys, 2 with a lot of land use experience. And I know one, basically that was his practice to do land use. 2 architects. One's an active Beaufort architect right now, who used to be the chairman. 1 retired civil engineer, and 1 developer. who lives right over there. So, that's the collection of people that we have on the planning commission. So a lot of experience with development from basically the infrastructure side to the design side to code writing, presenting projects from the development side. Just a lot of experience on this board. We have been taking public comment in each meeting, I think kind of extensively. We've also been including stakeholders for each section. I know just last month, we invited a number of people to talk about some of the Chapter 5 edits, and they were helpful. Citizens have sent some draft changes. So we've had draft changes from some of the people in this room and also some other citizens that the Planning Commission has been considering throughout the process. So we did send it to the Historic Review Board, but I don't know if you want to have some additional conversation, Mike, in the future about some of those changes before they go to City Council. Might be something that we do, and we sent it to the Zoning Board of Appeals as well, just for comments. So that's kind of the background on this. I think I've kind of talked about the commitment, but we've had a lot of meetings. Every line of the code in each chapter has been proofread. That's obviously taken a lot of time. And then we've had obviously extensive discussions on basically every line of the code. And there's been a lot of honestly materials that have been created in this process. So each packet has been a few hundred pages, and we've created a lot of them because there's been a lot of meetings, as you can see. And so I think we'll go to chapter 7 and 9. So we had a final recommendation really just recently. And so these are some major changes, I think, from chapter 7 and 9. And so I think Mike was kind of getting to it. You got the civic master plan, right? I just brought it to this. I think a former council, who some of you might have been on the council at the time, kind of developed this civic master plan, from what I understand, from a number of years. It took a lot of time to put this together. And I think with that vision, you created the form-based code. And that's what I understand. And this vision was, I think, a really both granular and a very 20,000 square foot vision, where the entire city was looked at, every single street was looked at, planned for. I think a transect vision where uses don't really matter so much, where we're talking about architecture and infill, I think, as Mike was kind of discussing, was really the emphasis, I think, of this form-based code. And so, of the civic master plan. So it's put in the form-based code. And so that form-based code was approved in 2018. It's had, I think, a lot of discussion over the years on this form-based code, is whether it's working or not. It's a very, it's a very extensive document. And one of the purposes of it, to make, I think, this plan a reality, well, I'm knocking everything over, was really some extensive regulations that hadn't really, I would say, needed some tightening up and needed to be looked at again. And part of that, I think, because those extensive regulations, the thought was, I think, in the code, that a lot of things would be maybe more administratively approved. Hopefully that makes sense. And if they were approved, they would be approved for a long time, because the thought was that if you had to do all of this stuff for the code, to get to an approval, then I think it was allowing you some time and maybe administrative approval. So does that make sense to everybody? Hopefully. And I think what that left with it, and it also was very architecture, I would say, and vision focused. So infrastructure, streets were considered, I'd say, pretty strongly, but infrastructure and development maybe wasn't as strongly considered as architecture and design in the code, I would say. And so kind of that is the background. The code wasn't very, I would say, not very strong, and how a project was approved. What were the duties and responsibilities of the board, of code administrators? What were the findings they needed to make? What were the factors they needed to approve things? That extensive 7-year approval essentially for things. And also just, a lack of kind of infrastructure regulations, I think were kind of thought of, were kind of instituted at the time. And so chapter 7 is kind of the streets and infrastructure requirements and platting. And so there really wasn't a ton in it. And so what we did is we took that out and basically rewrote the entire section and added quite a bit. And so what did that entail? So it entailed kind of redoing the open space that you were talking about to make it a little clearer, not completely redoing it. I think you've seen that, but just to make it clear. TIAs and traffic and street standards, we spent a lot of time on that. I think, the challenge that the city has is the streets are owned by the state for the most part. We do have actually the strongest TIA requirement already in the code in this area. But the problem being is that those TIAs were done basically like an island, if that makes sense. So, if I came in with one of those apartment complexes and the other apartment complex came in, if the two Mikes came in as developers, they were not including each other's apartment complex, even though they were a quarter mile from each other. And they were making the same impact on the street system, if that makes sense. And so that is something, and they weren't required to really buy that TIA requirement in our code. So that's something we were definitely trying to take care of, is that as projects come in, they look at all of the proposed development within that area, within a large area, right? And so we try to extend that area so we get a good picture of what are the development impacts, not just what are these very specific impacts for just this project. And that's so important because those impacts trigger additional improvements on the roads. And so if you have everything as an island and everything came in within a 1 or 2 year period, they're all not triggering things because they're all not taking things into account. And so I think that was one of the things that we looked to change completely and try to make sure that's being resolved. And I think, with the comprehensive plan that we were talking about, that when we do an update, is maybe thinking about the city doing a major transportation component of that. And I think if you're going to do that, you probably need to think about impact fees as well, because we are giving all the impact fees to the county. And I know we don't own the streets, but that is a big bargaining tool with the developer, right? We can, maybe they build a turn lane, for their project. And, I think we can facilitate that. We have the power for that. But when we're giving all the money over to another agency who's not dedicated to putting it back into the city, from what I can tell with all this development, I think that's a big problem. And I'm just going to state that that's not how development is usually done around the country. And so I think that's something we need to think about, even though we don't have an engineering department. But so we talked about streets. Then we got into the platting requirements. And so a lot of the issues with the platting requirements is there were no requirements. And so if I did a subdivision, I was basically just going to Beaufort Jasper for their end, the state for their end. And then I was getting approval from a staff after a sketch plan review. So a sketch plan went to the MPC at the time. We had very minor information, almost just a cocktail napkin. I hate to say it, but a very sketch plan of that development. And sometimes with that island of a TIA, without knowing the infrastructure capacity, you were getting, I think, difficult decisions that you were forcing the planning commission, the MPC especially, to make. And so now, and also that was all just done as a public meeting. The sketch plan was a public meeting. There was no notice requirement. Then as you got to a preliminary and a final plat, that was all administrative. And so, and there was no requirements really for that approval. So usually in a code, that's a lot of pages, right? So you usually say, hey, what are the sewer lines? What are, just all of these things, stormwater, everything you can think of is supposed to be in that submittal. And there should be factors of why it should be approved or not. And so we really didn't have those in our code, and they were all being administratively done. So that makes sense to everybody. So we were having a board approve a project with a sketch, and then taking that sketch, entitled it essentially, and taking it to staff who really didn't have the requirements to require much for an approval, and then approving it for a long period of time. And I think that's the concern I had as a professional, is that's not a very good process for development. I'm just going to be perfectly honest. I probably shouldn't be saying this. It's not a very good process for development. I don't think it creates ideal outcomes for development, because we're missing a lot of things, right? You know, and you're not getting the information that staff needed, or the developer needed, or the Metropolitan Planning Commission needed, or citizens needed to make a good decision, right? And so I think that was the first thing we did, is create pretty extensive standards for each one of those processes, and then make them essentially a public hearing that goes to the Planning Commission. So the thought being is that this is important to the community, and it needs light, right? It needs the ability for people and citizens to come out and talk about it. And I think that's something we're proposing to be done. And so the same with rezoning. I think that's a little more controversial, is, you know, can we include just a sketch plan? And I think we're including it. We're going to take it to the city council, but the thought is that you should have a little more information on the project before you just entitle it with the zoning, and, yeah, especially if it's a more major project. So that's a big change. So if that all makes some sense, and then minor subdivisions, same thing, is we're basically allowing minor subdivisions up to 10 lots really on any property, and that's not consistent with the national standards. It's usually 5 or 6. And so, and the reason for that is because when you go over 5 or 6, the thought is around the country is, and 5 or 6 for one lot ever, right? If you had a farm, so if Neil had a farm, he could subdivide it 5 times. After that 5 times, then he needs to do a major subdivision to build the apartments or the Salem Bay, right? And so the reason one does that is because if you can see that if you keep allowing a property to keep getting minor subdivided, that's just having a surveyor draw a line down the property. You never trigger infrastructure requirements or streets at all, ever. And so then you basically forego those improvements that you would have when you go into platting. So those are all requirements with platting. And so it creates a situation where, you know, you might not have good stormwater there. You might not have good streets because they were never required. And everybody's just getting a house permit essentially. So trying to put that down to 5. I think I talked about the street and infrastructure standards, but I think, you know, as we go into a comprehensive plan, I think that's something we obviously are talking about requiring is, you know, what can our streets handle in the future? And maybe doing a transportation plan, which is pretty typical in most jurisdictions, to do that every 5 to 10 years. You know, look at the carrying capacity of all those roads, look at what we've approved, and then look at you know, the density here. And so I think that's the concern that, you know, I think that's been coming up, is a lot of the city that you see was zoned T4 or T5. And that's to promote infill and affordability. However, it has unlimited density. And so without looking at those streets and doing them as an island, there might be a lot of issues that we have to think about, because I think we're kind of playing catch up. So it might have been a great idea, but I think we're now seeing the unintended consequences of that idea. If that makes sense to everybody, because people are maximizing their property. You know, T5 UC, you can do a lot of things, but the highest use would be multifamily, right? And you know, if they can get the funding, you know, a developer is going to go to what they can obviously get the most bang for their buck. And so instead of maybe building a mixed-use building or a single-family subdivision, they're maximizing with an apartment. And so those apartments are built not on an urban grid, because we've zoned a lot of this area not on an urban grid. So I mean, these are things I think we have to think about with the streets and with the comprehensive plan update when we go forward. So if that makes sense to everybody. And then chapter 9 is really kind of putting this all into play with you know, who approves what. So that's why they cross-reference each other. The powers that the HRB, the Planning Commission, staff have, you know, requiring the notices, the public hearings, you know, will neighbors get noticed? And so that's kind of why those went together, is chapter 9 is kind of empowering, I think, all that noticing that I was kind of discussing. So.
Kirk, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Real quick. So from your perspective, we have an update for the comprehensive plan on the horizon. and we're going through the code edits, basically rewriting, some of these chapters entirely. The question would be, does a comprehensive plan drive what the development code becomes, or does a development code drive what the comprehensive plan is? Because if we're rewriting so much of this now, how does that play into the update that we expect in the near future for the comprehensive plan? And does that potentially create challenges in the planning part? So just a question.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Well, I think the updates we're making are actually to kind of, I don't think anybody is saying we're trying to get rid of the code, right? I think we're trying to make it workable, right? And have outcomes that work for citizens, developers, boards that were maybe missed when the code was originally done. So, and I think what we're talking about with the update is just to kind of correct this is more of a minor revision, correct some of the issues that I think we're seeing with like infrastructure, right? That seems to be a big topic right now with growth, right? That, maybe didn't exist when that was originally thought of, but maybe they did. But so yeah, I think we're looking at a minor update, and I think these current code changes are really to address the original plan here, civic master plan, and really address those unintended consequences. That's what I would say.
Okay, and that's because that's where I'm at too, where I think the update for the comprehensive plan, this is just my personal position on it, needs to be focused around aligning the development code with the comprehensive plan. Because it's not that the plan is bad, it's just that the development code doesn't support it and in some ways contradicts it. And so if that's been the focus as you guys are working through this, is to make changes that better align the two, then I would agree, maybe there's not an issue there.
Yeah, and with the comprehensive plan, we'll definitely have to make some changes to make them more aligned. But, I think they did the comprehensive plan after the code was adopted. I think there was a lot of thought about that. But yeah, I think there's, everything needs to be updated with time, right? And it's not until you have development that you see how it works or not. And I think with that practical experience, we're seeing how it works in all of these areas. And now I think, have good ways to update that, right? And so I think that's what we're planning, I hope, so.
Yeah. I think when we did the comp plan the last time, it was about 4 years ago. It was the last thing I did when I was holding office. And we went through the comp plan and did as much as we could to make it relevant at that time, because this comp plan that you have in front of us now is a complete rewrite. And it begs a lot of questions. And because of understanding what we had in that comp plan to some degree, and if you go to the back of the comp plan, you'll see that there's 100 different initiatives written. Some of those have been picked up on our strategic plan. I think we agreed yesterday that we need to coordinate the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan. But as we've done the code changes, we have referred back to the strategic and the comp plan in many cases. So I think that we will, at the end of the day, get that comprehensive integration between the two. But as Curtis said, and as we have discussed in our commission meetings, the comp plan needs to have a look at it and an update to it, not a rewrite of it. And so we need to reinforce the weaker areas of that comp plan, bring it up to date, because there's a lot that's happened in the last 4 years. We knew it was coming, but it really came over the last 4 years. So when we get to look at that, I don't think it's going to be inconsistent at all with what we're trying to do with the codes. I think if anything, the codes are really trying to bring us up to date to where we are today, the issues and the problems that we have administratively and judicially with everything that we're facing now. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
The next chapter And, I think we can, defer sometimes to some of the members of the audience because they've been working on this for a long time. But the thing we're working on right now, and we're going to have a long meeting, met a few times on, is the tree standards, parking standards, landscaping standards. And so I think one of the other major things that I've heard, it seems like everything is streets, apartments, trees. That's what I hear. But there's a lot of concern for the environment. It was in your strategic plan. A lot of the initiatives and the goals that you're not goals. Hold on, and
Short circuiting?
That's right. It was really kind of the natural environment, right? Preserving that beauty, that open space. And, I think these developments obviously has resulted in clear cutting. And that's created a lot of concern, I think, in the community. And also just the environmental impact on the wetlands, on the shore, on all of those things. And there's just this really strong, I think, preservation of that environment, nature here. So I think that's why we're doing this next, is because of that community, I think, thought on all those matters. And so right now you can basically clear cut a site, and you can clear cut a site and mitigate it with some new plantings of trees, but they have to be a few diameter inches, they can be that small. And you can pay, I think actually the most minimal fee in north of the Broad to clear cut a site. So, again, we're going back to the developer. Let's say they got the T5 site or RMX site, they're looking at it and they're like, do I save a tree when it would be a lot easier for me just to clear cut it all, plant some small trees out there, pay a minimal fine, and then build my whatever it is, right? Because I'm going to maximize my development. And so I think, what we're looking at is, can we make changes to that to kind of preserve that natural environment? And so, what we're proposing is to require like an existing tree canopy to be maintained on every site. And then obviously graduated down, if it's in the T5, which is supposed to be very urban development, that obviously wouldn't have to really require much at all, but everything else would have to require a percentage. And then incentivizing that for developers. So if you're going to do that, then you get breaks on other things. Just because, we value these, trees, especially in that canopy, quite a bit, right? So we have to kind of give and take, I think, a little bit to developers. So that's the idea with that. Kind of revising all of the landscape and buffer standards. Right now, there's a lot of unclarity on some of those standards. I think you can kind of see that down 170, you look at Buford Station or Walmart, and the question is, are they supposed to be naturally maintained? Are we going to allow them to cut them down? Because we don't really have anything in the code that says they have to be naturally made, so it's a little unclear, right? So working on that, and just trees in general, what species, what should be saved, what should be the cost to mitigate those trees. And then parking standards, I think, are something important, I think, to the community that probably need to spend a little more time on. I think that the trees have been the focus right now, but the parking is a little more challenging because, the whole code is predicated on urban lots and blocks. And I think I've kind of referred to this in the past, but we don't have urban lots and blocks in a lot of areas. And so we're allowing a parking reduction, thinking that you can go park on the street right there because there's a lot of parking spaces. But we've zoned a lot of areas where it's an open field, right? And there's no lots and blocks. And so that's a problem with some of our transects that I think we have to we'll be addressing with those parking standards, because, there is a nationwide trend to kind of reduce parking, if you will. I think that's a good trend, but at the same time, we might get into a point where we just don't have enough parking for some of the uses at all. And there's no street parking to even allow that parking to exist. So, that's an issue that I think we're addressing in that chapter as well. And then the final chapter, which hopefully we'll get to in the summer, I think we're planning like March or April with the chapter 5, and hopefully May or June for chapters 2 and 4. It was really the kind of the core of this is the zoning and design standards. So those kind of cross-reference each other a lot. There's already a draft review, but I'm sure we'll get into very extensive discussion about that. And I think we're not really proposing major changes to that. I think the council's seen all of those. So, with that discussion with the planning commission, I don't know where it'll go, but just trying to kind of clean things up, right? Because that was I think the benefit of the code was really a lot of those design requirements. And so just trying to clean them up and make sure that they actually work. Because there's a lot of cross references. There's a lot of complexity that sometimes doesn't reference the right section or references the wrong section, or it's not clear where you should go. You have to go maybe 3 or 4 different sections. So like the planning commission staff reports have, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, all talking about like a large scale building. So they have like 5 different sections. So it's difficult for a citizen, staff, council member, developer to kind of make heads or tails of some of this stuff. So I think that's kind of the goal here with that. And so with that, I think I would invite, maybe Bill or Kim or Mike to 2 mics if they'd like to.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One is, and I think that was an excellent presentation of everything that Kurt went through. However, I think that in going through it quickly, I don't want it to underestimate what the magnitude of the changes and modifications to these sections of the code are. There are a lot of them. There'll be a lot for you to take a look at. I think they're all positive. I think they're all in the best interests of the community. I think the entire board always worked towards the best interests of the community as a whole. And that having attorneys and developers and civil engineers and architects all on that board at the same time is helpful from that standpoint, because we get different perspectives. So we did a lot of very good due diligence as we went through everything. We challenged each other as we went through each one of these sections. I look forward to you reviewing what we've already sent you. Not that there won't be pushback in some areas from the community, but I think we've evaluated most everything based on the best interests of the community. The other thing I wanted to talk about that we keep bringing up, but we don't really actually discuss, and that is the civic master plan. The civic master plan is got a lot of years on it at this point. There were some pretty major conflicts between that and our codes as we've gone through the process over the last number of years. I think that the civic master plan was very expensive originally to do that. I don't think there's probably an appetite to have somebody come in and redo that. But I still think that there's a lot of good information in it. I think it's a visionary document, and I think we ought to leave it as a visionary document and something that we can continue to use in that way. But I think our focus needs to be first the codes, so that we're giving the community that's building projects and asking for projects in the future a basis that we feel is more appropriate for our city for them to move forward with. And then, of course, the comprehensive plan, which we really integrate a lot into the codes because they have to look at both of those at the same time and take that comprehensive plan and do an update of whatever we need to in that, hold the community interviews, but do it over a shorter period of time to try and get it done comprehensively so the two will mesh together. That's all I have.
Yeah, if I could speak on that civic master plan, because I think this council probably spent a lot of time creating an extremely visionary document, like 10 or I guess even more than 12 years ago. It basically master planned the entire city, but not just master plan the entire city, but at a granular level. I would call it almost like a sub area plan or an overlay plan on every single area of the city. problem with that, some of that made it into the code. A lot of it did not. Like the parallel street, that comes from that civic master plan. So that was a parallel street that came out into a square, a very walkable environment, really a great idea, right? A great idea. The problem is with a lot of it, I think it implied heavy urban infrastructure investment for most of this civic master plan. And the code implied heavy civic urban infrastructure improvement for a lot of the areas that they did not exist. And that's really, I think, the main issue here is that, like the parallel roads, that's a great idea. I think everyone here in this room would agree that that's a great idea. We would like to see it, but without the funding and without the investment, without putting it as a code requirement per se. I mean, there are some references in the appendix section of the code, but you don't lock in a developer and then you're creating a plan that requires a lot more going on to ever exist. And so then you're here making a difficult decision 12 years later to build a street that was planned for, probably 15 years ago, and a square and all of that, but you haven't acquired any of the property, but it's still on the, but that's just in one place, but this is kind of multiplied throughout the civic master plan in a lot of areas. That might be the most dramatic of the areas, but that vision, it's a great vision, right? It's just, it required, funding. And I think that's, to me, what we need to be looking at with the transport, with updating the comprehensive plan is what makes sense, right? Because you've got this vision that's very granular, but I don't know that vision makes sense without like $1 billion. So anyway.
While we're having this discussion, I'd like to suggest that we go ahead and receive what has already been through the planning commission so that we can start to review that, because it's going to be really challenging for council to receive all of these changes at one time and then expect to, make a decision one way or the next, because we just won't have enough time to really read through it carefully. So I'd like to suggest that we receive a copy of what has already come through the planning commission. And then if I had a preference on how that was received, it would reflect what it was, what we sent, and then what we're getting back, so that we could really, there's context in the meeting itself, and you could hear the conversations. I watch your meetings and I try to understand how you're getting from A to B, because it's helpful. But I'd like to start reviewing those final drafts that came from the planning commission well before we have to make a decision on implementing that into the code. So just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, I'm Bill Barton. A couple of things, if I might. Number one is, as you do review the code, I think the only way that you really appreciate the impact of the proposed changes is really when you go through it line by line. If you go through it superficially, you really won't fully comprehend the changes that we've made. But we really did focus on not only broad discussions, but we got down into the weeds talking about individual words, because words matter. Being a land use lawyer who spent 40 years in this, having not only represented clients before large city planning commissions, but also writing a lot of development codes, I understand that words matter, and I think the planning commission, as we went through this, really took that seriously. Number two on the code, and then I want to say something about the comprehensive plan if I can real quickly. There's a lot of things you'll see in here, but one of the things that it is actually pretty big was our recommendation that the planning commission actually now start holding public hearings on zoning changes. So the DRC historically always held what was a public hearing, much like the Historic Review Board and as the planning commission did in subdivision cases. But in zoning cases, we just held a public meeting. And that didn't require any due process requirements for the way public hearings or the way the meeting was held. It also just kind of changed the nature of our relationship with the public that we interact with us. if we didn't hold the official public hearing, we really weren't gathering evidence and making our decisions based on evidence. We were just hearing what whoever might have something to say would bring to us, and then we'd send a recommendation to us. Our recommendation per statute now is that we hold an official public hearing, and maybe the only public hearing, because the statute says that either the planning commission will hold a public hearing or the city council can hold a public hearing, but it also infers that both can hold a public hearing. So the idea is that we would hold a formal public hearing with very credible notice going forward. And the public would therefore be told, bring your comments to the planning commission, because it may not be that the city council in the end holds its own public hearing. The city council has to finally vote on a recommendation in the end, but it may choose to have a non-evidentiary meeting of its own just because it chooses not to. So I think it makes it that the planning commission's role and what we do becomes more important and of more value to you. And if in every single case you decide to go forward and hold your own public hearing, so be it. But if you choose, for whatever reason you may choose not to hold a public hearing, we will have already gathered all the evidence and made an evidence-based decision. And I hope that you consider that one seriously. The other thing I'd just like to say about the zoning part of what we do is that my view has been that the comp plan is inadequate as a document, a guiding document for us. There's a lot of information in there. Talks about a lot of various things. You all know what's in it, but really doesn't give us enough guidance for our land use decisions, whether they're zoning, which by statute is supposed to be based on the comprehensive plan, but also design review. So the way I've always seen it is the land development code is sort of the baseline. File an application, you got to comply with the land development code. But when we gather as a commission, and you ultimately as a decider on zoning cases, you know, it should be a higher bar. And that's where you look to the comprehensive plan. And I think what the comprehensive plan misses is this, and these two words I think are key if we do a revision, is impact mitigation. There's really nothing in there about impact mitigation. So whether it's transportation or whether it's land use, whether it's environmental, if we could add a section to every one of those, what they call elements for impact mitigation, to give specific things that we need to consider as a planning commission, you as a city council going forward and looking at land use proposals, is what is the impact of this and how do you mitigate those impacts? Because it's not just the impact that if we want to grow as a community and we want appropriate growth, we need to have some better guidance. And I think the comprehensive plan can provide that in terms of what are the impacts and how should they be mitigated. And then when we make our decisions, we're not just pulling stuff out of thin air. We're actually looking at those impact mitigation guidelines. And they can be short and brief, but they should be in the comprehensive plan and not in there. So this is fun.
And real quick on the first point that you made in regards to the public hearing, I'm gonna tell you why right now I support that, because Kurt talked a little bit about the makeup of the planning commission and the professional backgrounds of the members on the board. And that was a very thoughtful and a purposeful design. So to me, this gives the public the opportunity to not just bring up their concerns, but bring up their concerns to those who have the professional backgrounds to adequately address those. So thank you for that.
Hi, I'm Kim McMahon. I've been on the planning commission, and before that, I was on the DRB for almost 6 years. It's been quite a process working on this code, and just to build on the things that Mike and Bill have said. One of the big things that we've tried to do throughout this process is increase the clarity and the transparency part of the planning process. One of the reasons for that is we really want to encourage public participation and the ability to enable public participation in the process by making it really clear what needs to be in an application. Those applications are included in the public packets for all the meetings. One of the things that Kurt mentioned to us early on in this process was there was kind of a city checklist, but it was nowhere in the code. Did it say exactly what they have to include in each type of application? So we've spent a lot of time clarifying that. And those are some of the really big changes that we made because we've added things to the code that never were in there before. We've also identified some gaps in the code that things that the code doesn't address at all, such as the matter of annexation. We've asked staff to provide us with a proposed code section, or multiple sections as need be, so that there's something in there that says, what do you need to bring to the city when you apply for an annexation? What does your application need to contain? And what standards should the commission apply? Ruling on that, because we've had, in the 10 months that we've been operating as a planning commission, we've had multiple applications for annexations. And along with those, there's always a rezoning application. And one of the problems we ran into was they didn't have to tell us what exactly they wanted to do on this area that they wanted us to annex. They didn't have to give us a sketch plan. They didn't have to give us anything. We clarified recently that yes, we can ask for that information with the city attorney by an opinion from him. But anyway, the code needs to address that, and we're working on that. But the other thing about the transparency initiative that we've undertaken here is it really provides the proposed revisions we put together really provide clear notice of what is required, what is allowed, and fills the gaps, and provides, more importantly, clear standards for decisions. And those were lacking, unfortunately, in the previous code. So we were kind of making them up, doing our best to try to, understand what the city wants through other documents, but we've now incorporated things in there such as the strategic plan, the comprehensive plan as other standards, and we've eliminated unclear, undefined terms that previously were in there as supposed rules of decision. And I think that's really important. The other things that we have done is we've really worked on it and tried to be very fair about it. And we've taken a lot of public comment and input on the length of time of the process. When they first get some preliminary approval until they have to build something. And as was mentioned, it's currently a 7-year process for most developments. And that really makes acting on subsequent applications because you don't know when those things are ever going to be built. It's very unclear, or if those things are ever going to be built. And when you're looking at traffic and other input packs on each of these little projects, it's important to have a tightened up process, and that's one of the big recommendations that we've made. We've also, as far as the traffic situation, we talked about that. Kurt talked about the island approach to the traffic impact analysis. We've required more traffic impact analysis in more types of applications, and we've tried to put provisions in there that require them to be broader. And I really think that as a result of these efforts, we are going to have that clarity that is important and fair to citizens, developers, and staff in particular. So.
Thank you. I'm Rob Cahill. I'm a City Watts. I made this suggestion last year, or last year, but this is back to better context. It's the possibility of having a single point of contact that helps look at the system rather than a silo of what these are. For someone who like me, comp plan, city plan, all these things are a little bit Greek, if not the language. And so if you had somebody coming in that has, they're not the expert, but they're kind of a guide to this. And if someone can come in fact, there's a lot of these things are dynamic right now, they're in flux, and it's very hard for someone that's trying to comply to keep up to date on all that. So basically just understand the overview for the person's single point of contact, rather than go through each of these silos. By way of example, when my son is over in China right now, when he had to get a visa, 5 days in a row, he had to go down to the State Department, go through a different window, 5 days. It was like driving me nuts, but he wanted to get there. So rather than have one place where he could go and then go down next door, I think that'd be a big enhancement for the person who really wants to comply. And it's a dynamic situation, so please entertain that suggestion again.
I think we, Mr. Cahill, I think we do that. We have like a technical review committees for both development and historic development essentially, or renovation every week, and they're free. And so the goal, and you get like a whole list of everything you need to do. Hopefully synthesized with all these codes, et cetera. So that's what we try to do for everybody every week. But yeah, there's a lot of, all of our departments have a lot of, you're operating a business with like basically 50 businesses all in once, so it can be a little overwhelming government, I think, sometimes for people, but that's what my department's trying to do to help, so.
Any comments from council? Thank you for all the work, the planning commission and yourself, Kurt. Are you familiar with concurrency programs? There's a bill in the state legislature.
Yeah, we've actually, we're talking about that, one of the things that's a problem, and maybe we can address with this comprehensive plan, is that, we don't own the infrastructure, and the state, Beaufort, Jasper, et cetera, are hearing and approving projects before we even know where they are, right? And so that's a little bit of a problem. I think in the end, the city has the power, and I think that's something that we need to that communities here need to understand, because until they get our permit, it doesn't matter if the state's giving them a permit or if Beaufort Jasper's giving them a permit. And I think that's been a flaw maybe in the past, but it's also something that is an opportunity to kind of maybe better master plan with those agencies, and so that's the idea behind it, is, if again, if you were to come in, you were coming in with this, let's say a traffic impact analysis for one of these apartment complexes that you did in 2020. The state approved it in 2021, because it takes them a year, to approve it. Then you got an approval with the MPC and the DRB maybe in 2022 or 2023. Well, you've got 3 years now on that TIA, and then you start construction today. So you've already got like 5 years. So let's say you took 7 years and you got a TIA approved in 2018, which are just now. So I mean, thousands of developments happen, and they've approved this impact with, I would say not the best standards in the world. And it's just it creates a problem. And I think with more development, you can see what's happening in like Charleston, where they just can't keep up, right? But yes, that's what it means. And I think that would be a real opportunity for a comprehensive plan to start better master planning when we do that revision for, where is Beaufort Jasper going to put their lift stations? What's their plan, right, in the future? We need to incorporate that. Or does the state or the county have some plans for infrastructure? And, can we get them to not approve something, a few years before they bring it here? But that's a general idea. Hopefully I explained it pretty good.
So would we have any input where Dominion puts those huge towers? Right now they're going down south side, or there's nothing?
I don't think there's input, but it would be good to have communication, or at least know what their plans are ahead of time before we approve development. That'll be like right under them, right? We don't have that knowledge right now, and I think that's, some of the struggle, and that's the bill that the mayor's talking about, would kind of require some coordination between state and other departments with local entities. But I just want to make it clear, we have the power to approve, whether the impacts on the state road, we don't have to, we can do our own TIA, and we can say, hey, you need to do these improvements before we're going to give you a permit. And it doesn't, that's important. I think that's important to remember.
Kurt, did I understand you correctly to say that impact fees collected on development in the city, those funds are turned over to the county?
Well, except for fire, and I think there might be one other.
Just fire, isn't it? Oh, stormwater. Just fire. Yeah, just fire.
The largest impact fee is roads. So traditionally, a city would take those impact fees and would use them to expand infrastructure created by because of the impact of that growth. That's the whole idea, right, of impact fee. Well, you're taking the money, it's going to the county, and you're leaving it to the county to make decisions on whether they're going to improve those roads or that growth. And, I think that's a question you need to ask is, what are they doing with that money? Because it goes into a pot. And, every project's creating these impacts. And, when a developer comes in, let's say they need to put in a turn lane. Well, one thing we can do is say, well, then you don't have to pay for impact fees because the cost of this turn lane is going to be $1 million. You have $1 million of road impact fees. So we can coordinate those improvements, but I'm just saying that I think that's something for you all to consider. But we don't have a roads department. We don't have we don't own many roads and we don't have an engineer, but.
So, yeah, going forward, that's something we should definitely look into. But what has been the history so far? I mean, we just give that money to them and we don't know what they do with it, or whether it's kind of how much of it comes back to the benefit of that which exists in the city.
Well, we've lobbied for use of it. I mean, Boundary Street a large component of the Boundary Street master plan was impact fees that the county paid with the Tiger grant, with city funds that we built Boundary Street with. So, I mean, we do lobby for the use of the dollars back to the projects. We just don't feel like there's a strong coordination as to how that happens. Boundary Street was an anomaly because we received federal funding for it that majorly took us over the hurdle to being able to do it. So impact fees as a partnership between the county and the city were easily determined to be used for that. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure their process, but from what I understand, it's not put into like a city-only impact fee fund. That's just supposed to be spent on the city. It's distributed throughout the county.
Right. We've long advocated that monies that were impact generated in the city should be devoted towards that, but there is nothing, there is no document or MOU that provides that every dollar that's generated for impacts in the city will only be spent in the city. So
is there a document that says we have to give it to the county?
Well,
it's called state law.
I think unless you're going to do it.
Well, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but it would seem that if we're just giving the money to them, we have no control of what comes back to the city. We need to be working on that.
I say that about our tax dollars too.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is more local. I mean, we're
But
talking about.
it is a state statute. I mean, impact fees are driven by state statute.
The city can choose to be the one that collects it. So I think that's just, I think it's something you should probably.
So let me ask the question a different way. So is it a matter of trying to coordinate, working, maybe our city manager talking to the county to try to coordinate a better dispersal of those funds once they have it so that more comes back to the city? Or do we just rely on, well, the state, that's the state law and we don't try to do anything better?
I would defer to Scott, but the city can retain them and spend them. So
Well, you got to remember, your impact fee was only done last year with the county. So when you were saying, where's the money, how's it dispersed? I don't think they even know yet. So I think the bigger question for the leadership would be saying, we entered an agreement in May, say 23, I think that was month and year for the impact fee for the county. What's the next step? In other words, you've done these developments since then. Do we know, and I'm sure your staff knows somewhere, how much impact fees were generated? They went to the county. And then what's the expectation for the city? Do you have a need? And like Kurt's saying, the state allows both the county and the city to establish impact fees, but politically that's been a time bomb, right? So like the city of Beaufort refused to do impact fees for libraries many years ago because we had a library. We were the county seat. We already had a library that's a non-tax entity service provider in our downtown. But the county wanted us to pay impact fees so they could build libraries outside the city limits. So that was a political question, right? Should we be doing that? And we finally did agree to do library impact fees. So we do support through our impact dollars growth in the regional area. But I think it's so new that I'm not certain anybody at the county would be able to tell you how they're going to use those fees that the city's generating on municipal boundary properties. But it needs to be asked.
Councilman Mitchell, I believe it would be reasonable for us, as Mr. Sutton recommended, to ask the county of the impact fees they collect in the city, how much of those resources were then reapplied within the city limits. So that's a question we could raise with the county.
Going to 278.
He's been trying to talk.
Unincorporated area.
Go
So be sure you say-
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my view is, the experience I've had is even in communities that don't have impact fees per se, you can still deal with a lot of these impact issues through exactions. And those are the conditions that we put on our approvals. And they're legal constitutional. The test that the Supreme Court has set up is, what is the nexus? What is the essential nexus between the problem that you're trying to mitigate and the solution? And is the exaction roughly proportionate? So you can't have somebody with an apartment complex rebuild all of Robert Small's Parkway from, inside the city all the way to the limits. But you certainly can have, as a part of that approval, let's say it required a center left turn. Let's say it required a decel lane. Let's say it required a new signal. And the state doesn't have any of that money ready to budget it. So our approval can be conditioned upon an exaction from the developer that he install all of these things in coordination with the highway authority. So I wouldn't worry too much about not having your own local impact fee ordinance, because the other thing about impact fees, they take forever to raise enough money to accomplish anything. So in a lot of places, what they do is, because it trickles in, they do a bond issue and they hope that they have enough impact fees over time to defuse the bond issue. But, that's a whole nother issue for you. So I think that particularly if we put these impact mitigation guidelines into our comprehensive plan, every time we go through a project that has some kind of significant impact, we look at through the course of traffic, for example, the traffic impact study, what is required to make this thing work? And then that's a condition of approval. And if the developer after that wants to get with the state, together they decide we'll put state funds into that, that's fine. But if those monies aren't there, then we've made sure that the development doesn't happen unless the developer pays for it. And this is a process that's done all over the country, and we just need to be more, I think, cognizant of the fact that we do have that, in my view, constitutional authority to do that.
Free legal advice right there.
Yeah, that's right. Any other questions or comments? Anything else? Mr. Carter?
No, I think I probably couldn't speak long enough.
And with the strength of the board that you just heard for the last 30 minutes, you can tell Kurt has a job on his hands trying to corral and
Corral the kitties.
direct all of this.
Corral the cats.
Yeah, you put architects and attorneys in a room, and it's,
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Remember, half my family are engineers, I know.
Okay, Bill, Bill? You wanna-
So you're done.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Wow.
That was fast.
All right, well, I'm glad we're back working on it. We are due to talk about capital project update. Do you want to roll into that? It's supposed to be 30 minutes. So we're prepared. Let's do that. Okay. And we may actually have time to take a lunch.
I can see my face.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh, what tab is this?
There are no tabs in there that I saw.
No, sir. Mr. Mayor, Council, this portion, the project updates will be on the Airtable system. Keeping our Airtable system up to date, as we're going to keeping the public up to date with the most accurate information that we can. So this will be like our presentation yesterday. We'll have the internet. And this will be just like we do at our quarterly capital project workshops, work sessions for council. It'll be up here, it'll be in the Airtable. And again, this Airtable system is on our website, Capital Improvement Program page. You just click on the link, it pulls up the Airtable, and anybody can access this information at any time.
Good. All right. Well, good morning. I was going to say good afternoon because this was supposed to take part in the afternoon, but good morning, council and all in attendance. Again, this morning, we're going to briefly touch on every one of our projects that we have going on in the city. And as JJ just explained, we are hoping that everyone within the city will take the time to go through our city website and our portal and our capital improvement portal, as each and every one of our projects are listed here. Zara and I have gone through and we've updated all the information that we have currently for each and every project. So we're going to start off with our streetscape part of our projects. And there are a few that JJ will take over in his presentation coming forward. One of those being the 170, the 21 sidewalk. JJ will talk to that after this. So we'll go ahead and scroll up. Airport Road, as we all know, the Airport Road has already been done. JJ will speak to this as well because there's some questions from the county as if we can partner up in renaming the road, because of an extension that's going in place there on the county side, and they're working on that project currently. We're going to move on to parks. We're all aware of the fact that we have the South Side Phase 1 park already, that side of the park already completed. We're about to enter into the design phase for Phase 2. This Friday, I have a meeting with the dog park folks to talk about the dog parks and the things that are going to go into the park. And we've also had a meeting with prior members of the task force for when this project took off. Those conversations went extremely well. So we're hopeful that we can accomplish the same thing with the dog parks. And as you can see, Zara is scrolling through some of the pictures that were taken as the project phase moved along. And we're going to continue this throughout every project. So as the projects get started, they'll be posted on the portal. We will have the phase of construction through each and every phase, all the way to completion and when the project is closed out. So this is the awesome part that Linda and Nate started the project off with. And then we all got, when I joined the team, we all came together, and this is the final product of this project, which everybody who attends the park is in love with. I have not driven by there one day this week, and Mr. Lipsitz says he hasn't driven by there any day of the week, that there aren't 10, 20 families out there. The parking lot is full and the kids are having a great time. So our next park that's underway currently is our Washington Street Park. And they have just, we've really just broken ground on that. This park will have a pavilion for some outdoor events. There'll be some room for people to gather around the lawn, and if there's a band playing or a movie night, the playground will still be there. And so we've broken ground on that. They've removed the old pavilion. They've removed the half court basketball court that was there. And so we're moving in the stages of getting that completed. There'll also be a new full court basketball court there for the folks to play basketball, and a practice wall as well. So these are things that are coming into play for the city, right? As we move along and talking about green space, talking about parks, trying to make the city better. These are things that we're moving forward in to accomplish that mission. Then we're going to move into away from parks, and we're going to get into the next section of that, which is facilities. With facilities, we have a couple things that we are working on, and one of those is the Carnegie Library. The roof on the library needs to be replaced. It's been leaking for quite a while. We went out to bid a couple of years ago, a year ago, and unfortunately there were no bidders because well, we have 3 bidders, but 4 times. We went out 4 times, no bidders. It's a complicated issue because it is a specialized roof tile. And we were fortunate enough to find one vendor this last time we went out for bid. And so those tiles are currently under production. There's been a small delay in that production, but we're hopeful to have this completed by the end of the year, possibly, if the tile gets made. The last time, just so you know, the last time that this tile was replaced and or ordered was 25 years ago. So fortunately enough, that company is still alive and still producing this type of tile. So, and it's in Germany, by the way. So it's not even here.
It says repair, roof repairs. This is a repair or a replacement?
It is a replacement. Yep. So it's going to be replaced in some sections. Most of that will have to be replaced. The dormers will have some replacement parts as well, but it is partial repair and replace. The next one is going to be the JJ, and it will speak to this marina fuel tank. Him and Linda have kind of partnered in on that conversation.
Council, briefly on that, that's, it kind of falls in the scope of our whole assessment of waterfront park and marina. So we'll be having a lot of discussion moving forward, but it's kind of on hold pending how all of that turns out.
Do we have any restrictions from the standpoint of DHEC's requirements for the tanks?
There will be some pretty significant regulation on that.
Prior to our advisory commission making determinations, do we have any finite dates that expire from the standpoint of our requirements compelled to be putting in new tanks?
Not that I am aware of. Linda might be able to speak to that a little more.
So we met requirements a few years ago with some inspections, and it really is day to day of whether or not they need to be replaced. If there is a major, we're keeping them maintained, and if there is any kind of major issue with the tanks, then they will have to be replaced. So we're really buying our time at this point. We originally, I believe it was about 3 years ago, DHEC had said that anything, they wouldn't inspect the tanks anymore. And that was one reason why this was on the capital projects list to replace, because we felt like it needed to be, especially with the DHEC requirements. We are not being told at this time that they need to be replaced, and they inspect them annually, and we have quarterly inspections also.
Moving on, we have the 500 Carteret Street. We initiated this project by talking about repairs that needed to be done to the building. But after a few more conversations, we're going to phase that into a couple phases. So we're currently working on the window replacement and portion of the Carteret Street building. And there will be 26 windows replaced in that building and some stucco work that needs to be done on the back side of that building to prevent some water infiltration. Then we'll sit down, regroup, and talk about phase 2 of repairs to that building. Arsenal Wall, I'm going to defer to my friend Linda there. She's been really working on this project for some time now.
So as I alluded yesterday, that we have had for some time now, since I believe about 2019, a scope of work with a plan to repair and restore all of the Arsenal walls. The project came in at well over $600,000 at that time. It is now, it's more than, so we wanted to split it up into phases. We have 3 phases that we can start with the highest priority. So right now we have split the scope of work. We have it, and we're ready to go to bid at any time, as long as we can find funding. We are waiting for grants to come available in order to apply for them, but it is shelf ready to go with scope of work. And we can combine the phases too. So if there's the availability of more funding, then we could combine a phase 1 and a phase 2 or so forth.
And I think I mentioned the other day, tax money is eligible for this.
Will they paint it the same color, or?
It yes, it'll be the same color, but if you look at when we did the roofs, when we replaced the roofs a while back, the crinolines at the top, which are the square up and down that makes it look like a castle type thing, we did some painting and fixing of those crinolines, which actually has helped with some water penetration. But that color that is on those crinolines that you see where the roofs are on the lower
Interior.
roofs,
You can see it on the interior.
you can really see them on the interior. That's the color that it will be painted. And that's the type of paint that will be painted on there. And I'm not going to say it's actual full-on paint. I think it's a paint stain type mix.
So the next set of projects that we have within the city are all of our stormwater projects. I'm gonna try and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna group these all together because there's a lot that is going on with all of these projects. While we're making great headway, the design portions are already there. The engineering portions are already there. Our biggest holdup on most of our stormwater projects right now is all the permitting. Permitting is taking an extensive amount of time. And back to the conversation or the question that was raised yesterday, and it all really has to do with that ARPA money going out to all these different entities, all these different cities and towns, because there are so many people have put in so many projects into the system that the BCM is backed up, DOT's backed up, the stormwater department's backed up. So slowly but surely though, in the last week, we've been very fortunate to start to see a lot of those permits start to come through with approvals. And we're just holding off on 2 or 3 before we can go ahead and start going out for these RFPs and RFQs for our stormwater projects for the city.
Real quick, does that affect the, or how does that play into the expiration of the funds? Is that a justifiable reason to extend, or are the grant funds in jeopardy because of the delay?
We're not in any jeopardy at this time because we're right on the deadline. I'll call it deadline, but right on the point of meeting our timeline to go out for bid, to go out the contract. So we should fall in within the complete timeline of those projects. If not, we'll have to ask for an extension. Nobody sees any issues with that.
Council, some quick background, just a reminder, the Bayard Street project is funded by EPA funding through a grant. The Charles Craven Street project is funded with SCORE grant funding, South Carolina Office of Resiliency. Originally, the Port Republic and Carteret Street project was a part of that SCORE funding, but because of increased costs, we don't expect to be able to do both under that. The King Street project is funded through RIA, Rural Infrastructure Authority grant funding, and all of these are ARPA funding that came to the state and now is being passed down to the local government. With the King Street rescoping, our hope is that we'll be able to also include the Port Republic and Carteret Street in that grant funding to get it all done. If not, Port Republic, Carteret Street is a fully designed, permitted, shovel-ready project and would be at the top of a list as far as being a competitive project for future grant funding. RIA and SCIP have been great to work with us and our engineers. They're seeing this all across the state, not just the state of South Carolina, all across the country. We keep talking about these ARPA funding deadlines and what that has done to construction costs. It's everywhere. I was just up in North Carolina with their city county managers, hearing the exact same complaints that we're talking about here in South Carolina. So just wanted to remind the public and council kind of what the overall background is on this, excuse me, this series of projects. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to.
It's okay. To add to some of what JJ just said, I've had several conversations with just our engineers and other folks that I know in other areas, and we're basically seeing anywhere from a 10% to 100% increase in these project costs. And some of that 100% is based on specialty projects that only specialty contractors can be found to do that. So it's an increase all around in all these projects. The Battery Shores paving project that will be kicking off in March. I was advised by the county that they'll be doing that paving in March. And then the stormwater project for Battery Shores, just Monday while we were sitting in here, we got notice that it was reviewed, approved. So we're just waiting for the permit to come through the email, and we can get the contractor started with that project. So that leaves us with just the trails that we spoke about for Depot Road. That's still that extension work is still being done, and the Spanish Moss Trail, we're just waiting for the final striping to be done on that north portion of that. Allison Road is I'll say again this week, because the last time I said it, we got snow, but is scheduled to be paved this week. So they'll be doing some of the patchwork tomorrow and start the paving Thursday and Friday. So hopefully we will be done with that by the weekend. And then first couple of weeks of March, we will start seeing some landscaping going in, and we can call that project finished as well. I think that covers all of the CIP project and information. Are there any questions?
What about Duke Street? Just curious.
Duke Street, we're all into the engineering. That's just waiting for the permit from DOT.
And council, just a brief update on the permitting. We're going back and forth with DOT about site triangles for the on-street parking. Although the rest of Duke Street was approved according to DOT, that would not meet modern standards. So we've been having to go back and forth with them about what possible exceptions we have, because they consider that to be a safety standard to preserve the on-street parking. So that's a hiccup we weren't expecting in those conversations. But the Davis and Floyd team's been great advising us, and we're working through that. But everything else is coming together, design, planning. We're looking forward to hopefully being able to get that out.
Can you get the word out to the Northwest Quadrant Neighborhood Association so they know? Just because I think these people have been waiting and waiting and waiting.
We've been keeping Dari, still Augusta, up to date. She's been monitoring the website very, very closely.
Good.
And Mr. Blackman gave him an update at one of our last council meetings.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ro? Thank you very much.
And I would have lost money on this today. Well, here's a gift. So not only did I ruin you for the word goal, but I will also, we are running a few minutes ahead of schedule. Let's take a little bit of extra time for lunch. Let's not work through lunch today. If you want to pick up the time, we can do a half hour and come back at 12:30, or if you want a little extra time, we come back at 12:45, resume schedule, but Mayor, I'll defer to you on what you prefer.
12:30? Yeah, we'll go to 12:30.
12:30, so grab, again, let everyone at the table go first, grab sandwiches, and we'll kick back off at 12:30.
Oh, it's 3 pounds.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Just for the council's perspective, and I wanted to point this out. This is where your survey results and the presentations start to meld together. But I wanted to kind of caution this. If you filled out your survey in December thinking one thing, today is different. So, you know, your financial picture is different today than it was in December, or at least it's potentially that way. Some of the community desires you may have heard are no longer relevant, and perhaps there's something even new. So please don't hold yourselves up emotionally or mentally on, well, what I said in December is what I need to hold to. That is not true. What matters is today. And also always understand that just because you said it today doesn't mean that it holds up in May or in June when you vote on the final budget as well. There's always opportunity to influence a change. But I think the most important thing is if you're holding on to those survey results of how I felt in December, please don't let that hold up your thought process today. So with that, I'll turn it over to JJ.
Right. So we're going to jump into emerging and existing capital project prioritization. We got a lot of new stuff we're going to throw at you guys. A lot of things we need funded right now. I'm just kidding. We're asking for maintaining the status quo this year, really. We have 3 projects that we're going to really dive into that we need some guidance from council on, but we believe we have a pretty heavy workload for the staff that we have right now, and we're getting ready to be under some major construction here in Beaufort with the downtown stormwater projects, the potential Duke Street project. We're engaging in another stormwater study in the Pigeon Point neighborhood, and we don't even have all of the projects that were originally identified in the downtown point drainage study funded and designed yet. So we got a lot going on. And our goal this year is to maintain that as we dive into the new capital planning process that we've been talking about for the past 6 months or so. So in this presentation, I want to go over first what that capital project process is going to look like in the coming year. Make sure that is what council and the planning commission want to see, because it's going to take a lot of involvement by both boards. And then from there, we're going to dive into the 3 projects that we really need to talk about, get some guidance from council on, and then do an update on the waterfront park marina conversation. And then from there, we'll talk about some possible emerging projects that you may hear about this year, but we're not ready to bring those forward yet. So this new planning process, we've been talking about it for several months now, going back into the summer of last year. This capital planning process would replace what is in our existing comprehensive plan as a priority investment section. The plan that we want to go through is it's going to take probably the majority of the calendar year to get through it. So we want to do a lot of community involvement, get feedback from them. We've already started this process internally. We're assessing what are our infrastructure needs, what are our asset needs, what are known and anticipated capital needs. We're going to take those, and then we're going to begin engaging with the community. We're going to break the city down into known neighborhoods. We're going to get some neighborhood representatives, some stakeholders from those neighborhoods, and we're going to engage in surveying and get an understanding of what are the priorities of the people living in the neighborhoods compared with the known needs that we have from public works, police, fire, planning, and merge those 2 things together, bring those to the planning commission, work with them This is probably going to be going on as we're starting the overall comprehensive plan update as well. So this process will fit right into that. And ultimately, as we work through it with the planning commission, we have the public hearings, we'll bring that to council, just like we did with the housing impact analysis, to adopt that as part of our comprehensive plan. And that's going to guide us for the next 10 years or so. Neighborhood level meetings be advertised and hosted once the survey data has been obtained and analyzed. And we want to try to identify 3 to 7 capital needs within each neighborhood or region of the city. We've already created internally a project initiation or proposal form that we will complete for every project that is identified as a priority by the staff and the public input. And that includes things like, where did this project come from? Why was it identified as a priority? Who brought this forward to the city? Is it to accommodate anticipated growth in this area? Is it to maintain an existing infrastructure? Is it something that Nate and his guys are dealing with every day and we've reached the point where we need to replace it because we're putting so much man hours into maintaining or fixing it? How did it come forward? Why is it a priority? So there's always that link back to where the project came from. The neighborhood needs will be compiled into a capital improvement plan. The appendices items that include the survey results, links to the recording of the neighborhood meetings, and it'll go to the planning commission for review, discussion, public comment. And again, that'll be within the context of our overall planning process, our overall comprehensive plan update. Once it's finalized, recommended by the planning commission, it will come to you, the council. And there would be multiple opportunities for public comment there as well. And once adopted as a section of the comprehensive plan, we will use that internally to seek out funding sources, to prioritize our grant applications, to update council and the public at our quarterly work sessions, and it'll give us a roadmap of where we can go within the next 10 years. The reason we want that look ahead is we got a plan. We have a lot on our plates right now, all these stormwater projects, the parks projects. It's a lot to manage. We have a 2-person staff. Raul is our CIP director. Zara is our CIP support coordinator. I was doing a lot of it with our prior support coordinator for this year. It's a lot of work to maintain all of that. So we want to be able to plan those projects so that we have a constant pipeline of investment back into the community. We're being smart with our money and we're being smart with our resources. So this approach, it pulls from a lot of different best practices from both the Municipal Association, the Government Finance Officers Association, the International City County Management Association, the UNC School of Government, the Carolina, the International Association of Strategy Professionals, and the International Association for Public Participation. And it pulls from other sources as well. But we want to go this route because it increases transparency by creating a clear and documented process for how each project is identified and prioritized. It ensures that all areas within the city of Beaufort have an opportunity to identify and prioritize their needs. Increases active and meaningful public engagement through surveys, neighborhood canvassing, citizen committees, public input sessions, public hearings, task forces when necessary, and official adoption through the ordinance process. Increases transparency and effectiveness in the budgeting process by providing us with clear, long-term, and immediate pictures of our known and anticipated financial needs. And it increases efficiency and effectiveness for our staff processes because it creates clear priorities and a long-range window for exploring funding and partnership opportunities to manage the active projects and the planned projects. Does council have any questions or input about that process? Is that still the way we want to go? Or do you have some changes you'd like to see?
Yeah, I think that this is exactly where we want to be in regards to involving the neighborhood and identifying representatives. I guess I'll ask, and maybe we just got this, so I haven't had time to fully read it, but I did brief it. Is there an idea at this point in time of what the expectations of the neighborhood representatives will be? Because I wouldn't want to get in the position of that information not being disseminated appropriately to the other neighbors and it being kind of consolidated to just the 2 or 4 stakeholders that are making up that body. So is there a level of expectation that will be built into it? And then is there a plan to, on a semi-regular basis, evaluate those priorities? If, say, we identified something as a priority, and then 5 years later, we still haven't moved in the direction of accomplishing that, do we reevaluate it to make sure that it's still a priority for the community? So is that mechanism built into this plan at all?
Yes, so to your first question about the neighborhood representatives and input communication channels, we're still working on building that out. Ashley is our new PIO. That's one of our priorities, is assessing our existing alerting and notification systems that we use right now. And we plan on using a lot of the existing network. We have some great neighborhood associations here in Beaufort. They're very active. They get the information out. But you've all heard me say over and over again since I got here, if we leave an information or a communication void, it's going to get filled with information that we don't necessarily want there. So I don't have a procedure yet. We'll be bringing forth with the fiscal controls policy. There'll be an entire section in there. It's pretty lengthy. Zara and Raul brought me, I feel like an attorney having to prove things again, brought me a pretty extensive capital planning process, standard operating procedure that will outline all that. So it's in process. We're not fully there yet, but there will be a clear process for making sure we're communicating on multiple fronts to get that information out. The next question was about constantly assessing and identifying the needs. Yeah, this will be built into the capital or the comprehensive planning process. So every 5 years, there's an update. It'll also be discussed every 2 years at our strategic planning, or every year at our strategic planning retreat, and every 2 years for a full assessment like we're doing right now. So we're also doing the quarterly work sessions with council right now for the capital planning process. So there's going to be constant, it's going to be a living document that we're constantly assessing and building those reassessments into the process.
JJ,
Yes, sir.
We already have a number of established neighborhood associations, but there are a lot of neighborhoods that don't have any.
Yep.
What do you see as the process for selecting those stakeholders?
Well, so we already have some pretty good contacts in most of the neighborhoods. A lot of that, I'm going to be leaning on council, the planning commission. People, y'all are out in the community, you have constituents, you know people. We want to clearly identify, we may advertise like we did for the Waterfront Park Advisory Committee. Again, engaging on multiple fronts to make sure that we're getting all the communities. And I would much rather have to narrow that down than to be going out and having to beg. But we know the people in the communities know their communities best. So as we break that down, we'll be reaching out to all of you for input. And a lot of these, I got a feeling here, just in my experience here in the past year, we're going to get a lot of interest from most of the neighborhoods on it once word gets out. I mean, word's already out that we're looking into this process, and our regular points of contact are all chomping at the bit to be a part of it.
Mossy Oaks is a very, very big area. You got several communities in there like Broad Street or Cottage Farms that have their neighborhood associations. But Mossy Oaks as a whole, there is no group together to talk to. Nobody, one person to talk to, unless you talk to Josh, but that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the goal is to have a few key stakeholders. In law enforcement, we call them force multipliers. People out in the community that they know their community. They're always contacting each other, keeping everybody up to date. Our goal is to have a few of those from each of the neighborhoods to be the primary points of contact, and then we'll push information through those people as well as our official channels to make sure we're getting that information out and we're getting information back that's usable. We good with this process? Okay. That was the first thing we wanted guidance on. We're going to jump into that going into this budget year. So our recommendation to council is that we maintain all of our existing CIP project priorities with the possible exceptions noted below until we can complete this planning process. There's no point adding a lot of new things to the mix while we're trying to do this full assessment. So let's take our time, lay a good framework and foundation before we move forward. The three possible exceptions, the Calhoun Streetscape and Stormwater Project, the 17021 Sidewalk Project, and the Parallel Road Project. Calhoun Streetscape and Stormwater Project, our most recent estimates, we did not get a formal official estimate from ICE yet because we're waiting to see how this goes, is that they expect this project, the construction portion of this project, to be in excess of $4 to $5 million. Originally, the budget was less than $2 million. It's like the Allison Road project, that number just keeps going up. I'll remind council, we pulled the matching funds that we had in this project. They were ARPA funds because we couldn't get the construction under contract before the end of the year. Currently, we have spent a little over $307,000 in engineering, professional, and legal services on this. The CDBG grant matching responsibilities, that's that unfunded part that I was talking about. Current CDBG funding is $10,000 is what we've used, and approximately $750,000 total. And if we did not move forward with this project, we would need to return all of that funding. Our recommendation is that if council wishes us to proceed with pursuing construction in this matter and finalizing right-of-way and permitting, is that we be given time to explore additional grant funding opportunities while finalizing primarily that right-of-way acquisition process. This is one of those projects that may require 2 to 3 properties for condemnation on the right-of-way acquisition. And this project and the Depot Road project kind of got put on hold together last summer because we had some conflicting guidance from the Department of Commerce on how you could legally proceed on a grant funded, a CDBG grant funded project if there had to be condemnation, because the county is in the process of pursuing condemnation on, I believe, 1, maybe 2 properties on Depot Road already. But we got that guidance back. They followed state law. Our attorneys were correct, and they agree with it now. So we can proceed with that right-of-way acquisition. So does council wish to keep this as a priority, a partially funded priority, finish design, permitting, right-of-way acquisition while we explore construction cost opportunities? Or do we need to back off of this, keep it as a at least partially designed project and include this into our capital planning process this year to get neighborhood and community feedback?
On the CDBG grant, it's 10,000 we would have to return.
10,000 is what we've spent that we have to return.
Okay, how long is that grant? Is there a termination on that?
We've already received multiple extensions.
The reason I ask is because of the right-of-way acquisition.
Yep.
What's the anticipated length of time that might take?
Well, now that we can proceed with the condemnation process the way we understood it, we could probably be moving on that by the end of the year. The issue is going to be the final permitting. and utility coordination. That has proven to be very difficult on Allison Road and all of our other projects they're in and planning and design stage. It's taking a lot longer than we anticipated. We first went to Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer in May of last year with our downtown projects, and we still do not have final utility coordination on all of them.
So if we were to return the $10,000 and forego that grant, that makes us eligible for another CDBG.
It would, yes, sir.
Yeah.
For another project, so we would be able to use it for something else.
And I want to emphasize to council, staff's not recommending that we just completely walk away from this project. We spent a significant amount of money in designing and legal services, professional services. The question is, how high of a priority is this? And do we push ahead with it under the existing system that we've been moving forward on? Or do we move it to the side and put it into the regular capital planning process that's already going to be moving forward this year?
Is there a way for us to take it to final design without entering into the utility coordination portion? This way we can at least say, okay, if we're going to move this over for however long until obviously it's going to come back around at some point in time, we'd at least have the design portion of it done.
So that's where we're at right now.
That's complete.
The initial design is complete, but we can't call it 100% complete until all of the utility coordination is done, because that may require us to change things with our design.
Where do you anticipate finding grant money in the neighborhood of $4 to $5 million?
Don't know. It is a stormwater project, so there are some grant funding opportunities out there. The fact that it is as designed and ready to go as it is would make it a more feasible or competitive grant application in most cases. But I don't have anything specific to say this is the grant we're proceeding on right now. We know we're going to pursue this.
Could we make a decision on that after we better understand what grants exist and if there's something that would work? Because if where we're at right now, it seems like it would make sense to continue exploring if there's additional funding that could take this to the finish line. But it's kind of hard to make a decision one way or the next when we don't know if there's a grant that would be suitable.
So that, yes, we can do that. The question we're going to run into as far as timing is how long will CDBG allow us to continue to extend the grant on their side? Now, we can always return the grant funding that exists right now, do that, put this into the capital planning process, continue searching for grants, see where it falls in those priorities, start pursuing grant funding, and come back to council at that point. The issue is with the CDBG funding, they're going to put a clock on it. They want us to complete it, but we got to show constant progress. And it's been extended 3-4 times since I've been here.
What's the negative optics of returning the CDBG money?
It's just that approximately $10,000 that we.
No, I mean, what does it do to us from the standpoint of returning a CDBG grant funding back without completing it in our consideration of future projects?
My understanding is that it wouldn't be because of the complexities with this. This has been happening. And, quite honestly, they suggested it last year. Maybe you want to, move away from this project and pursue something else. So I don't think it would hurt us in that process. We would just want to make it clear, we're not just walking away saying, oh, we're still going to be moved forward. We can't meet the existing timeline. We need to reprioritize. So it shouldn't affect us too negatively.
Would we be able to use the CDBG grant money, reapply and use it for the waterfront park? Would that project be eligible for it?
don't think that falls under the.
I mean, low to moderate
yeah,
income.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's based on income and it's types of projects, stormwater, it's mostly for residential
Okay.
type areas, improving lower income communities. So that would probably be a stretch. We can always explore it.
And the 10,000 reimbursement has to come out of our general fund.
That correct,
We have to
Alan?
pay, we have to pay them back.
That is correct.
Yeah, we got that.
And the concern would be at the rate of increase right now, this project's gonna be far more expensive if it were to get delayed much longer. So
It could absolutely, I mean, again, it's already doubled
Yep.
in price just in the year I've been here. So we didn't even have, even with the ARPA funding that was allocated to this project, we didn't have enough to meet the current cost estimates. So we would have been coming in front of you this year, one way or the other, even if we had been able to keep that ARPA funding attached to this project.
JJ, can you just remind council of the scope of the project so they know what they would be putting
Yeah.
aside?
Yeah, so it's a full streetscaping, undergrounding of some of the electrical utilities, and a stormwater system on the backside of, I believe there's some 303 Associates property and some the apartments for USCB
The doors.
there. Yeah, and putting a new stormwater system across that parking lot into the existing detention area behind that. Also on-street parking, so it would bring it more in line with what you see in on-street parking in the downtown area.
Can you go ahead and just explore how long or how many more extensions they'd be willing to go with this while we study it and see where the money can, look for possible funding for this project? And if it doesn't look like, if they say you got one more extension, then we kind of know our timeline, and then we can give the money back maybe then. But
So maybe explore those
Give us a little
opportunities, and
time.
bring this back to you in the quarterly work session that we'll be holding for Q2.
And the reason I'm saying that is because of the investment we've already made in the design engineering.
Absolutely. And again, it is not staff's recommendation to completely walk away from this project.
Okay.
The question is, do we push forward under the existing constraints with the CDBG grant as far as timeline goes? Or do we put it into the planning process that's going to occur this year and see where it falls in priorities for that part of the city? I think it'll still be a relatively high priority, and it's a mostly designed and permitted project already.
If I remember correctly, I thought they said that was our last, I don't recall exactly where I heard it, but that was pretty much the last extension. Like
I think they say that with every extension.
Yeah,
Okay.
every extension.
Okay, I know I
letter
heard
It's a
it.
standard
says that.
response.
Yep.
So,
All right, so I think what I'm hearing from council is we'll explore exactly what the timeline looks like with CDBG and what potential grant funding opportunities look like. And then ultimately, we'll bring this back to council in the quarterly work session, capital projects work session, and give you an update. And in the meantime, we'll either be pursuing that funding, those funding opportunities, or we'll be asking council's guidance on putting this into the planning process that's going to be kicking off.
Works for me.
Any other input or guidance or concern?
Anyone else?
The 170-21 sidewalk project. Y'all are tired of me bringing this in front of you, aren't you? We went out to bid a couple of times. Each time it came back significantly over budget. And a lot of that cost, we believe from talking to the contractors, is due to the high mobilization cost for such a small project. It naturally ties in to the ongoing Beaufort County Salem Road sidewalk project, which will be coming up to the Spanish Mulch Trail from that direction. So in our monthly meetings with the county's engineering team, we talked with them about the possibility of including it into their scope when they get to that point and seeing what would our costs be? Would it, at that stage, without having to calculate in the mobilization cost, if we could lower that cost or just have it done as part of that larger project, we'd like to explore that opportunity. So our recommendation is that, this project remains a identified but unfunded priority project. It would move down to that identified projects category and just allow it to sit until county was able to get to that point in their project and we could see what those costs would look like.
Yeah, I'm in line with the recommendation as it is.
Any questions?
Has the county indicated when they think the ongoing project on Salem Road will actually happen?
Yeah.
This has been on the books for 7 years.
They just held a public input session on their most recent design and for the most part got positive comments. We have not sat down and really tried to hammer out a timeline, exactly what's funded, what's not, with the penny sales tax moving away. So, I mean, it ultimately may be one of those things that they can't move forward and then it would just.
Pretty sure that the comment was made in our last work session by a county representative that this project had already been funded and they weren't relying on the most recent 1% sales tax to go through in order for that project to move forward.
That was my understanding, but I don't have anything official saying.
They've called it
Right.
funding, but I don't know that they've updated RFPs. So they may not know what they have funded.
I've called about that sidewalk project, I don't know how many times. And I keep getting told it's coming very soon.
I know they're making progress. We went to the public input session at county council chambers and Jennifer Bragg Consulting is leading that project. And they seem to get some very positive feedback at that meeting, which I'll be honest with you, after going to the Revo Road meetings, any feedback seemed positive. But any questions or concerns about that approach or?
No, I like the approach
Again,
I'm
it's a-
recommending. When our design, I think when this came up before, ours was heavy on lighting. I think that was the biggest expense. If I
Yeah,
remember correctly.
to bring it in line with our city standards for lighting
Yeah.
it is an expense, but the project's been pared down as much as staff could get it.
But what I'm trying to get at is this consistent with what the county wants to do on the Salem Road sidewalk project?
They are supposed to follow, because that's in the city, they're supposed to follow
Okay.
all of our processes, so it should be consistent.
Want to make sure. Supposed to.
So we'll keep that as an identified but unfunded project moving forward while we explore those conversations. Raul, you want to jump on Parallel Road for me? No? Okay.
Asking him to jump on a hand grenade.
Yeah. I know this has been an ongoing conversation. When I was going through the hiring process, I watched your strategic planning retreat from the year before and saw the discussions there. We had a lot of discussion about this last year. As a reminder, this project was originally given several different routes. Originally, it was one route, but ultimately, there's been some development through that route. The city has expended approximately $114,000 in design and planning. $50,000 of that was from Beaufort County's matching and $64,000 was from our TIF2 funds. Mead and Hunt is the design firm for it. They have a remaining PO balance of $874,000 for design and planning right now. In 2022, the estimated total project cost was approximately $16.9 million. I expect that has gone up significantly. And last year, we came back with some potential different routes that none of which were ideal. And to be completely honest, council, we have a lot of TIF2 funds set aside for this project that we have existing needs that we need to be addressing. So we're at a point where I don't have a staff recommendation for you because
Can you explain the median balance with that?
that just means they still have $874,000 left that they have not billed against for designing.
So if we
They haven't
were
moved
to
forward.
not do anything, we don't know, or we go with anything.
I think they would probably wash their hands of this project at this point.
So I'll just say, one, where I'm at with it, and then two, maybe an option that's unconventional, and I know it'll probably have kickback, but I'm gonna bring it up because yesterday I did talk about trying to be creative and question assumptions. So one, as it relates to the project overall, where I stand personally is there was a lot of thought into the parallel road, the reason for the parallel road, when it was originally brought up and discussed. And I don't think that it has become any less needed than what it was then. And in fact, with a lot of the new development, you could argue that it is more needed now than what it was maybe in that day. So for me, I have a hard time saying because several of the options are no longer available that were originally being discussed, let's just cut our loss and move on from it because we have other priorities that have emerged since then. Because I don't think that we would have to live with that decision and just deal with the level of congestion indefinitely at that point. So I guess over a year ago now, was looking through an older transportation study and stumbled across something that had been brought up in that plan very loosely. And it was a alternative route from Neal Road to North Road or North Street. And so I think that there may be value in exploring that option, especially because it creates a backdoor for all of the new development that's over by Salem to kind of, bring traffic into town, but not have to ever get on Robert Smalls Parkway or Boundary Street. I have highlighted where that would be and what that would look like on this page. That was in our packet. So if you just want to look at it and pass it down for a visual, but it would create an alternative option. So I don't know what the consensus of everybody else is, but that's where I stand on it. I think it would be really hard to say now it's no longer needed. And I recognize that, there would be pros and cons to that alternative too, but just trying to find a way in which we could still provide relief for the congestion that undoubtedly is coming.
We're going over the wetlands on one thing.
I know.
Okay.
Something in the footprint of the Spanish Moss Joint.
Yeah, and it was then too.
I don't know, maybe I've always had problems trying to figure out the parallel road even before the Pintail Point development, was built. I think that's a dream too far to ever come to fruition personally. And even if we did that parallel road, at some point that road is going to rejoin Boundary before it gets to Rebo. So it's like, a parallel to right where you started, in my opinion. I felt that way from the first time Stephen Murray shared it with me. And I feel that way even more now. So my thoughts would be that parallel road as it is currently in our mind, we should abandon it and explore other options, whether it's the one that Josh mentioned or anything else. But I just don't see how the current parallel road that has been discussed over my 4 years in this chair is viable.
Alan, I don't know why I left it out of the slide. How much TIF2 funding
About 4 million?
It's around 4 million.
Yeah, we're right at $4 million.
What are the alternative uses?
Well, one use that just comes to mind is with the new Carrington Court or whatever it's called. We can't reach Pintail because they've closed it off. But you could have a relief valve, if you will, that goes from Carrington over to Hogarth. So they can hit a light and make a left-hand turn versus a right-hand turn. It might relieve some congestion, but I think there's issues there with acquiring property and all that. And I don't know what the cost of building a road is now, but it's astronomical and probably eat up every penny you have.
I think it was.
But, you know, Josh's idea is good too. I don't think we'll ever see a parallel road as it was originally envisioned because of just to condemn the property you would need to get to acquire the right of way would just be astronomical.
And I believe Scott.
Yeah, Councilman, for you to answer your question, what else could the TIF2 funds be? Anything within the TIF2 district, and we do have significant needs. From the need to shore up or build a new facility for public works, which is in pretty bad shape. We have needs in the municipal complex itself. I don't think anything significant has been done to that complex since it was built. The roofs are in bad shape. They need to be replaced, and the estimate for that 2 years ago was what? It was over 500,000. Yeah, and I think that there may be some merit to exploring some real estate purchases to accommodate a larger parking area, which could also support a shuttle between our building and downtown where needed to relieve some congestion downtown and solve some parking issues. And so there are many, many needs that it could be used for, not a wish list, but no kidding, this is what we could do to improve quality of life for our residents and take care of some big ticket repairs that need to be made on our city hall and municipal buildings.
As far as me, I thought the parallel road was going in. Then all of a sudden, next thing we know, Pintail Point's coming. Our former mayor tried negotiating with them to put an access through the middle of it. And they were supposedly open to it until they got the building permits and wouldn't speak to them. That was the end of it. That put the nail in the coffin right there with the parallel road in my mind when they did that. And I can't see going forward with it.
Councilman McPhee, do you have any
Looking for
particular?
guidance from us.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think,
There's not enough time.
I mean, I get we have other
We would
priorities
take up
that.
the rest of 2 days.
We have other priorities that this could certainly be used for, but going back to our conversation in regards to transportation, I almost would not feel good about using these funds for something that didn't provide some kind of relief for the congestion that came from what was done on Boundary Street. I mean, it's not going to get any better. And if we prioritize things above our transportation, then while on one hand, quality of my life may be better as far as the shuttle system goes, it would be compounding and getting worse on another side of that, which would be all of your transportation infrastructure at that Robert Smalls boundary intersection. And so I would not be quick to jump on spending that on anything else. If we want to try to get more creative in regards to options for what that might look like and how we might do it, if it's not the alternative that was outlined there, or if we're going to can all of the previously discussed options, I still think that we need to investigate very thoroughly what options might exist to relieve congestion on that infrastructure.
I kind of go back to, I don't get a vote clearly, but I think one of the things that Councilman Mitchell said makes a lot of sense. On the one hand, yes, it provides an alternate route, but for a few blocks, you're getting off the same road and getting back on the same road, which is still the same amount of lanes to work with. So while it provides an alternate route, if there's an emergency or the road's blocked or something of that nature, it's very valuable, but just on its face to relieve congestion I don't know many people that will get off of 21, get on the parallel road and then get back on 21 in the same traffic they were in before.
For those previously identified routes, I would agree with you. For the one that I found in the other plan, I would say that's not the case because you're not getting back on, you're actually bypassing Boundary Street altogether.
Yeah, you're
And-
correct.
And
It's
I know
completely
there's going to
different.
be
Yeah.
environmental concerns. I know that there's going to be neighbors that are concerned about it. I understand all that. I just think that there's probably value in exploring that option because you do bypass that road altogether and it does take you right into downtown.
Josh and I have talked about this, I didn't know that that had been explored some time ago, but to me, it's the only option that seems viable at all. Because some of that traffic, I would be a perfect example of it. Coming from my vicinity of Big Point and Paris Island Gateway, I could get to downtown and not get on Roberts Falls Parkway or Boundary at all. And I know there are concerns about the environment in the marsh. I went to Key West 2 summers ago, and there's a lot of marsh and wood that those highways go across. I think it's at some point we're going to get to the point if we have to decide whether we're going to do something different to get to downtown or a true bypass route while minimizing at all the best we can the damage to the environment, or whether we want to have a big parking lot trying to get to downtown by having a bypass parkway or highway that just creates more places to sit. And like Scott said, I doubt that folks would get to Roberts Falls and Boundary and say, oh, I'm gonna make a left jog here and go behind Chick-fil-A and come back out to the same place I would have been, probably further behind the traffic than if they had stayed on Boundary.
Can I interject a couple of comments here related to the parallel road? I know it's a political lightning bolt for a lot of people, and it's been problematic from its conception, but it was conceived by a citizen population in a design forum with good intention and at a time when many of these other capital projects were not even near the radar, and at a time when there was a funding mechanism that was parallel to it related to undergrounding of the power lines on Boundary on 21 there. So a lot of public investment's been put into that project. And even at that time period, it was noted that this would be a damn near impossible project to achieve, but a worthy goal. And so even then, they knew that this was not going to be something that was going to happen overnight. In fact, no one expected the city to step in and fund the demolition and takeover of land all the way down parallel Boundary. But the intent, from my viewpoint, sitting in the audience and participating, was that we have an entire neighborhood north of 21 is basically blocked in by the traffic coming off the Ladies Island Bridge or coming off the downtown bridge down 21 and all the way out on the corridor. And they have to cross all that. So when DOT comes in and they want to widen lanes, you're basically separating your city. This was an intent, or at least conceived in my mind, to alleviate traffic patterns coming from the neighborhoods to the north, not necessarily getting you faster down Boundary. Now, it would have that effect as well, but it also was thought that it would change the economic dynamics of the 21 corridor, giving a front and back and a second layer of commercial development potential that would benefit the city in the longer run. So when it's a bigger picture. Is it hard? Yeah, absolutely. Is it probably impossible? Probably. You've done a lot of good work to get there. I don't think I'd give up on it just yet, but I think I would be steadfast in my devotion to whether it's even something that should be done. Because we've even had business owners build and develop on that corridor believing this is going to happen. If you go by Walgreens, you wonder why it's set back. Well, it was set back because the parallel road was supposed to come through and they couldn't build on it. The last development that was the problem built if you notice, it's a very small structure at the front. Well, who says that can't come down and the road go through anyways? I think they intentionally built something less impressive and important at the front where the road goes because they knew the potential might happen. So that, I don't think you give up on it, but there's you know, you had Kmart to go through at the time. Now it's the multiplex that had leases for 30 years, things you couldn't do back then. Times have changed. But anyways, I think it's still a worthy ideal. Is it the higher priority? I think that's what you gotta ask yourself. What's the priority? And then I'm not certain I agree with shifting the monies to go to something non-related, but I understand that we haven't put any money into the public works facility, any significant capital improvements there for a very long time. And it's probably due, you know, to have some conversation, but that ought to be a priority on your capital list and not taking a capital item and saying, we're gonna lessen that and add this. So if the public works needs improvements, then make it a priority. You know, if the Foundry Street needs to be improvement, make it a priority. So these new projects you're taking on, make them a lesser priority. And just, anyway, that's my,
What do you think about the North Street idea?
which part of North Street?
Would
idea?
you pass him that paper, I guess? I don't know where it stopped.
It's taking the Spanish Moss Trail and making it a road.
Had a
Coming
thought
through
on that.
100 Pines?
I don't think we can use the TIF2 funds for that because that route
It's
is
out of
not
the
in the
area.
district.
I also think there's federal funds on the Spanish
I think
Moss
you gotta
Trail.
look at all these options over time. It's planning, you know, it's not, we're gonna do it. We gotta plan and at least think we can do it.
But let me ask a question, Alan. The TIF2 monies, is there a sunset on that money when it has to be spent?
As long as we keep on,
Keep it obligated.
yeah, as long as we keep it obligated, we can still use those funds, but we gotta make sure we have a plan to use them for. So if we don't have a plan, then.
So it just can't sit there. We have to,
Yeah.
okay.
So currently it's obligated against the parallel road project.
Okay.
So it would be a question of whether you wanted to de-obligate it from that and obligate it to other capital needs.
I hear your comment, Scott, in regards to, essentially not being able to use that. And I understand, but I also would say that if I remember correctly, and we'd have to double check this, the state statute has a clause that states that it could be used in an area that's outside of the TIF district, so long as the purpose for why that was done benefits the district in which it was collected in as well. And like I said, we have to double check that. But the reality is if the funds were used in any way for, say, this alternative option, it would still be doing the same thing. It would serve the same purpose, which would be serving the district in which it was collected in. So I hear that remark, and I'm not saying that's not the case, but I do take a different position and feel like those funds could be utilized for that alternative.
First of all,
I like that thought. In fact, I explored it to the end that could we use these funds to replace a frontline fire truck at Station 1? Because Station 1 services TIF2 district. The answer is no.
I think I would say that was a reach even before you investigated. I would have said that was a reach.
But it's the same principle, right? Because your route for that road would benefit the TIF2 district, just like the fire truck would benefit the TIF2 district, but it's not in the TIF2 district. And that's the problem.
Right.
And it's frustrating.
I think first thing
It's
we
frustrating.
need to do is decide yes or no on the parallel road. Is it still a?
Yeah, my position is still the same. I feel like there was a lot of, I'm with Mike on this. There was a lot of work that went into it because of how important it was and because of the need. And I cannot say just because it's becoming harder to achieve that it is less warranted today than it was before. So I would still maintain that this is a priority and we should work to exhaust and explore all options because the situation isn't getting better.
That's part A. Part B is, do you want to keep all those TIF2 resources allocated or obligated against that project? You can still keep it a current project. Question is, do you want to keep all those TIF2 funds associated and obligated to that project? That's the second part of the question. If we're looking at a project that 3 years ago was 16.9 mil. We know from what we've gotten in construction costs estimate since then, you can at least double that.
And so I would say if we're going to be serious about exploring all of those options, then my answer in the moment would be, I personally think that we should keep those funds against it. Just because if we did start taking from it, it would, in my opinion, undermine the level of seriousness that we would either dedicate to it or not.
And I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just trying to inform your decision because that will affect how we put the budget together this year. So.
I would say keep it on the back burner as a project, but free up the money.
But designate funding to
Okay.
the project.
Don't keep the money for the project. is what
So
I'm
not,
saying.
not designate.
But keep the
Give them a
project on the
list.
back burner, but the money gets freed up.
So yeah, I agree with what Mike Sutton has brought up with reference to we've been through the parallel road since the Dover Cole plan, designated as part of the Boundary Street Master Plan. There is a parallel road beyond Hogarth Street to the Chick-fil-A. And if there are opportunities to connect anything south of that to the Hogarth Street or parallel roads, I think the opportunity to focus on those should be a priority. The remaining portion of it, as Mitch very clearly states, if you're going to pop off and pop on the road, you don't really provide a huge parallel relief. If there's not continuity back to an alternative route, such as the Polk Street, First Street, Chick-fil-A traffic intersection, then I would say it should fall to a lower priority and the money could be freed up for other areas. But I think any opportunity for connectivity back to a portion of the parallel road, the parallel road at First Street does provide an avenue by which you do not have to get back on Boundary Street to get out of that section. The parallel sections out of the town center shopping center provides you an opportunity to get out into the neighborhoods behind without going back on Boundary Street. So there are connectivities on both ends of the project that do exist today.
But
So,
impediments in the middle.
yeah. No
The
question.
town center roads, just so everyone's aware, that those are private roads. So I'm not sure how that would affect it.
Well, they're
scope of the project, so.
they're designated easements though, by agreements with us bearing power lines. So I don't think they would ever be closed from the standpoint of accessibility.
Well,
I guess I'm not, have you waited?
no, I'm gonna
Yeah,
listen
then
and
he's
wait.
waiting
and
for
see.
Waiting for me?
We'll get this collective knowledge.
Well, I'll be short.
You will never be short.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I think it can still be a priority, but I think that the funds that are currently obligated to it, we have more viable needs, and it should be moved to those more immediate viable needs and the more viable.
I guess for me, is realistically, will we ever see a parallel road? You know, and mainly I'm concerned about the cost involved, the time involved. It could still be a project, but I don't think this is anything that we can put too much emphasis on because we don't have the money to make it a reality. Bottom line, and even to Josh's point, I like the idea. It's just that by the time you plan and try to gather all the funding and all this kind of stuff, everybody in this room will be dead. You know?
Thank you.
Well, I'm just being real. Isn't it?
Do we want to tear up the medians? We can always go that route. If we're just gonna abandon the idea altogether, maybe we readdress Boundary Street.
I'm not saying abandon the idea, but I just don't see how realistic it's going to be anytime soon. It'd have to move to the very top. We'd have to make this our priority. put all our resources towards doing this.
For, Mr. Sutton, you were here in the beginning when Parallel Road was thought of, as were a few others.
I
You were, I think you were, right? So was there thought at that time, because I
Actually,
honestly don't
technically,
know.
Parallel Road was designed in 2010, 29 and 2010.
Okay,
I was not on council in 29, 2010. I
right.
mean,
well, I'll just pick on Mike.
no. Let me rephrase that. Parallel Road master plan was designed in 2005, 2006.
Okay.
We got approval for it in 2012 with the Tiger Grant.
All right.
And so the Dover Cole plan, the massifications of Dover Cole plan and then Kimley Horn plans
Yeah.
that became the Boundary Street master plans had some variable changes in that
Okay.
time frame. And the Parallel Road was always a part of the Boundary Street concept, but it was also more of a 20-year lofty goal from the standpoint of whenever the road was developed and designed to be. So technically, I was not on council when it was developed. I was on council when it was built.
Well, you answered my
And
question.
my brother was
anyway.
the engineer.
My question was,
So we'll blame it on him.
what was the process behind not making that a part of the project at the time?
Well, my viewpoint on it, and I was leaving council before it was done, but it was that the underground power lines improvements that on the corridor to create it, the reason that the TIF district was created was an incubator opportunity to try to get the corridor A cleaned up, B, increase the land value so the TIF district could work.
Yeah.
And so they focused on the most important part, which was to get the undergrounding and get it cleaned up. And then the thoughts were that over time, if that was successful and redevelopment started to occur, which it has, in my opinion, that the leadership would hold the line, and that as the developer came in to redevelop, they would be forced to put in at their dime the connecting pieces. And this would be a piece by piece mill road improvement down the corridor until the point that it happened. And that's why Walgreens got caught up in it. They had a permit at the last minute, but because it was a pending, we had a pending legislation happening, we were able to hold them to the line, not to put their footprint where the most likely place at Parallel Road could be. They didn't have to build one, they put a parking lot there.
Right.
Right? Same thing on down the corridor.
The hotels.
Everybody was concerned, the Patels, the gas station, all the way down the line, they were concerned that the city was gonna come take it and do it overnight.
Yeah.
I don't think we spoke about the city doing it as a single project.
Okay.
We thought it was gonna happen organically
And
Yeah,
over
but
time.
the failure there was that the city never codified it within the planning scope that created a plan that said that that property had to be developed with the concept of a parallel road. We
Yeah, that's not a
adopted the
problem with it.
master plan, but then we never inserted into our planning documents that there was a requirement that developers would have to adhere to.
Well, the
that.
city has learned a whole lot in a short amount of time
It's
over.
not that short amount of time.
I mean, it is really, when you didn't have a capital budget in 2006, and now look what you're doing, and you didn't have city hall, a police department building, or new fire department in 2006, 2008, and now look what you're doing. You've learned a lot as a city, and we have in a short amount of time, from $17 million budget when I was there to a $57 million budget today. I'm telling you, there's a lot of things happening, and my hat's off to you for trying to keep up with it, but that's just one little piece.
Mike, it was put in the appendix of the development code. So there was basically the
that
parallel
binding?
street. I mean, I think it could have been used with a lot of references, but it was in the appendix. There was a plan for that parallel road in the code. Oh.
Is it yay or is it nay?
What I'm hearing across the board is we still want to keep this as a project in some way, shape, or form
Back burner.
on the back burner. Mixed views on exactly how to deal with the existing TIF2 funding, but I think I'm hearing from the majority would support at least exploring utilizing that TIF2 funding for other known current needs within the TIF district and bringing those options back. And ultimately, those would have to be workshopped and adopted by council. And so there would be further discussion. Is that a fair understanding of where we are. And, that could potentially, we still have $874,000 right now on the PO balance for Mead and Hunt. We could engage with them to say, has there been any change in their assessment of the feasibility or the options? I could bring that back to council for a final decision, but it's going to cost money as far as them.
What do you think, ballpark?
I don't think there will be any change based on the last assessment they gave us.
Well, that's
because
right. They did.
The briefing they gave us when I first came on board included the Pintail Point project running right down the middle of it. So
That's right.
that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I apologize. I was thinking that the assessment was done much earlier.
I didn't know if what you were saying in that moment was reevaluating the options that were already on the table or looking to see if they had any alternative suggestions.
Yeah, all of the.
Right.
But
To your point, Councilman Scuddy, all the options explored were on one side of the road. They didn't explore the other side, to my knowledge.
Right.
So
The North Street, there was a North Street corridor conversation before Rails to Trails ever came into play.
Oh, okay.
And, but
Yeah,
I
Didn't they have
I
a
wasn't
civic
on
master
council.
plan?
I don't think so.
Is
Is it in the civic master
plan?
plan?
Wasn't there a parallel road to Rebo?
Do you remember when that was?
Bill, was that during your time?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The trail to rails, before that, there was an idea of a road being put in down there.
Yes, there was discussion of that. Yeah. The proposal, yes.
So that was back early
20 years
2000? Yeah, early
The
2000.
neighborhood rose up against,
Oh, big time, yeah.
the North Street neighborhood rose up against.
And they would today.
Yeah, they stayed.
Because the main conduit would go down North Street.
Yeah.
North Street extension.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they would. I mean, if I lived there, I probably would too. But I think from a city council perspective, we're trying to look at the larger, what's best for the city. And every time there is something like this, a neighborhood suffers. A neighborhood suffers. Somebody's home is going to be bulldozed. But, if every time we are facing something like this where, the neighborhood that's going to be affected is a long pole in the tent, then we'll never get anything done.
I think we have enough guidance to move forward on this and then bring some options back to council. We're done with-
I do think we could approach Mead and Hunt for an update on the estimated engineering costs.
Yeah.
Or engineer's estimated cost.
Absolutely.
So we could do that. And that would give you a little more information.
Okay.
And the feasibility of even.
Well, they pretty much gave that last time they did the reevaluation.
And so they could.
All right. Well, since we're done with that, we'll move on to something that's not as controversial. Waterfront
Oh,
Park and the
yeah.
marina updates.
Way to warm them up.
Well, just, laying it out. It's been a long couple of days. All right, so the Waterfront Park Engineering, just wanted to give you guys an update of where we are, give the public an update of where we are on everything. The McSweeney team was awarded a contract in meeting. Was awarded a contract. We've met with them. They expect a phase one report sometime in late summer of 2025. The Davis and Floyd subcontractors, they brought a whole team to us for this assessment. It wasn't just McSweeney Engineering. Davis and Floyd is subcontracted. They're currently surveying the relieving platform. F&ME is subcontracted, and they are in the process of scheduling the geotechnical exploration for March 31st and coordinating with McSweeney and O'Quinn, who will be providing barge support for their boring. Davis and Floyd is scheduling their hydrographic survey of the water adjacent to the relieving platform. JMT is subcontracted. Their first area of involvement is going to be developing a hydrological model in which the facility will be coordinatedly referenced. JMT cannot perform any of that work until the survey and bathymetric survey. Please don't ask me what bathymetric is. Survey is completed. They anticipate at that time that they will commence that part in May. McSweeney is going to be performing a design level underwater inspection sometime this summer, once all that other work is done. And the McSweeney expects to have us a Microsoft project schedule, which should be ready to review in March by the March City Council meeting. Was their plan to have that to us? Also, as part of that, we're conducting a full survey of the entire waterfront park and marina process, like a land survey, because that's been requested by the National Park Service as they assess our old operating agreement with them. Any questions about the engineering study, kind of what's going on, where we're at?
Bathymetric means water level at sea level.
Okay. Did you know that off the top of your head?
No, I looked it up.
Okay.
It had something to do with water.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the water level as compared to the sea level.
Okay.
So the land level is compared to the depth of the water at the waterfront.
Gotcha.
And you said the end of summer.
End of summer is when they expect to bring the phase one results back to us and to sit down with the committee and say, here's the full assessment of where we are. Now we need some feedback on exactly what we think the future is going to look like, so that they can start working on design options, or really is this a full tear down? Is there repairs? Can it be phased? Exactly to what standards will everything be done? Because if cruise ships are connecting, that's can be a completely different standard than if they're not. So they're going to have there's going to be a lot of back and forth discussions.
Are they going to also, I guess my concern is, since it's a relieving platform, obviously they were respecting the critical line.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be any kind of discussion or exploration as to whether they could move that critical line up to the edge of the waterfront park?
Yeah. They're
Get
not
rid of the-
super confident that that's going to be a feasible option, but they're looking into it.
So while we're waiting for this report, when we get the committee together, can we have them working on the marina right then and get that
Yep.
hopefully resolved before
Hold on
we
just a
get the
second.
report? You know,
Jumping ahead of the
Next slide.
okay.
agenda.
Good segue.
Yes, sir. So Waterfront Park Advisory Committee, as council knows, you completed your first round of interviews in February. You had 18 applicants show up for interviews, either in person or online. Council is in the process of reviewing all of those applications and plans to conduct at least one other round of applicant interviews. We expect the final appointment sometime in late spring. The advisory committee will work with staff to determine public input opportunities, including hearing from downtown businesses and property owners, event sponsors, residents, and visitors. Again, just because the committee's formed doesn't mean those are the only people that are going to be involved. There's going to be a lot of public involvement with all the key stakeholders that we have. And just some initial actions that we know right off the bat that the advisory committee can go ahead and start exploring, assessing the existing but invalid lease agreement with Safe Harbor, assessing options and need for an interim management agreement or process, or formalizing a process, and then assessing the phase one report from McSweeney once that's complete this summer. So there's going to be no shortage of work for the committee to jump on.
At this juncture, I would like to throw this out, and I mentioned it before, and we kind of whittled it down a little bit, but I would personally like to see us increase the number of citizens participating in this from 3 to 5, if that's possible. And the reason being, out of those 18 people we interviewed, there were several, more than 3, that I thought would be very, that would contribute a lot to such a committee. And I kind of want to get more citizen input from that standpoint as well.
And council, that's
what's the total number that we have in it?
We have a member of council, a member of the HDRB, a member of the planning commission, a member of Beaufort County Council, and 3 full-time residents. So 7.
So we go from
7 voting members. In addition to that, they're the city
7
manager
to
or
10.
representative serves as ex officio.
Well, I'm only adding it too. From 3 to 5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. That's
So
not-
I'm just adding two.
But you got like 9, I think, maybe a little too confusing.
I don't know.
You always keep odd numbers.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the place for that conversation, but I would agree with the statement.
I do too.
To increase, but I wouldn't have the conversation right now.
We can add it as a work session item to explore the possibility of revising your resolution that you used to create the committee, whether that's a good idea, bad idea. I wouldn't slow your progress down today over something you've already
Oh, I
decided
know,
on.
this is minutia, but yeah, I just wanted to bring it out.
I'll put it down as an item for work session.
Any other questions about the waterfront park advisory committee or the engineering study that is ongoing?
Yeah, we got a second round.
So my last slide is I want to update council on some possible emerging projects that may come up over the next couple of years in discussion. The first is the Washington Carteret Street Stormwater Project. This was the remaining priority project or projects, depending on how it could potentially be broken down, from the 2021 Downtown Point Stormwater Study. The only reason I bring this forward right now is as grant funding comes available for design and construction, this is logically the next project in our existing studies that could come forward and be ready to go and competitive for a grant. But right now, we don't have anything, nothing's planned on that front. The second project is Hermitage Whitfield Street Stormwater Project. This was formerly referred to as the Hay Street Drainage Improvements in the 2021 Comprehensive Plan. Sometime between 2021 and when Scott started, it fell off the priority list. I think it was mostly just to funding opportunities. There was some design work, initial design work done by Davis and Floyd, the property owner. It's a new property owner for the property where the stormwater work would actually occur. Is wanting to do some development there, and they brought back, they just provided staff with a new proposal that modifies the original discussions with Davis and Floyd. Staff's looking at that. I've gone out and walked the property with Nate and Raul. We'll have some back and forth with the design team, the property owners, some pros and cons for potentially bringing that project. That entire area was next on Public Works priority list for us to pursue funding for a stormwater study. So this may be a emerging project that comes forward to you during this planning process. And the third is the Kings Ridge Commons Stormwater Project. This comes from a 2014 MOU for stormwater with the property owner. This is the vacant land behind Fire Station 2 off of Rebo Road. Staff and city attorney are reviewing the 2014 MOU. It was brought back to us by the property owner right before Christmas. We went out and walked the property, and we're looking back to see, it's a pretty complex, pretty thick document, exactly what was done in 2014 by both parties and what's been done since then, and what the obligations of either side, the property owner and the city may be. So that may be something that's also coming forward to you. Does council have any questions about those possible emerging projects? And I don't have any specifics. We just wanted to get those on your radar so that if this comes up during the capital planning process, you're like, hey, where'd that come from?
Is there a timeline on the MOU from the 2014?
And I don't have anything right now that.
What was the question?
Is there a timeline on it? When it has to be done by?
Yeah.
I don't have any
It was
questions
open.
based on what.
It was an agreement with reference to the road and the access when we bought the fire station and gave access to the side road that went up in the drainage of the property that was going to be, we drained the fire station onto that property that they owned with the agreement that when they developed the Kingsbridge project, that all that drainage would come across our common properties to that pond. And I think it's at our expense. I think.
David Tedder.
Yeah, it's a pretty thick agreement that we're working through. Was council have any other questions or discussions, anything I can answer for you about our existing project priorities, the planning process we're going to engage in, or any of those projects we discussed?
Council?
I appreciate your time. I actually got done early today.
You actually what?
I actually got done early today.
Yeah, you did. I think everybody could use a break though.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
It was a goal of mine to get through it quick today.
See, now these are goals we can achieve. So, look at that. Well, I had a couple of cookies in the break here, so I'm on fire right now. I'm going to say way ahead of schedule, even though I shouldn't say that out loud. But we are ahead of schedule, so let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll reconvene. It is just about 2 o'clock. We'll come back about 2:15, and we'll go ahead and get started with the remaining projects that we have to look at. So see you at 2:15. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about, I forgot exactly how it's worded on the agenda. I think it says council initiatives or something like that.
Topics
but
of interest.
Topics of interest. What we're going, and this is the quote unquote rest of the survey. So I want to walk us back through just one more touch point on the stuff that we fixed this morning, just to kind of show you where we're at. And then I'm going to bring JJ back up to run the screen while I chat. We looked at the mission and vision. So I will call your attention to the screen. This is the updated vision statement. I'm going to leave them both up there. You'll see which one we lined out.
Sponsors in there.
Do I need to read that?
We're encouraging. Did you put Foster's in there?
No,
I did not write this one.
That was me trying to synthesize everybody's. Look at the city that encourages.
So are we encouraging?
Sorry, I will be with you in just a moment. I'm looking for something.
Sure, we got somebody.
A city that encourages public confidence in an environment of economic opportunities and affordable housing for all. Transparent and responsive government and resiliency in the face of weather and climate-related impacts. A thriving and diverse city that honors its history while enhancing the quality of life for its citizens, sustaining responsible growth and maintaining harmony between the built and natural environment.
Why don't we say a city encouraging instead of that encourages? It's a little more concise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
I can't remember on this one, did we discuss the affordability in general opposed to the affordable housing for all?
I don't know.
That conversation didn't come up until later.
Till later.
Okay, I thought it came up for this one as well. Well, reading it, I would say the same. Affordability in general would probably be a better target than affordable housing for all.
Didn't you say you want to reach out? That's a goal.
So you'll get a look at this again, but just kind of a, say, a quick general walkthrough. Grammatically, you may want to revise it one more time, but we don't need to do that in front of 40 people. So
That's good enough for now.
Modifying the opportunities, but not to modify the affordability. Economic opportunities and affordability. What affordability for what? You have to define affordability.
Is it housing affordability? Something we're talking about?
So, and that's what we had discussed in the previous, what was the mission statement or vision statement, was affordable living in general. So not just isolating that to affordable housing. I guess in your statement, would you have a suggestion for how that would be worded to capture?
We have economic opportunities, which infers business, okay? Affordability infers housing. So you have to define or identify with affordability in terms of a word. You have to put an adjective in front of affordability. Or however you want it.
I don't know how you can do affordable living.
But that's what you define. You're defining economic opportunities.
And housing that is affordable.
Yeah.
How about affordable livability?
Affordable livability, yeah.
It's just too much. It's just doesn't go.
Yeah.
Does that further clarify your concern, or?
That clarifies.
Because I think that's what we were intending to address anyway, was overall life.
Living, right.
Right.
Something, yeah. The other one is business, the other one is life. So you had to come up with something. That's fine. If you want to use that.
again, grammatically, you probably need to take another swing at this one, but let's not do that right now. Did we capture the essence, if you will? I almost went essence, like, anyway. We did not make a change to the mission statement. We did not make any changes to fiscal sustainability. We did, under manage infrastructure growth, we added regional partnership here. We're going to leave it highlighted. Again, added partnerships in 5. No other changes. We talked about pursuing affordability, but do we want to say affordable living like we did before?
I would say yes, be consistent with what the change we just made, but I think it also captures that broad stroke of being affordable better as well. Pursue affordable livability for all segments of the population.
Affordable living housability? Or housing?
Affordable livability.
Housing livability? Lord have mercy. Affordable housing livability?
I wouldn't say housing, I would just say affordable livability. And I think it would.
Affordable livability like we did in the vision.
That's what stays consistent.
And when I'd say for all city residents instead of all segments of the population. That sounds a little
Yeah.
robotish.
Here we go. So my caveat with this is like watching someone do math in public. Now you're watching me type.
It's not the least entertaining thing I've done all day.
That's the good thing is it tells you when you're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I never get away from my wife. All right, I'm going to leave those as is, so you don't have to watch me suffer through that. We took out the phrase open spaces here. We had a great deal of discussion about that. Not that we don't cherish open spaces, but we address that in our codes and policies. Under organizational excellence, this is the legislative advocacy that we talked about adding. This is kind of where we landed.
Can you go back to where you had affordable? I believe you had it spelled wrong.
It's completely spelled wrong. I'm gonna fix it. I just wasn't gonna do it in front of everybody.
Okay, it's bugging me, okay. I even looked it up to make sure.
No, it's totally wrong. And so is livability.
Yeah.
So engage in legislative advocacy with county, state, and federal entities to proactively advance and protect the interests and quality of life for our residents, businesses, and visitors. Does that capture that legislative activity that we were talking about? And then under economic development, we talked about in collaboration with civic partners. That was the whole discussion about chambers of commerce and other nonprofits. And then we changed the language in guiding principle 6 to encouraging diverse housing concepts that target a wide variety. So if we like those. Okay, so JJ, I may be able to pull this off.
I can come up.
I had cookies, man. I'm gonna try it.
I don't know. I just watched you do 2 letters.
I know.
I'm saying.
As long as I don't misspell it, I'll be all right. Okay, so in your surveys and in surveys we got from the staff, this was the non-AI generated takeaways that we gleaned from those surveys. It, again, will not be worded exactly as though how you wrote it, but in a brief way to talk about this as an initiative, or as we identified yesterday, a project. And again, this may not have been council driven, it may have been staff driven. So this is also your time to go, yeah, we don't need to spend any time on that, let's take it off. I know how to work the delete button. So develop an asset management plan. Helps you from a financial perspective understand what's happening with the city, helps the city understand where they're at. If there's not a no to that, I'm assuming that's finance.
Yeah. And that's going to be under that general overall financial plan anyway. It would have all this in it.
Well, it will be a part, asset management is a part of that.
Yeah.
But I think here we're wanting to look at full asset management. plan
Sure,
across
okay.
everything, so it may go beyond just the fiscal controls manual.
That's fine.
also.
So should it be finance and city manager?
We'll leave.
The
we'll go back.
department lead is still finance.
And then when do you want to target completion?
Do we want to start working on the time before we get through the rest, or do you want to go?
No, we're going to do the time, because the reason for that is we're going to get through the end and we may go, oh my God, we can't do everything in the first year.
Okay.
And then let's reprioritize.
I'm going to say FY25 for now. We need to get that in motion.
25.
Alan, you
That's
gonna
right
nod
now.
your head?
26, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna say, that'd be by July.
Started working on it yesterday.
All right. So
See
we
how
all went
quickly
to
I
the
want it
we all went to the same school. All right. We're in good shape there.
Huh?
Recession contingency plan.
Finance too.
I don't know what that is.
Yes.
You guys suggested it to us last time you were here.
Yeah, see, if you, I want to look to the
Your
council. for
partner
this. If you remember that conversation last time, like, where did this come from? And Mike finally owned up to, oh, I put that in there?
He did, that's how it went.
So I made sure that Mike introduced topics
Yeah.
are in a different color. This one is not in a different color, so is that him?
It's him. Yeah, I'm not gonna say, I still want to leave it in there because I believe based on what little I know of that type of project, it is one that could be useful to us, especially in the coming years when we don't know what the economic outlook is, so.
Look, we've lived through this as a city. When the 07, 08 crash happened, we were all planned out, projects moving, and the economy took a tank, and then the millage rate got rolled forward by the county because of the south of the broad property real estate actions. So if that's what this means, then you ought to have a plan where everything goes upside down, what are you gonna do?
And that's basically what it is.
Is this retaining like 5 months operating?
That's a component of it. It's not the complete program.
And I hate to put 26, but I think if we're gonna have one, it's gonna happen between now and the end of fiscal year
It's been on our plan for 2 years. It's time to get it done if we're gonna do it.
Okay. Evaluate consolidation or contracting of out of city services. And I think it's worded to address we're taking care of the traffic lights that are maybe in the county or maybe in another city that we may or may not be. This is a cost recovery component. This would be my words for it.
I'm just not comfortable with the wording. I'm not exactly sure what it means from the wording.
I think that's what we're talking about here. It's just
Okay.
not worded that way. So is that a,
I can tell you how I look at it. I look at it, if we're talking about consolidation of services, let's say fire and
Okay.
EMS and all
I see what
that
you're
north of the
thinking
broad, or
Yeah.
are we looking at it like, right now, we contract out for, garbage and landscaping and all
Right.
that kind of stuff? Do we reevaluate that and look at it versus, do we contract out or we bring it in-house? That kind of thing.
Okay,
So I think it's two ways of looking at it.
yeah, I see that now.
Was that the intent of the survey question?
That's how I read it. I don't know.
That would almost be a consolidation of more than just city services, though. That would be a consolidation of more of a regional
Yeah.
service.
Right.
Just looking at fire departments and stuff,
Yeah.
so. Not saying necessarily needs to be reworded, but here it makes it sound like you're focusing consolidation on and contracting out of city services, but would be sound like going on a bigger scale than that.
Well, and we already have an item for that in our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from a what we can control perspective, I suspect it'll be more challenging to do it on a regional basis. And maybe we just focus on that which we can control.
Well, the specific item that comes to mind for me is our traffic signals maintenance. We have a contract with DOT to perform traffic signals maintenance throughout the city and all, as far south as some signals in Bluffton. But we're doing a cost analysis now to determine how much additional are we paying for those to accomplish those services versus what we get from the state. So I think maybe this item addresses something like that.
well, what you just keyed in on is it's already in your plan. So if it's already in your plan, we don't need to repeat it.
Well, the consolidation of emergency response services is in our plan
Okay.
with some specificity toward emergency services.
So.
This is a little more
But
generic. I
cost
think.
of service evaluation.
Right.
Is not. Yeah, this is gonna be painful. You may have to come up here, JJ. My body is not cooperating today.
That sugar crash.
Yeah.
We've given some thought toward functions that we're currently outsourcing in the public works arena, the cost of bringing that in-house as well. And I think it would fall under that. action item.
I think that needs to be looked at.
So I got that word sheet right here. So who's doing that? Is that CM's office or is that finance?
Finance would have the lead for that, but a lot of other departments would be in support.
Yep. And then when are you looking to answer that question?
Well, I hate to say FY 26 for everything, but
Hiring of additional finance staff.
FY 27.
27 is going to be complete. Doesn't mean that no work is going to happen until then. So Scott may say, look, I'm going to look at 6 different things. The very first one is going to be this traffic light thing, and I'll have that done next week. Then the other ones will fall in later. Okay, the ones in green are definitely Mike. And I told him I was going to call him out while we were here. So if you're watching online, Mike, this is a concept of deliberative community engagement, which is just a kind of a fancy way of talking about focus groups and engaging the community and looking at city revenues, operational needs, et cetera. Quite honestly, I think this, personally speaking, I think this becomes part of your recession contingency plan. How will you engage the community in any potential service delivery cuts? And I would suggest we just delete it. The reason I didn't do it before we got here today is you had received these printed materials and I didn't want you to go, hey, where's that?
There is a link right there. And I don't know what it says, but it's why you should try
Social
it.
pinpoint.
It's
What is
a,
deliberative engagement and why should you try?
So if
it?
you click on the link, it will take you to an article that was written explaining what deliberative community engagement is.
Council, if I may, I was going through the capital projects process, the capital planning process. That was
Gotta
one
stop
of
doing
the
that.
engagement processes that we cited to. That's going to be used in that process and all of our community engagement. So it's already going to be.
So at this point, it may be duplicative because of the planning that we do.
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll just delete the whole line. And then the last portion of this was evaluate compensation and benefits or compared with other communities of your size.
We're in the process of doing that
We're
right now.
doing that
We're in the
now,
middle of a
right?
classic comp study right now.
So if you're in it right now, we'll delete that as well.
Is that HR?
So we'll just delete those 2 rows.
Yeah.
Any other concerns from the, not that you don't have any more concerns about finance, but from a project perspective, things you want to see done? Because the other things that come out of the survey typically are things that are operational and things that are going on already, that the way that we frame the question is, just tell us what your concerns are. What are you worried about? And then you say, I'm worried about the cost of waterfront prop. Well, okay, well, we already know that that's a project, so we're gonna work on that as well. Okay. Manage infrastructure, update the comprehensive plan. We talked a great deal about that. That is going to get started. That is going to take up a tremendous amount of staff time.
Community development at FY 27.
See, look how much faster you are.
I actually had a little bit of concern in finance.
Okay, so we'll go back.
Okay, with all these projects, how do we not raise millage?
How do we
How do we not raise millage with all these projects we have going on?
By spreading them out over a course of time.
That still is a concern of mine.
I think that falls under evaluating your cost of service delivery.
Okay.
Additional revenue?
That's a lot of different things involved with that.
I know.
Additional revenue streams that we need to explore.
Right. That's one of my big concerns.
Maybe what are we doing now that we maybe don't need to do? A lot of things we can look at.
So
The last thing we want to do is to raise millage. So
Exactly.
we'll try to avoid that at all costs.
Do you want to identify those in your plan that you're going to look at? Your service models that you're going to like evaluate current service delivery options?
We can, but by the time this plan is published, we will have already done it.
Okay,
Because we're putting together our budget, so.
So you're literally working on that right
Yes.
now, okay. Well, that's good news. Okay. Evaluate and implement smart growth strategies. That came out of a survey generally.
That needs to be done at the same time, the comprehensive.
I was gonna
plan.
say with the comprehensive. It could be part of the comprehensive plan. Yeah.
I think it's a separate part,
Do you?
but it is a part of it.
Yeah. Well, then it'd just be the same community development. right?
Community Development 27.
That's what your form-based.
That's a
code is.
2-for-1, Kurt.
Yeah.
How many projects did you get done? He got done twice as many as everybody else.
Yeah, first for that.
Stormwater projects, I put the question marks in there because that seems to be awfully vague in a community such as this that has a lot of stormwater activity. So were there specific, and I don't know who wrote the concern, but are there specific concerns about stormwater that we need to look at first? Because I'm sure you look at them all the time.
Could that be better said as just resiliency in general?
Well, what we're looking for now is project. So what it like does.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, does Boundary Street flood between Oak and Maple all the time? And that's the area we have to focus on? Or is it just stormwater in general? Because you have a stormwater management plan. So
I would say that's maybe an unnecessary item because one, we have a slew of stormwater projects we've already identified and gotten engineered to a certain level.
Right.
And two, it's part of our capital improvement program anyway. So I don't know that including
Would
it
the
here serves any
capital,
purpose.
would the CIP planning process be an initiative in and of itself?
yeah, yes. Now, what we normally encourage, and it's strictly for council's benefit, is every CIP project comes in here. So that when someone says, what's happening at the corner of Main and Oak, you can pull your plan out of your back pocket and say, it's going to be fixed in this year, or this is what we're doing. That is the optimal use of this. In this particular situation, so I'm going to look to the collective group that filled out the survey. And does anybody have a concern about a stormwater project, a specific location?
I can tell you Boundary Street is never flooded between Oak and Maple.
And that was a goal that you
We don't have an
established.
Oak and.
No, I know. I used to work with a guy who talked about the corner of walk and don't walk. But that doesn't, yeah, we can take that out. Evaluate and implement best practices for addressing climate change.
That's where your resiliency comes in.
That's huge.
I could say that would be the comprehensive plan. Would that make sense?
There's a
It should be
chapter
part
in it
of
for
it.
resiliency. so-
That's what it should be.
So are we leaving it as a separate initiative or? leaving
It's
it-
akin to the smart growth strategies, which really can be subcomponents of the comprehensive plan task.
Yes, we don't want to give Kurt 3 for 1.
Well, we bombarded Alan. Pass it by.
Yes.
Actually, I think the idea was take that one out.
Oh,
I have a question for you. When you say FY 27, is that January, December?
July.
No,
Anytime in that.
July.
area.
Anytime in that year?
July through June.
So we have flexibility.
Yeah, because, yeah, FY 27 will be July 2026 to June 2027.
So it could be done on July 2nd or June 30th.
We're on the federal fiscal.
Oh, I see.
Um,
Fiscal year.
Implement traffic impact study. I'm assuming that means one was done and there should be components of it that need to be implemented.
It's on the shelf and you've been collecting dust for about 30 years. Isn't that right, Mike?
Yeah, look, nothing's changed. Okay. The reality is you need a third crossing or a fifth crossing. You ain't got the money for it. Traffic's not slowing down. What can this council do about it?
That's not something we can do autonomously. That's.
Shows up in the survey, Bill and Mike go, let's put it out there.
It's a local area transportation study and.
I know who that was
NPO
from.
issue.
That wasn't me.
He didn't get a survey in on time.
Yeah, I can't blame any of this on Neil.
It would have been.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that one's out. Any other, I'm gonna say, burning desire, things that you think need to be out there that we missed?
Would green infrastructure be considered as the smart growth? Would it be captured under that?
I didn't hear the first part. What?
Green infrastructure, would that
Green
be
infrastructure.
incorporated in the smart growth strategies initiative?
I would say so. I
Yeah.
think
I
that
do
would be
think,
part
I
of the
do think it's
comprehensive
important
plan.
enough to focus on.
I do too.
I want to make sure it's not missed, but
Yeah.
if it's captured under that, then we don't need to duplicate it either.
Josh, I would say the SOLOCO requirements, which are now in effect for this whole area, basically already do that for stormwater, which is the main green infrastructure requirement. Does that make sense? Or are you thinking about like
You're talking about
LEED certified buildings? Or are you talking solar, that kind of thing?
Really all of that.
Okay.
But also as it relates to stormwater, you know. So I know that we are talking about it at Soloco. I'm not sure if that's what you were referencing.
Well, they updated their plans in 2021. So now it's they're really going out. All the projects are using green infrastructure for stormwater. So that update's been made.
But Councilman Scaletti, if I recall, you're also talking about things like you mentioned a special material to use for asphalting roads and those kind of things.
And that was, that
Solar
was
panels.
titanium dioxide, and it basically lowers the temperature. So
Right.
that works on bringing the heat level down, urban heat,
Right.
which is continually becoming an issue as we have more pavement on the ground. But that would be one of the components. So I think that this is multi-layered here, and there's several different ways in which you could incorporate green infrastructure. And it ties into overall resiliency. If that's captured under smart growth strategies, then I would feel comfortable with it as it is. But I do want that to be a focus.
It'll be in the code, tree canopy.
I believe we
That's part
already
of it
have
too.
an item that speaks toward resiliency.
Focus area. Or you mean
No, I think we have an
an actual
initiative.
project?
Well, let's keep it there just in case. If any of these we're identifying today are duplicative, we'll find that. before we go to council.
All right, safe and vibrant city. Establish Marina Task Force.
That's the waterfront advisory committee. That's our waterfront advisory committee.
Okay, so that's already happened,
That's happening.
It's in process.
but it'll be done before this gets.
Before this is published, yes, they will
Yep,
be
so
in
that's,
place.
take it out. And again, much like a photograph, we asked for your opinion in December. That's on your mind. Update codes and regulations for parks and playgrounds. That sounds very specific.
That's basically codifying our park rules.
Or park.
Codifying
Still
what?
needs to happen.
Still needs to happen.
So we're gonna leave it in. FY '26, who's gonna do it?
Downtown operations primarily will have the lead on that. And they're already working on it.
Okay,
So that, is that,
FY '26. Again, that could be July 2nd. Right, Linda?
could be June.
Got a little bit of breathing room in your timeline now. Implement full-time emergency and risk management program. That is easy for Bill and Mike to write. Is that an initiative or a
It's
project you're gonna,
Fiscally dependent. It will require an FTE.
okay? Is that that was very specific on how it was worded, so I'm guessing that was a staff initiated
It
comment.
was one of my
probably.
inputs. I don't know if anybody else used it. but-
Oh, you
I would
did?
support it too, having been a former risk manager. You need that for this.
Right now, our emergency manager is one of our fire department personnel who does a good job, but he's got another job also with the fire department. He's their chief medical officer. And we have I won't even call it a risk management program. We have a guy who keeps up with our insurance claims through IRF. That's it. So we need someone devoted to that function, and those two combined could be a full-time job easily.
It has a
Okay.
physical impact because workers' comp is based on, your experience.
Yeah.
And so if you
Sure.
have bad experience, you're gonna be paying more for your insurance. So it's
Right.
something we need to be looking at.
So that would be city manager's office for lead.
Okay. All right. Implement GIS and crime analysis technologies. I thought I heard yesterday that this was done.
It's in the process of that.
Okay, so this will be done before theoretically this is
Yeah.
published?
Yes.
Okay, so we can take it out. Not only was I paying attention yesterday. I think I was intrigued by and I should be looking at the guys in the back, the tag team duo between GIS and IT, but again, this was identified back in December, so. Review and update website for accessibility.
That's become operational.
I'm gonna say it's operational.
Yeah, we just completed a review
Yeah.
and we
Thought
built
I
in
heard that yesterday.
processes.
Okay. So if that was a council comment, was it?
Not mine.
I think I might have something. I was talking about the ribbon across.
Oh, okay.
It's easier access to some stuff to let them know that, okay, here's where this new C-click and fix is, and people going on site for the first time don't know where to look.
And you're relatively satisfied with the direction that's headed or understand anyway? Okay, so we'll take it out. Partner with county and other municipalities to address housing insecurity. I think we had spent a great deal of time yesterday talking about that you are not going to affect it.
No, I would say that's different. That's a different conversation.
This is
So
different?
we were talking about housing affordability, and this is housing insecurity. So this would be more of like maybe your homeless population or, and that's how I'm interpreting it anyway. Mitch, did you put this one up?
That's how I interpret it.
Yeah.
But that's my interpretation of it.
And we
Yeah.
are currently do partner with the Residential and Security Coalition.
So what are we trying to accomplish? Because the partnership piece is an operational activity. It's a day-to-day kind of thing theoretically.
We have started that conversation with our partners in the Southern Low Country Regional Board.
Okay.
And the idea is that together with the other municipalities in the county, if we're all speaking with one voice, there's a little more gravity to get money from Columbia and the ability to address our housing and security needs than if we acted alone.
So how do we want to address this from a strategic perspective?
I think just that, like by collaborating, consolidating all of those individual efforts right now, because it seems like the resources are pretty spread out and everybody's trying to do something, but in some ways, it can be consolidated and be of much more impact. So that would be my thought. It would be a lot of collaborating.
You're okay with the wording? All right, who's your head on this?
I think that's all we can control. I mean,
Who's leading it? Who's leading it?
Could we make it a little bit more specific that partner with the county and other municipalities to develop a plan for housing? And because for me, it's hard, if I'm working with department heads on something like this, how do you know you've completely addressed housing insecurity? Because that could be an ongoing, go on forever. If it's to develop a plan, a response plan to housing insecurity.
What about ensuring either, it seems like the biggest issue in this regard, aside from the problem itself, is the awareness when it comes to the resources that exist and how you would access them. So further elaborating, would it help from your perspective if we address not just consolidating those efforts, but bringing awareness to resources.
So let me argue this. I explained to Scott earlier today, my job is also to be the devil's advocate. So the reverse of that is if you establish a plan, the plan will identify what you're talking about. Community, about education, about resources. The plan will identify all of those things. So if we put in here, we're going to create a plan to respond to the housing insecurity issue, then your expectation should be, as a result of that, I should see a whole list of things then. And then from that plan, it is, hey, we can actually do 2 of these things right now. We're going to add it into next year's strategic plan to do this action and this action. Does that kind of make sense on how this will flow? So if we address it this way, then it makes JJ's job easier to execute because now he's got somebody to hold accountable, and then you become the recipient of that plan. And then you could say, hey, this is missing, I think, this component, or, oh man, you captured everything, that's great.
And I think we need to look at regional instead of just the county and other municipalities, because Jasper County is very close by, and we're affected by them, they're affected by us.
I think what we're really wanting to do is to develop a regional plan of action to address housing insecurity.
Exactly.
I think you gotta start
partners.
off though with identifying the problem. I mean, you're talking about a problem that you haven't really yet, because the city doesn't deal with that right now. You haven't identified what your problem is.
I can walk down to Waterfront Park and identify it right now.
No, that's one piece of it. I can too. I've been fighting this for 30 years. I've been fighting this. But my point is, LCOG, for example, does surveys and studies that helps the cities and municipalities get block grants, or used to, that met this requirement, right? They have what's their system they do where they put air conditioning, roofs on houses, and the emergency something, right?
Home consortium.
Home consortium. So there's already an entity that's already worked with the city that does this, but we know we have eliminated a lot of the blight in the city of Beaufort over the last 30 years. But the LCOG helped do that.
Still a lot more.
Yeah, so I would just think you'd identify the specific problem. Yes, we have a homelessness population. Yes, we have ran down housing with inadequate services. We have, no air conditioning. We have limited power ability. We have water sewer issues. So if that falls under that umbrella, then you could go survey our neighborhoods and you'll know immediately what your inventory of problems of the existing housing. And then your homeless population goes into that. And none of you guys are going to want to put a homeless shelter in the city of Beaufort. So you have to have a partner regionally to do that with.
And you feel like that's not captured in the language of developing a plan, a regional plan for that? Or are you saying that would be duplicative of what's already being
I think
conducted?
the plan could identify how you deal with it. I think you got to identify the problem a little deeper first. Just having the words up there don't help anybody trying to figure it out. Because you said inadequate
Well,
housing.
So here's where we're going with this though, is this is enough to get these guys started on it. What you're talking about right now is how it's going to be done. That is not part of this conversation, because a plan like this cannot even begin until we've identified the problem and those aspects of it. So once we have this, maybe it's the word response. So you may want to highlight that and consider a change to response plan, because that seems to indicate that you've already identified the problem, but we have to guard against in our conversation today is the how part. But I think getting to your point, Councilmember, is we're really there at kind of this regional approach to getting it done. CM's going to do it 27.
Yeah.
Sounds like sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
What?
I've got one.
Yep. So what do we miss?
Okay. I'd like to see if there's a way to incentivize companies to open kid and teen friendly recreational businesses here in the city. I mean, there actually is nothing hardly care for them. The movie theater's gone.
That's actually captured further down.
Is it?
I think so.
Anyway, I was just hoping we could somehow figure a way to
There
incentivize
it
them to
is.
come here.
There it is where.
The first one, develop an entertainment district.
That's different than
That's-
entertainment district though.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is really quality of life, so you got to go back.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Or
here for the
safety bikers.
kids, I mean, the
Yeah.
playgrounds and things, and I'd like to see us be able to attract something here. Our bowling alley's gone, the movie theater's gone, skating rink's gone. There's nothing really here. And that's the biggest complaint. There's nothing here for us kids, and I'd like to see something.
Okay, so strategically, that makes sense. How,
I see that kind of as an
From a-
economic initiative. I see that as an economic initiative for quality of life, either one.
Parenting.
It could go either
okay,
way.
but, so how do you want to,
How do you want to word it?
yeah,
Yeah.
It's
It's a little of both.
It's a lifestyle issue achieved by economics, basically.
yeah.
I think we could word it, explore and develop incentives for entertainment venues geared toward youth. Something like that.
What was the first part?
Explore.
Explore and develop. There you go, explore development.
What's that?
No, it's not. It's for everyone, really. I just like something that, it is something that the children do go to.
Increasing,
I just want something more for them.
Family and
Youth activities,
Youth activity.
Family and youth entertainment.
Youth/family entertainment. Entertainment.
and you're responsible for this, right?
I think Kurt gets this one.
Who does your activity park? It is you. Give her two.
Miss Linda?
You're 25.
No,
I don't think that's.
That's.
zero.
Theo. For now.
I think part of that, and this is kind of going off probably a little too in the weeds, but we need to work with the county to get them to invest in our existing parks that are in the city.
Yeah.
For baseball, soccer, or whatever. They haven't done it, and we have to travel way out Burton Wells. That's not fair to the children that live in the city, that they don't have transportation to get there.
What's your guys' capacity?
And they haven't put any money in other than Mitch beating them over the head about
About the.
Lynn Brown Center.
They play
Is the
the fields
Pigeon
of
Point
baseball.
boat landing an invention? or-
Yeah, that's it.
It's in the capital
It's-
project.
Okay. I know.
Yeah, they need to invest in them. They're in pretty bad shape.
Okay, so we're having a discussion about capacity now. Teeter totter, the clock, this is a clock issue, it's not a dollar sign issue.
26 and 27.
So is it 27 or 28? Now, doesn't mean nothing will happen until 28. That, again, I just want to emphasize that.
It's an ongoing thing.
It's kind of be ongoing, but from a capacity perspective, we're going to give Linda all the rest of the stuff in the plan, so she's not going to have time.
Well, she shares some of that burden with Kurt, because if we're talking about development incentives, that's a community
Yeah.
development issue.
One of you has to be the lead. So,
Who is the lead? Downtown? Okay.
so 27 or 28?
28.
Doesn't mean, again, nothing's going to happen. 22, yeah.
Should have happened a long time ago.
Right. Doesn't mean it won't. It just means by the time they finish, and there may be some low hanging fruit that they can grab right now.
I struggle with putting FY 28 on any of these, because why identify if we're not going to work on it in the next 2 years? This is our plan for the next 2 years.
Oh, well then 27.
So-
Okay.
Either we
I was trying to
identify
give
it
you
as
an extra
important and we
year.
work on it, or we kick the can down the road and do it.
Nope,
next
don't
time.
kick the can. 27. Okay, I think parks, this park conversation about activating the county, I think that is in this focus area as well.
But it has to do with vibrancy and all that. And and it's a place for kids to go.
Yeah. So that's the focus area we're in, right?
Yeah, active sports.
Is that just a?
We provide the passive, the county.
Location?
What's that?
Generalized station?
Just general.
No location?
Yeah, I mean, that'll fall under, they'll identify. We have a couple of fields, they know where they are.
So encouraging the county.
Basil
to
Green
invest.
and Marchfield.
Do we engage with the
The one-
county? Is that what you guys do here?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any control over it.
All
but-
the rec was with the county.
So if we, so what are you suggesting? Engaging with them or
Yeah, we had some,
identify with the county?
we had some property that belonged to the city that we turned everything over to county, but they sold it to a school. We got the money, we gave the money back to the county. County was supposed to invest it in our city parks here in the city limits. And the only thing I know they did, and I think they did this with other money and ahead of time, they did the tennis courts and that was it. So if you want to play baseball or do that, you can go to the field, but it's in terrible shape. They haven't invested any money in fixing up any parks other than the Lynn Brown Center. At our, well, at Mitch's insistence, really.
So this wording, does this get to what you're talking about then, Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the? Who's the
City
pusher
manager.
here?
You have an impact fee that, for parks that you put into 2 years ago, the county.
PD on this?
Yeah,
Love to appreciate it.
but everything's going out to Burton Wells. They haven't really invested anything here in the city.
Yeah, but you have a fee to pay and they can, you know, you finally agree to do impact fees, you have a fee that's specifically.
Kind of like the road, we could, the road impact, same thing.
I know.
We got to beg, borrow and steal to get it where we want it.
Love to appreciate it.
Okay. Capacity, we're going to give a little bit of space to 27. Anything else that we missed on this? Organizational excellence. This had a lot of stuff in it, which I was actually kind of surprised. Yeah, so it shows up in the survey, maybe because you just talked about it, so. NeoGov, that's done.
It's, yeah, it's an ongoing process.
Take it off.
Yep.
Evaluate accreditation for city departments. This,
Police department's already accredited by the state.
I gotta be honest with you, this smelled like Mike.
Really? I don't know about fire accreditation.
And Public Works now has an accreditation? I shouldn't say now, but yeah. Is this something you want to tackle in the next couple of years? I would say no.
It looks great when I'm trying to decide the strategic importance of it.
Correct.
Put on a plan.
No, I agree. So as long as,
It's already being done.
yeah, as long as council's okay with that, we'll take that one out. First line supervisor and executive leadership development. I think I heard you talk about that yesterday.
Yes. So we haven't started it, but we're looking to put it.
We're building it out right
Okay,
now.
so put it, yeah, we'll just put it in there and, yeah, HR 26. Organizational staffing and efficiency review.
That'll be done.
Part
We're
of
doing that now.
the assessment, yeah, the workforce assessment and comp study that's going on.
It's underway.
So that's being done, right? All right, so scratch it. High school, junior college internship. I heard you talk about that.
We are doing this, we've been doing this. for
Yep, so
for a
take that
while.
out. Now, this stuff, staff is speeding through this. If this came from you as the council, are you aware of these things and, or is there a question mark in the communication that you've received? Just checking in. This is where I have a hard time separating myself from the staff. Okay. Training programs for boards and commission. I heard that yesterday.
That was me.
Yeah, I think we're doing that.
But this came up, the last time we were here too, I think.
Planning's required, you're doing some with HBA.
Yeah, but we're going above and beyond.
I think, and I'll clarify here, maybe it's not a a training program, and it's more so better access to the resources, like the information in the studies or code references. And I know that that exists now, but the original thought for these training programs was to implement AI to have a very quick answer that was reliant on the inputs from the city. And so you have an answer engine that is responsive, and it is responding not based on what's available on the web, but what is available through your inputs. And so it can give you an answer on any of those documents quickly. You can customize that pretty in a detailed way to where if you're on the planning commission and there's a question that comes up in a meeting, you could put in your question and it's going to give you an answer based on the documents that guide or should guide that body. And so it just provides more resources and quick access to those. That was the original intent for the program for boards and commissions.
That's not a training program.
I know.
No, this sounds like, but it sounds like a one and done kind of thing. I don't know how quickly you can do that. If
So some of that's already going to be built into this year's budget proposal.
Yeah,
and it would take time to build it out to get it to there, but yes, AI is.
Well, I guess we need to think in terms of what we want the final product to be, and that's the task, right? Is to implement whatever that final product is. I don't know what to call it yet. I don't.
How about we develop a resource program
I'm good with that.
for boards and commissions?
Well, at that point, it could really be utilized by anybody,
right?
You know, but it would be available for them.
Mike, how well do you feel your board's trained?
Well, contrary to popular belief, we come there with some experience. The reality though is the codes, we just, when I say we, as a community, the historic review board guidelines were recombined all into one document, which made it a little easier to get to, because we carry like 5 different books sometimes. But there's always an improvement. And Kurt, we've actually been doing training. We've done field trips. We got other ones planned. We went to Charleston, looked at how they did business. So the HRB, I think, is doing what we can do. And, some of us go take online courses and stuff like that for personal interest. And so I think it's encouraging that, or making, you can do simple things like make some of that information available to board members at no cost, which I think they do already. You just got to ask. Conventions, different things like that, listing those and letting people know about them so you could get there, like the state preservation meetings and things like that. That helps kind of gel the board members into a chain of thought that works. But I think we can always accuse people of not being trained enough. I think the reality is that most people are there for a reason, and they volunteer to serve. They're not getting paid. And I think you can observe most meetings, and if you see somebody not participating, you know that they probably just shouldn't be on that board.
I think that sounds more like a guiding principle to encourage and provide training opportunities for members of boards, commissions, and committees.
Which we have. We have a GPM.
Yeah. I think we don't have a problem personally.
And I think that if we could get to the point to where you did have that technology that made this information available very quickly, then it's not just beneficial like a training for an individual who may take a class or whatever, but it's something that's available as that body turns over. Because if every 3 years you have different members, then you're going to constantly be having them take classes that will benefit them personally. But I think just having the information on hand to where it's accessible is the idea for me. And I know that would help me in my role too, just because instead of having to really go and search and find something, which is good, you could get access to the information a lot quicker if it was all input into an artificial answer engine.
So we captured the resource program then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's CM?
I'm going to be providing you with a memo on that sometime the next month or so, so. Fiscal year 26.
26.
Yeah, that would be city manager's office.
That could
City
be a,
clerk would help execute it together with the applicable department heads.
that could be a July 2nd win. All right,
I
perfect.
think from a planning commission standpoint, obviously, we have people that are extremely knowledgeable about what they're doing. And certain individuals have to take a class, required class. Used to be in person, now it's online. And a lot of the attorneys and some other people have suggested that they would like to take those classes so that they could learn a little bit more than just their small area of expertise. But I think that something that would be really good for the planning commission, design and planning commission, would be if Kurt kind of put together some opportunities to have either a guest speaker come in or go somewhere to get some additional higher educational level of the planning process kind of things.
All right, we're going to include that as part of the resource. So we're good there? Okay. Citywide key performance metrics.
Yes.
I know what they are.
I know, I'm just saying, JJ's already working on that. It's not finished. We don't have a set of KPIs yet, so
Okay.
I'll put FY 26 for that.
All right, 26
City manager's
CM.
office.
Hey, the two in green, these are Mike's.
Question 12.
My dear husband. Evaluate and implement Gallup Q12 for employee engagement. That's the top of the level 6 governance peer. Mike likes to throw this in every single time. We get the same reaction every single time,
Deer in the headlights.
which is everybody just staring off into space. So I get to go back now and say, dude, we're not doing this anymore.
Well, how about staff?
But this is kind of not quite an employee, it is an employee engagement survey, which is different than an employee satisfaction survey. So Gallup Q12 is pretty simple, short survey that gets done.
Let's leave it in, but put a question mark by it. Let staff explore what it is first.
Okay.
And then bring it to council.
So that'd be HR.
What's that?
HR.
It'll be
look into
HR.
it.
Yeah.
Joint Government AI Coalition. I deleted, but
I'm sure we need it.
We've explored that as a resource.
Did you?
As part of the technology memo, so.
I would delete it.
So you've already done it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Delete. Yeah. Give them 1 out of 2.
Tell Mike he's got to be present to win. So
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Under the organizational component, anything we missed? Any concerns that are out there? Okay. Economic Development, Entertainment District.
Downtown.
So the entertainment or hospitality district is actually going to be one of the Tiger Team recommendations.
Okay, so
Yeah, and so I put this one in there and perhaps it's not worded as well as it could, but an entertainment district, as I've brought it up before, is the incentives for family entertainment as we previously discussed. So that was my thought for this, not the Tiger Team, because I do feel like there has been a conflict in Beaufort of those that don't want downtown to be entertainment district and those that do. And I think that battle has been ongoing for a long time. And the reality is we absolutely do need something for young families and for teenagers to do. It doesn't have to be downtown. And if that's going to continue to be a fight, then I think what the Tiger team is working on is good, but it's not what I'm referring to here.
Okay, so what we did before, does that satisfy what you were trying to drive at here?
It is exactly that.
Okay, so we can eliminate this, let the Tiger team recommendations be the Tiger team recommendations, and then you'll decide which ones to enter in.
No, I don't think so. I think it's two different things. The Tiger team is focused on downtown operations and the district downtown
Yeah,
solely.
and the other one, we've addressed
Yeah, we've
previously.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you meant. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
So we'll leave the incentives where the incentives are, we'll leave the Tiger team where the Tiger team is.
Yeah.
And then whatever recommendations come out of that report
Makes total sense.
are where we'll fill in from there. Are you going to be able to implement the recommendations next year, in this next fiscal year? Do you know what they, do you have a draft?
We have to get the
Implement them all
recommendations
the time.
first. So,
They can't be all implemented at one time. It's a kind of a process.
That's what I'm thinking. So
so 2027, if we get it done before that, then great.
you think you'll get them both done? I mean, all of them?
Most of them.
Okay. There we go. Then 27.
There is a desire to phase it.
Yeah.
I'm just reporting that.
Yeah, I think it's a good.
Open
check.
for Business Tiger Team, is that the official name of it? Or is it Tiger Team?
It was Tiger Team, and the project was open for business.
Asked this before, but what is the acronym of whatever Tiger stands?
I don't think it is an acronym.
Okay.
It's a whole
We're
new
just worried
military
that
days.
it's on Buford.
Oh,
Tiger team. You know Tiger teams.
so this is your wording? Ah, so then I get to bring that
Having a
back.
Tiger in your tank, you know, so.
No, I got it. All right. Let's say Tiger Team phase recommendations. That way, if it comes in multiple years, we at least identify where we're at. We always encourage everybody that we work with, if you've got something that is a multiple year thing, we talk about in phases, and then we're going to do phase one in this year, we're going to do phase two in that year. That way, this plan reflects your teeter-totter, how much time you're spending, how much money you're spending, et cetera. Explore opportunities for sourcing supply chain businesses for aerospace manufacturing. That's very, very specific. That almost sounds like an economic development person wrote that.
Yeah, that's more a task that we would, and we do constantly communicate with our economic development corporation on that very aspect. So that's not something the city
Yeah,
is
that's.
resourced to do by ourselves.
That's kind of what I thought, yeah. Expand citywide broadband access.
That was
I think we were
ongoing
already
too.
ongoing, yeah.
Whose is that?
Could be a staff thing.
What does the city have to do with that? Just asking. I mean, how do you plan to implement anything related to broadband?
Right. So if you don't, and if you don't control it,
We don't.
then it's got to come out.
I mean, the city through the years have done things like put Wi-Fi in the waterfront park. That was an expansion of public access free to broadband. That may still be going on. But we've had some service providers locally that have faltered back and forth, and we're not, unless we incentivize or somehow try to
Right.
bring in or increase their capacities. I mean, I don't know where the weak link is, other than all of the services are bad that I know of.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, we're one of the fastest growing regions in the country. We still can't get
But was the request for us to expand Wi-Fi access to citizens? Is that what
I
that
think it was
was?
something about Southside Park or something. I don't know. I remember hearing something, but that wasn't me that brought this up.
Well,
Years
to me,
ago-
to me, that implies that no matter where you are in the city, you'll have wireless
Yeah,
broadband access.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some cities that are building their own broadband network. Is that what that's implying? Because that's a big undertaking.
So let me just say this, someone in this room wrote this.
No, sorry,
I didn't put it.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
2, 3, not it.
I assure you it wasn't me.
Well, look,
Yeah,
it's important,
exactly.
first of
So
all.
we know
it's-
2 people who it wasn't. It
Look,
wasn't.
it's important for a city to have the best
Something like-
possible broadband service we can get. We ought to be the hottest place on the planet. Because we market like we are, but when you get here and you can't get internet service on Bay Street, then you know you got a problem. So, I mean, I don't know how that's even possible, if that's the case.
I can't get internet service in my house.
See?
Okay.
That's a different issue.
Use your phone.
Evaluate and develop best practice performance metrics for economic development. That seems to be duplicative of
It is.
your
We're already
KPIs.
doing that with our agreements that we're going to.
Develop workforce training programs with key community partners.
It's not you, that?
What does that mean?
Talking about tweet?
No, we don't do people, it's not.
It sounds
That's
like a
TCL's involved. in all
TCL
that.
type.
We have,
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
tweak in cybersecurity and all kinds of things going on right
Yeah.
now.
No, and you
Digital
don't,
border.
Yeah. That's all
you're
it
not,
is.
That's not us.
that's not, yeah.
Not us.
I would like to put something on, a different box on there.
So
We have some extras.
Probably get kicked
All right.
out of-
Go ahead.
Probably get kicked out of the
Mhm.
chalet
Oh.
in here, show by saying this, but I would like to, see the, Economic Development Corporation and possibly Southern Carolina Alliance bring to us projects that move faster with higher paid jobs into our Commerce Park. What we're getting, I'm just, getting a little disappointed when there. I'd like to see them come in faster and better.
So how do you influence that?
Well, I'm
Or
on
is
board,
that
and
something that you're gonna
we
say
brought
to
it up
them
many-
tomorrow?
We brought it up many, many times, and they've got to recruit those people to bring them in. Right now, what we're getting are spec buildings and a few other buildings, and mainly it turned out to be distribution rather than any kind of higher paying job. So that is an issue. And we've said we want something, since we're in an area where you've got, the military, you got Boeing, Gulfstream, all that. Let's look at some aerospace, look at some light manufacturing. Is there something we can bring to the table? And it's just been difficult
It's
to
getting
get.
very disappointing,
Yeah.
but we're not getting.
But you're not in control of your own economic development destiny either.
We depend
Well,
on
we
them.
partner.
You partner with them, but you're not
in control.
You're not in control of it. So the most that you can affect is when they're here tomorrow to make a presentation, is for them to hear from you.
We own.
We own
a
the park.
Commerce Park.
Okay. So can you economically develop your own commerce, your commerce park?
What,
We
no,
haven't
we,
been able to, so.
that's what we're using the BCEDC.
Yeah.
But they have incentivized
Yeah.
the reason, I mean, that's the only thing they can do.
Right.
Is to make opportunity to use cheaper land or power or gas or whatever to attract businesses to come.
But once you build it, it's up to somebody else to fill it.
Pretty much.
I mean, I
And
don't want to
that's why
oversimplify it,
We're,
but
we're part of that Southern Carolina Alliance and all that,
Yeah.
and they're supposed to work in this 5-county area. They have been more concentrated on the lesser populated, underdeveloped counties than they have been on Beaufort County. And,
That's my sense of that.
yes.
I'd like to see, it could come from both directions, but it's all coming from the one, from the Beaufort Economic Development Corporation. We have a landing pad from Southern
Still have
Carolina
it.
Alliance. We have that, but that's all we got. from them.
So from a strategic plan perspective, from a provide the staff direction perspective, what are we saying? I hear your frustration and I know what you're driving at, But now I'm gonna have to theoretically, I'm gonna have to turn around and tell these guys, go off and do what?
I think you're right when you say that the time to have this conversation is tomorrow when they're giving their presentation, because then we're
About
going
how
to be
great they
taking it up-
are.
Yeah.
We're gonna be taking it up with them in
Exactly.
their presentation, not necessarily having it as an identified initiative for staff.
Correct. And I think that's where that's the only thing you can affect,
Okay.
is that. And I know it's super frustrating.
You can memorialize the importance of it to the city if you make it a guiding principle to encourage that type of industry in the city. At least you're memorializing it in your plan. You don't have a task for it.
Yeah. I mean, we can.
But if it's important to
look at it.
you and it's part of what you want your culture to be, I think that's where you do it.
And I
Okay.
think collectively tomorrow, when they make the presentation, we can.
Yeah.
Let 'em have it.
it.
Okay, anything else?
Here soon.
Well, that's the end, isn't it? Okay, please hit save.
Look, I want you, everybody watch. Hit it, save. It says save.
Safe is your friend.
Save to this PC. I'm gonna hit it a couple more times.
Sorry, man. Um, So theoretically, do you want to hear what about operational budget requests now? Council, what does it say?
Topics of interest.
Topics of interest.
Yeah, don't use the B word unless you have to.
Nope, okay. Are you interested in anything else?
So, Mayor and Council, this is something we built into the agenda to give, I call it freestyle. This is your time. If you've got something that's on your mind or an initiative that you want to speak about specifically, that you would like attention from all four council members at once and perhaps staff input, this is the place to bring those things up. So we built this into the agenda for you.
And the city attorney is not here to derail any conversation, so.
We can talk about that $25,000 increase in council raise and all that stuff that you wanted to talk about.
I've got a couple of things that weren't brought up and some things, but there's, I can talk about it later, but one thing I would like to see us do, try to, seeking an extra stream of revenue is try to work with the county and developing that local option sales tax, because it's a win-win for the property owners, and also it's a win-win for the city in that we get some revenue, consistent revenue, that'll help us instead of having to deal with this millage increase and decrease every so often. It'll stabilize things a little bit. But I don't think they have an appetite for it, because right now they love this penny sales tax with the sunset on it. And it flip-flops from capital projects to transportation to education. I mean, I can't keep up. Green tax, I don't know what's next.
Well, there is one tool at our disposal that we have not used yet, and that is to implement a tag fee for vehicles.
What?
To implement a tag fee for vehicles, which we could devote the resources from that to our rights of way maintenance.
We not have a tag.
We do not have a tag fee in the city. So that would give us an additional. It would give us about $230,000 if we implemented a tag fee of $25 per vehicle. And that could go toward public works and maintenance of roadways.
So would it be a straight across the board, or would it be a value like?
No, just per vehicles.
It's only city residents address vehicles?
Correct.
And it's automatically gonna be perceived to be unfair if you do it straight across the board. Because
Right.
someone's gonna be driving a jalopy and someone's gonna be driving a Mercedes and.
Right.
That's the way it is with any tax. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be-
But I mean, I'm just
Except
talking
for
about.
progressive income tax.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I would too, but
It'd be a big savings on a property
But
tax.
generally, that's how a tag fee works, though. It's a
We could
flat
sell that.
fee, flat rate.
versus a
I
tag
was just
tax.
thinking, well, I don't think that the tag fee on my vehicles for the county are like that. I pay more for my more expensive cars or the newer ones than I do for the older ones.
Actually, you have a road.
That's your-
you have a
that-
road
that's-
fee.
that's your
You have a
personal
road
property
fee
tax. That's different.
For all vehicles. You have a road fee that you pay to the county that is the same for any vehicle, no matter what you have. Your if your ad valorem value of your car is judged on the car, and that's your taxation.
Well, just the way taxes are perceived.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Thanks for that explanation.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's part of the reason that the loss tax was not passed is because of this perception. True or
Right.
not, I know it's not really true.
Yeah.
But that's why it failed. So it probably, we'll have to do some good education.
And one other thing I want to bring up, and this is me personally, but short-term rentals, I think are becoming an issue. I heard a lot on the campaign trail, and I know some people that are surrounded by them. And I'm not opposed to them. I think what I would like to see going forward, if they're going to be in residential areas, it should be on owner occupied or owner adjacent property. That way you've got the manager on site because it's the owner of the property. And I just think that's a better way than having proliferation. I know there's some areas that are, and my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told it's based on platted lot versus rooftop. The calculation of if the percentage is based on platted lot and not on rooftop. I don't know.
I
That's
think
what I'm
so.
I
That's
think
run
that's
through
correct.
business license
I
department.
think that's right.
I couldn't say that.
Okay. But I just feel this is a way, because my concern is, to me, short-term rentals in a neighborhood, unless they're on owner-occupied property, is really a commercial creep into the neighborhood. It creates neighborless neighborhoods, and it could. You can have 5 or 6 of them in a clustered area. And I can give you an example. If you go on Scott Street,
That's
I think
commercial.
there's, yeah, I know its board is on commercial on one side. It's on the other side, it's residential, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, as a professional realtor, I would discount your commentary about properly managed short-term rentals because we have to have a professional management company manage them if they're
Oh, I know
not
you
on
do.
site.
But what I'm talking about is just having neighbors and people who live here and contribute to the community. And also it takes housing stock, off the books when somebody from afar comes in and buys it as an investment property. That's the issue for me.
No,
My
it's part of
issue,
property rights though. I mean, so
I know.
to protect neighborhoods, when they put in the ADUs, I would like those to be saying, those cannot be short-term rentals, those are long-term rentals. If you put an ADU in, you're not gonna do it as a short-term rental, it's gonna be long-term.
So it has to be the primary facility on the property. This is the only
I guess that
eligible
would be the
short-term
part that would be, the
Well,
ADUs would not.
Well, I mean, that's-
See
that-
So Scott, do you have the ability
6
to
months or 7 months.
implement a short-term rental ordinance?
Yes.
We already have
currently-
one. We have a
we have
short-term
one.
ordinance. We had the first short-term ordinance in South Carolina. We worked on this for years. And I will agree with the mayor that we need some tweaks, but we do not need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have a very functioning, workable short-term ordinance here. And it has been vetted by the South Carolina Association of Realtors, the Municipal Association. They use us as the blue ribbon standard. Do not have a bad short-term rental. We need to tweak the commercial and the residential zone cap authorizations. I think that's the area that's the biggest concern because you end up with a higher proliferation in the residential areas that border the commercial districts.
I would agree with that. There's some exemptions that are currently in place that maybe we can evaluate to better manage the cap in those areas. But I do think that the management percentage that's in place is working for the areas that it's applied to. So I would absolutely be in favor of evaluating the exemptions.
So if we just make a project of updating short-term rental ordinance and cap zoning?
Do you have any planning commission thoughts on that?
I have HRB question. I mean, not really, I guess it's both hats. The comment Neil made about ADUs, on the surface, it's a good concept, right? How to manage, like if it's not your primary resident, then you can't do it, right? But see, then you go back to having somebody on site. If it's an owner occupied primary residence, then the ADU ought to be able to be a secondary income producer to keep some of these people to be able to afford their homes and keep them here. So I wouldn't just throw it out completely. Because that may be the only way we can keep some of the people, long-term residents who have property, but to be able to have a future to stay here, you know, I mean, especially aged in place people who have
Well,
secondary
and the
opportunities.
ADU short term is exempt.
But yeah, it is now, but there's talk, Neil's comment was maybe that shouldn't.
Well,
be.
would you suggest then going back to one ADU instead of two?
Well, I think if you got one's
With your
plenty, but I
premise.
don't know. I mean, if you have a big piece of property, you're trying to do multiple apartments now, or buildings that you rent out, that's different than having an income producing on your small secondary ADU on your, and you live on the primary residence.
The parking has been a big issue I hear from the people. Okay, they get two ADUs here. Where are they gonna park at? They're in the road
Well,
with people. I hear that all the time too.
What if
Yeah.
we make an item that we just call that workshop, possible changes to short-term rental ordinance?
Works for me. I just want to bring it out there as an issue
That's
that
not
needs to be
ADUs,
addressed.
That's not ADUs.
Well, I know, but it's all tied in. I'm hearing short-term rental.
I think that could all be one conversation if we workshopped it.
Yeah.
ADUs, short-term rentals, we'll have this discussion all at one time.
I'll just throw in one thing about short-term rentals. Of course, we have those, but we've been watching them too. Right now, there's been a sharp decline in short-term rentals across the nation. And people are in trouble and they're selling their properties because of the short-term rentals. But there's a different influence in that too. And there's been a number of articles out of Atlanta where corporations are buying up large tracts of land and building short-term rentals on those large pieces of land. The other thing that's been happening is hotels have seen where there's an attraction to short-term rentals in certain areas like ours. And so hotels have also been doing something similar. I think that if we take a look at the codes of what we can and can't do and how we can protect ourselves against those kinds of opportunities that other people have, now's the time to do that. Now, when we're changing our codes, it's a different subject matter than what we're dealing with right now in the codes, but I totally agree with it needs to be something where we sit down and we actually take a look at it. Educate ourselves first about what is out there, what the opportunities are, and how we can protect ourselves, then have a meeting to have that discussion. And I would, include ADUs with that. I think it's all part of the same issues that need to be dealt with. But I totally agree that we need to look at those.
I'm gonna leave it here. And then could be a July 2nd win, or it's maybe longer than you think.
It can be FY '26, the task action item, I won't call it a goal, will be to workshop the issue that, and then from there, we decide where we want to go with it. But check boxes, let's explore it in a workshop session and have more information under our belts when we come to the table about it. And then we'll figure out what we do from there.
You, Linda? Okay, this is downtown.
I thought PD needed
Oh,
to have
that's
it.
Parks and we draw a line.
Hey, anything else?
Yes. The one item we have not discussed so far, the past 2 days, has been whether there's an appetite on council's part for the divestiture of any of your real property. For divestiture of real property. You have any properties you want to market, sell? Is there a
City-owned
next
property?
step you want to define or
Yeah.
assign to our task to assign to staff for that? We did the return on investment report as we were asked to do, presented that to you, but beyond that, we haven't discussed it yet.
My answer to that would be yes. I definitely would like to look at
Yes, for
what
me.
properties
I
we
think there's
have and if they're,
opportunity.
what we could sell.
Okay. Would you like it to come to you in the form of recommendations from staff with pros and cons of certain properties?
We talk about right now, which ones we want.
No, I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't now, but yes.
All right.
I would.
And you'll base those pros and cons on the result of your economic evaluations.
And other
And
economic
others.
factors. We can expand it a little bit if we're actually
getting down to the nitty gritty of trying to figure out what we want to sell and what we don't. So.
Look, rather than selling it, keep on the agenda possibly economic development opportunity with the pieces, because we're successful in building 3 new houses on a streetscape that had none by simply getting rid of an old pump station stand, and making a deal with another landowner.
Yeah.
Some people didn't like that, but what we got out of it was three taxable properties coming out of the ground were non-taxable before.
Right.
So instead of just saying we're going to sell it, I think you'll look at what.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, it's all, I think you have to
Some
explore
swaps
all of
can
it. Yeah.
happen, some changes could happen that might benefit the whole.
Sure.
Yeah. I
Bill,
think
where
that's
do you
part of
have
the
that
equation.
under?
Finance.
Thank you.
Primarily.
You as the lead 26 as the year. For
What
your
area are
office.
you putting that under? What area is that?
Financial.
going in?
Finance,
Financial, fiscal.
That's
fiscal, sorry.
I do have a request, and that is seeing no appetite for moratoriums going on here for a lot of different reasons. That's a discussion I guess city council can pick up if they want to. But what I would like to do, and I know you haven't received the revisions on the code yet, but I would like to see you, once you get those in hand, try and give us some timeframes about when you all think you're going to be able to either ask us questions or make a go ahead and vote on those that you want to approve. Because I think that the code changes are extremely relevant right now to all the things that are going on and everything coming up to be going on in the near future. So.
Would agree with that. And I know that this is a little bit in the weeds of operations, but just taking into consideration some of the things that we talked about yesterday, if I really tried to refine my wish list, because I think that what our focus should be is true collaboration with not just our boards and commissions, but Port Royal and the county, and really focus on meeting and understanding where we're going in different directions and where we could benefit each other. Like with the school district, what resources do we have? What resources do they have? Understanding how we could partner together more than we are on certain things, whether that be property swaps or what have you. So I think collaboration is a focus of mine. I kind of put this in 3 boxes with an acronym CPR because it's just familiar to me already. The P there would be the procedural excellence, and we're already working in that direction to continually refine our processes. And then resiliency, which we've talked about in several areas here in regards to the green infrastructure, smart growth, stormwater projects, with an aside to transportation and the entertainment for young families. So if I could quickly just put that out there, but 2 of the things that I'd like to advocate for, and again, I know this is more operational, is a comprehensive growth study and a comprehensive transportation study. And Mike, you actually brought it up yesterday, but I think if we could accomplish those 2 things, I know we've had a lot of studies and I don't like to advocate for more studies, but getting a up-to-date understanding of what those 2 things are, I think would provide us a lot of good information as we come into the comprehensive update and some of the future code edits. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and at that point, I'd like to tie in that transportation portion and also include looking at our roads and what's the capacity, of those roads, because I think we're getting to the point where traffic has really become a serious problem. And with all the development that we've just seen that's on the books and coming and all this other stuff, we got to do something soon. And along with what Josh was saying too, collaboration, we need to work with Port Royal and the county and everything else about guiding growth where we want it to go and excluding it from areas we don't want it to be. And that would be, to me, any watershed areas or anything like that because of the environment.
I think
think that would all be part of your comp plan. Right, and I think even if you were to do a transportation plan, it can be part of the comp plan, or it would be an appendix to the comp plan, one of the two. So I think that could all be included in that. I did want to just say with chapter 9, because I was remiss in not speaking about it. I know there's a political issue with the historic preservation that's been kind of sitting for a while. And I guess just for me to get direction on that, because I know it's political and I don't know if I have an opinion one way or the other, but would you want that to go back to like the HRB to make a kind of to look at what the planning commission did before you heard it, or would you?
I think in hindsight, 2020, of course, I think the HRB should have already been a part of that conversation. The only reason I say that is because we appoint them because of their expertise in that district. And so, yes, I would absolutely like them to review and also provide their feedback on the changes that are being recommended from the planning commission. How that happens, if it's just sent to them to review, to discuss, and then it comes to us, that seems like probably the fastest route. And it sounds like you maybe have already sent that to them. But I would like to get their
We
input as
did, but
well.
we haven't had any real discussion on it. And so I think that's what it's really, I think, my fault more than anything. I know it was sent to everybody. We just didn't sit down and workshop it or talk about it formally.
And I fully believe we need to have that discussion because we all as members of our board watched their meetings and really looked at it. Well, wait a minute. I didn't even know that was on the agenda.
Right.
You know, and we're talking about things that we deal with on a daily basis. And one of them that we've been waiting on for probably 2 years is the demolition by neglect, which they went at length discussing. But point is, it's regardless of they're discussing it or anybody else discussing it, the local leadership has not taken action. For whatever reason y'all have, that's fine, but we've got to figure that out. I mean, there's well, the neighborhood meeting you were at the last week, Mayor. I mean, we heard other things like, you know, where is whether we need it or not, that's a decision that got to be made, but you know, revolving funds for maintenance and repair for the people that need help. The city used to go after grants specifically targeting that, and then the money dried up, and it may be dried up again. It may not be any funding, but at least having a discussion about how do you get there from here, you know, and who's doing what to help, you know, with these processes.
We have that repair program. The problem that, like you're talking about, is perpetuating it. You know, how do we see about this, the long-term viability of that program?
Well, there's a lot of things, you know, philosophically you can talk about I mean, we've been doing this business the same way for a long time, and then Kirk brought in a potential change and the board said, no, we're not going to do that. And that was on the type of process we give a review of, you know, preliminary or conceptual. But, you know, I mean, it's at some point with the economy change and the fact that vitality has increased dramatically in the city, meaning we've had lots of infill, city went after infill. It's happened. Now we're sitting there going, wow, it's happened. And people are complaining, right? We're starting to see neighborhoods, new houses, they're different, changing the dynamic of the neighborhoods. Well, it's also time to look at our historic process and see, is that really the best interest for the long term? I mean, it's things like the conservation district, you know, is a separate district, and it was the most blighted part of the entire community, entire county at one time. And it's not so much that anymore, but we still have some holdout problems there that need to be dealt with. And there's often times where the processes doesn't really work. Kirk's HTRC was one of the best things that they've done in a long time. It has some hair on it. You know, it has some issues sometimes, but the reality, it's a good thing, but it builds, I think it can build confidence in citizens coming in and not in coming into some bureaucracy, you know, in other words. So, I mean, example, things for the quadrant might be that maybe reviews for their project could simply be a staff level and don't have to go to an HRB process. Now, I say that loosely, but at least the question needs to be asked. Because if you did that, one benefit might be that it's a simpler process. It's not as impossible to feel like you got to go through it. And most of the decisions that are being made are stuff that staff needs to be making a decision on anyway. We don't need a 5-member board telling you what color to paint your house.
Right.
You know, so anyways, at least have the discussion to see if that's a possibility. Now, it will impact or could impact your ability to be the certified state local government. But I think that even needs to be questioned, because the reality, that's the backbone of that is based on a state funding program for grants and monitoring a historic district. The reality is there's probably no money. All right, and the state doesn't respond both ways. So, and I'll give you a great example is we generate an annual report that says what we've been doing because we follow the rules. The state of South Carolina, SHPO, is supposed to give us a report every 5 years of how we're doing. They have never done it. And we've asked for it and it's a blank wall. We don't get an answer back. We don't get any information. You know, so it's like, come on, how do you, we're playing by the rules. I don't think the other side is. The rules sometimes need to change and maybe it's time to look at that. That's y'all's hard thing to deal with, but you know, I've been here long enough to know that it can change.
I have a slightly different approach. And that is that we've had a tremendous amount of input from HBF as well as HRD through the process as we've looked at these, a tremendous amount. And there's been a lot of input that's been put into the revision of the code since we've done that. I would like, rather than to just give it over to HRB and then have it go to council, I would prefer to have a joint meeting after we've all taken a look at those sections. Have a joint meeting, have that discussion, come up with what we think are the appropriate changes or modifications, if any, from that, since we've already spent so much time with it. And then take that product and give it to city council, because then you're going to have the complete buy-in from both boards.
Mike, earlier you said that council didn't have an appetite at all for a moratorium. Just for the record, I do have an appetite for large commercial and for large residential such as apartments, but the horse is already out of the barn. I mean, I don't know how you would stop it at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree that the horse is out of the barn, but that doesn't mean that you give up.
No.
And I think that there's a number of issues that center around the potential of a moratorium. One is the amount of growth that we already have on the books that we're looking at, as I showed you with the over 3,000 properties. Their impact on the road system that we're not really, I don't think we really understand what that actually is at this point. And then we have all of the codes that we're changing right now that are helping to try and tighten some of those loopholes that haven't been implemented yet. So I think those are the reasons that I think could foster the need for a moratorium. But again, that's not a discussion that I don't think that's a discussion for this table.
Not much other place to even be putting the buildings. I think they're pretty much taking clear cut everything they can think of, and there's only a handful of places I could even think they could go.
I think the changes and the edits that you guys are reviewing now in the development code would address a lot of those concerns, and there would be more value in expediting the process to get those to council to implement, opposed to implementing a moratorium. And I think that if that's what we did, my fear would be, which I have the same concerns in regards to the impact of development. My fear would be if the county's zoning is reflective or very similar to ours, which it is, then we could just push that development to the unincorporated areas of the county, which would be encouraging urban sprawl. And I think the whole idea was to prevent that. So that's why I still have the same position as before when we discussed this. I would rather just see us get those code edits implemented to address some of those concerns and do it. That would be more of a permanent fix. And then if we needed to tweak it, we can go back, but that would be more of a permanent address to the issue, opposed to trying to implement a moratorium, especially when we're this close to the end of that edit process.
Yeah, well, I would totally agree with what you're saying, but I don't think it's a long-term fix. I think it's more of a short-term fix. I think the long-term fix is doing the planning that we've been talking about as part of the planning process for both the direction of growth in coordination with the county and the town, along with the road capacity that helps to foster that growth and the utilities that would be necessary in the direction. And rather than having the utility company set the direction of growth for the city, I'd like to see the city take ownership of that and set the direction of growth to the extent possible and let the utilities respond in kind back to where we're going. So we're not giving approvals on projects that we haven't even seen or considered yet, as an example.
The moratorium is an interesting question, and it's a conundrum because the council years ago looked at moratorium when Ladies Island started to boom, even though it was not in the city. We asked the questions and we got legal advice back that said, yeah, you can do a moratorium, but you have to have an end game. And so the question really was, all right, so if you say you want a moratorium on the big stack apartment buildings, because you see so many in Port Royal and you see them starting to pop up in Beaufort, and, you know, is it traffic? Is that what's the end game? Do you fix the roads? You know, and how long does that take? So no court in the nation is going to support a moratorium if you don't have specific components to it that says, how are you going to give the property right back to the property owner? And when would that happen? So we've kind of now trying to design through planning our way out of a problem that we asked for. And it wasn't just us. When I say we, it's a larger community. Because the city of Beaufort was not like it is today many years ago. It was actually a starving, you know, suburban sprawl happened and the urban center started dying. We lost our grocery stores, our gas stations. We've lost our movie theater now. We lost all the things that we think are important to an urban center. And then the form-based code came along and said, well, that's what you're supposed to be, an urban center where all the services are. And the county's supposed to stay rural, you know, or would typically be rural. And so people would drive in. So if you put the brakes on now, if you legally could, and he said, no more building in the city of Beaufort. It has no impact outside the regional growth, and you're still paying the dues because everybody drives through the hourglass to get to where they're going, and we are an island. So you can't, nothing you do is going to solve the problem of Ladies Island building 8,000 more single-family units, or Bluffton or Burton or anywhere else, and they're driving right through here to get to the beach. So I don't know what the answer is. Moratoriums is still a good tool to have. But it's only, I think, if the apple's reachable. You know, can you get that bite at the apple to solve the problem? And I don't know if we have a reachable apple at this point.
I'm going to bring the conversation back to the strategy. Because I think to their point, there is no solution. So this becomes a circular conversation. So in that, what have we left? We are to the topics of interest. I think we've heard from everybody between what we've done, where we're at. So I'm going to say going, gone on that particular subject. Parking lot cleanup is what we have left. So
Vision statement's all I had in it.
Scott was keeping notes on that. It's updating the vision statement, which we did this afternoon. So we left really very little hanging. You will see the vision statement, the mission statement, a rewrite of the focus areas, and there weren't any other than a word here and there, and guiding principles in your final draft from me. So that kind of cleans up the parking lot, if you will. So with that, we will turn it back to Scott for confirmation of the 26 to 28 strategic plan priorities.
And I kind of think we've already done that when we went through your document, right?
I kind of think so.
Otherwise, we will look at all of the items that aren't on the list that we created here that are in our current plan and evaluate those from a staff perspective and make a recommendation to you when we workshop the new strategic plan on whether those items should be kept, modified, or deleted, and we'll add them to the items that we came up with today. That's your confirmation of priorities.
Here we go.
Unless you want to approach it a different way, we can do that.
Or I could call Mike and see if he's got any ideas. No,
that's all right. Nothing personal, Mike.
You know, love you, man. So Mayor, with that, we'll turn it over to you for public comment, and you can close the meeting early today and we can enjoy the weather.
I'm trying to see if there's any public left to comment.
In the room, no, there's not.
Tony, we have anybody?
There are 3 people online, but I'm gonna check.
Let me know.
No one's named Eric. Okay, all right. You said somebody was supposed to come on there.
All right, well, since there's no public comment, is there anything else before I adjourn this meeting? Okay, we are adjourned.